Good morning, everyone. Okay, so while they display the slides, I'm super excited to be here. On behalf of my management, I want to thank the organizers of this conference. Initially, to us, it was, we're just here because we are sponsors. But for the past 3 days, it's been a very educative session. I have learned a lot, quite a lot. When I sat there yesterday, to me, I was like, oh, it's one of those seminars you go for and then it's paid and all of that. So I want to say a hearty congratulations for a robust session. And then on behalf of my management, we are very grateful. So to speak to my slide, who is Q Shelter? So I can get it out of your face. We are a pro-tech company. We are the in-between. We trying to bridge financing of homes. Before now, if you want to get a home, you have to have millions in your account, say 50 million and all of that. But since this administration, the incoming of our dear President Bola Tinubu, when he came with his 8-point renewed hope agenda, very first part of those agenda he talked about was reducing the increasing housing deficit, considering the renewed hope housing projects. He promised the Nigerian populace in 2023 that he was going to provide 100,000 housing units for 100,000 housing family. So the renewed hope housing project started in December 2023. A PPP, public-private partnership, including the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Federal Mortgage Bank, who provides affordable financing to homes. I stress the affordable financing because this conference is mainly about financial microfinance. You know that to get finance is not cheap in Nigeria in these days. Some people, if you want to get loans, they'll tell you it's 33% and that per annum. But we call it affordable because it is 6%. It's a single-digit loan. It is 6% on national housing. All you just need to come up with is 20% down payment, and you are as good as having your home. Then our rent-to-own scheme, 7%. All you need to do as well is to come up with your 20%, and you're as good as having your home. Then the popular one that's been making news since early this year, the MRIF. My company is the platform provider. We have a number of partners we work with. I've mentioned the Federal Mortgage Bank, I've mentioned Family Homes, I've mentioned the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. So I'll just take you now to the Renewed Hope slide, talking about showing you what we've done. In the past 12 months, we have been able to create affordable financings to 485 people through the federal mortgage loan. We have our projects in Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory. That's where they did the flagship. That's the president over there laying the foundation in December 2023. We also have projects in Lagos. We have projects in Kanu, Janguza. One thing we do, we try to create the structures, build the structures. Those structures are on ground. We don't do bare ground. Why? Because before you create mortgages, there has to be a structure on ground. You don't have to be paying for a mortgage and you're still renting your home. So there has to be structures on ground. So we try to bring up those structures. So in Abuja location, in Karsana, I don't know how many of us are familiar with Abuja, quite strategic, the fastest developing community. If you are familiar with Abuja, you know right now. 3 weeks ago, the Federal Minister of FCT, Minister Wike, went to do the flagship of the construction of the road, making everything. It's going to be, we call it a city within a city. It's amazing. About 28,000. You have everything in that estate. You have churches. You're going to have mosques. You have a playground for our children, green areas, CCTV powered solar lights. Everything is amazing. So that's the Abuja property. We have a 1-bedroom flat 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, and our amazing luxury terraces duplexes. All you just need to do, well, at the entrance there, you can visit us there, and then we'll help you, talk you through, and walk you through home ownership in Abuja. Welcome to Janguza. For our northern people, they are not left out. We also did something in Kano. These structures are also on ground. They are already there standing in Kano. So, like I said, in Kano, we have interest-free loans because of the cultural there. You don't need to pay interest on it. There's something we do in Kano. You just give us 20%. Or in Kano, we're doing a promo right now. You can also give us 10%, and then you own an apartment in our Janguza estate. Last month, we started our project in Lagos. So what we are doing with the 2004 estate at the moment, because we started last month, we've not built. So what we do is just to send you a reservation link if you are ready. Refundable 1 million naira. So if at the end of the day, you're not interested, we'll give you back your 1 million. We're not collecting money from customers now because we have not built anything. And our last project is coming in Shagamu next month in Ogun State. These are those pictures they were just displaying updated works as we move on. We're starting Shagamu next week. As mentioned earlier, we are over there. If you have questions, we are very available and willing to take the questions. We want to let people know that National Housing Fund is real, is accessible, and you can own a house within this administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We want to thank all our sponsors. You've really made this event grand. We would not have come this far without our sponsors. I think our sponsors deserve another round of applause, please. Cyberbets, are you ready? All right, can you come up? Pastel, are you ready after cyber? We'll just take you quickly. Cyberbet. Let's take one.
$1 million, $2 million. Okay, the mic is working. Good morning, everyone. Media, please, can you help me with my slide? All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Williams Brown Asemota, and I will be sharing with you some of the solutions we have from Cyber Software Limited. I'm from Cyber Software Limited. So basically, I just want to share some of the solutions I think can help microfinance bank scale. We've seen some of the feedback so far, digitalization of microfinance bank. And I feel, or we feel, that one of the easiest strategy that microfinance bank can use to duplicate themselves in different environments that they find themselves is a strategy of agency banking. So quickly, I will just take you through who we are and what we do. So this morning, Cyberbyte Software Limited is a financial technological company that prides himself in building both financial payment application and non-financial payment application. So basically, we can say that we build bespoke solutions for financial institution and non-financial institution. So basically, I will just take you through some of the solutions that have solved some problem in the agency banking industry. So some of the solutions, just like I said, two major things that we do. Number one is that we build and develop payment and not payment solution. And also we manufacture POS devices. Any POS device of your choice that you think you want to use to run your agency banking, we manufacture those POS devices. You can come to our stand to look at those POS devices. We can rebrand and customize the POS device to carry your company's logo, your company's color, and every other thing you do. Then my focus will be on the payment and non-payment. Now we'll quickly speak on the non-payment. 2 days ago when we came to this hall, I noticed when the participants are trying to register, I noticed that you have to use paper to register, you have to fill a form, you have to do this just to be able to check in. So we can build a solution for NABs that can help them manage the registration and check-in process. That same solution we're able to build, yes, that same solution we were able to build for Coca-Cola. If many of us know that Coca-Cola, they are empowering and training about 11,000 youths. So we built a solution that helped them do the registration and check-in process for their training. Then apart from that, we can also take advantage of other non-payment solutions we can build for you, like visitor management, canteen management, anything that has to do with HRO management, any other solution, just come to us and let us discuss it. Then for the payment solution, what we have, please move to the next slide, the agency banking suite. The next slide, please. Now, before we were able to come up with this agency banking suite, we went around the street. We went to the street, we asked the existing agent. We asked them simple question around how their experience has been thus far. And these are some of the feedback we got from the users of those terminal and applications. Some of the feedback were unstable platform. Many of us know that there are several platforms out there that are unstable. Remember the 2023 cash crunch where we have even banks, you cannot even withdraw your money. All right, so unstable platform were one of the feedback. Thank you. So unstable platform is one of the feedback we got. Then risk exposure. We know that many of these financial institutions, they are exposed to risk. Just like one of the presenters said yesterday, we must think smart because the guys out there are smart. So we must build smart solution to be able to curtail any form of risk exposure. Then we also have issues around complicated onboarding, manual settlement, poor terminal inventory, delay notification. Now the question is, there are already existing agency banking application everywhere. What makes your own standard? Why is Sawabyte's agency banking suite unique? I would like to tell you that number one is that we have an inbuilt fraud analyzer. What that does for you is that it checkmates all the transactional behavior of your customers. Example, a customer that has already been doing 10,000, 5,000, 10,000, 5,000, suddenly want to do 1 million naira transaction. The inbuilt fraud analyzer is there to checkmate such transactions. Basically, every form of suspicious transaction. Then we also have terminal flexibility, which means apart from our own manufactured terminal, any other terminal choice you preferred, probably because of pricing. Say, oh, I prefer to use this terminal choice. Then our solution is flexible to be able to accommodate any other terminal brand you want to run with in the market. Then we have multilingual feature. Yes, I just remember this. This multilingual feature, one of our clients in Angola, BAFPay Limited, said Angola speaks Portuguese, that they want a feature in the application that it would strictly be Portuguese. They can turn it off and on. So we have multilingual feature. And in a situation whereby you are looking at, I don't want my solution to be integrated to my core banking because definitely we can integrate this agency banking to your core banking, any core banking you are using. Or you now say, no, I don't want it to be integrated. I just want it to stand on its own. We have an internal wallet system that can help you manage the entire business standing on its own without interference with your core banking. So also the merchant solution, remember I said is a suite. We can see that inside the merchant solution, you have e-journal. E-journal is like electronic receipt. You have inventory. You are able to manage your product within the solution. You have invoicing, you can invoice, or you don't want to use what we already have. You have an already existing AROP solution, your inventory solution. You want us to integrate it to it. It's easy for us to do. And you can create as many outlets as you like. So this is Edidion. It's a merchant. You can see his shop. You can deploy POS to Edidion to help him process payment and manage his payment. Then these are just some of the functionalities. Because of time, we have the payment part, we have the web or mobile part, so we can deploy it for you in terminal or mobile. We can deploy it to you in the web base. You also have a TMS to be able to manage that application. So now the question is, what is the benefit to you? The benefit to you basically is that with these two solutions, or with this agency banking suite, it helps you to be able to meet this digitalization strategy, where you are able to mobilize fund, you are able to grow your customer acquisition base. Just imagine a situation where you have the ability to duplicate yourself as much as possible in different environments. Because the cost of building a physical structure automatically will be minimal because you are duplicating yourself. Those outlets or agents you have put out there become the bank to be able to run the banking services. They run transactions that customers will ordinarily come to the bank. Then talking about customer acquisition, we have a feature within the agency banking where you can permit the agent to create an account for any working customer and issue card. So you can see customer acquisition without them coming to your banking or crowding your banking or to perform any transaction. Then we also look at brand exposure because your brand will be everywhere. So that is for the agency banking. Then we also have another solution, which is like a standalone solution. We refer to it as the transactional monitoring tool. What this solution does for us is more like, it's a software we actually design for banks, and because we are also banks, we can also use it in our own business. So what does this software do for us? It helps us to track, analyze, and flag suspicious financial transaction in real time. So we have a system put in place that, I don't want agency banking, I just want a transaction monitoring application that you can attach to my system. Then this is what you will need. And the beauty of this is real time. It analyzes all the transactions that customer perform within your system. You can automatically block a transaction or flag a transaction depending on your own internal strategy. And also, you can dig deep more to find out why this transaction is actually taking place within your system. And the beauty of this system is that it's self-based rule. So which means you, depending on your own business strategy, you can determine to set the rules that you want this transaction monitoring portal to follow. And that is just the beauty of that particular solution. We also have centralized management system. We call it CTMS. So we call it CTMS, and you are able to, so the essence of this is that you are able to aggregate as many POS devices from different companies. So with this solution, whether you have Parks, you have Horizon, you have More Fun, with this solution, you are able to carry out updates on your application, you are able to delete your application, you are able to do geofencing, you are able to do geotagging. This current CBN rule about geofencing and geotagging, you are able to achieve all that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll come to your desk. Where is your booth?
Yes, we are out there, close to Core. Yes, okay. We're out there. So please, we are ready for any demo session.
For those of us who are doing agency banking or we are contemplating doing agency banking, let's please feel free to go to the booth. And let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother. We appreciate you for the support. We appreciate you. And for the lady that spoke about property development, we'll be looking at partnering with them in terms of selling, getting some form of commission. Maybe we want to recommend some of our customers who are blue chip to go to them to buy. We can also visit the booth so that we can discuss what percentage will come to our bank as fee income if we engage in that. Want to start the business of the day. And hello? Hello? We'll be starting with the man who is in charge of microfinance unit, group, team at the Apex Bank. We need to know him. And he's going to be speaking with us this morning on the microfinance banking touch points, our growth trajectory. It is my honor to invite to the podium this morning Mr. Olugbenga O. Jayola. Please join me in welcoming him. Who is Mr. Jayola? Sir. Olugbenga Jayola is a distinguished fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria and Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, with an MBA in finance from the University of Lagos. He's also an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Taxation in Nigeria. He possesses extensive experience in banking regulation and supervision, garnered from his over 22 years tenure at the Central Bank of Nigeria. His expertise spans treasury activity and financial analysis, credit administration and loan portfolio review, risk management and anti-money laundering, board and senior management appraiser, foreign exchange management, internal audit, board and senior management appraiser, risk-based supervision methodology application. His achievements include key member of the team that commenced supervision of systematically important banks in Nigeria, member of the pioneering team that implemented application of risk-based examinations of Nigeria in Nigeria, member of the team that supervised smooth commencement of the operation of AMCON, ensuring compliance with its established legal framework. Leadership roles in on-site examination, cross-border supervision, and microfinance banks division. Award of exceptional service performance by the Emma Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, former governor of CBN, for his exceptional performance during special examination of banks in 2009, which unraveled many sharp practices in the banking system. He has exceptional expertise, leadership, and quality contributions to banking regulation and supervision in Nigeria. Conduct of review of risk management functions in numerous banks. Training and mentoring examiners on supervision and risk management practices. His job functions equip him with experience on audit, examination of many big banks in Nigeria, and appraisal of the performance of board of such banks. The following are additional roles he has held. Divisional head, on-site examination of the non-interest banks in Nigeria. Conducting on-site examination of all non-interest banks in Nigeria. Divisional head, cross-border supervision, supervising all the foreign subsidiaries of banks and representative office of foreign banks in Nigeria. He is currently a deputy director and head of microfinance banks coordinating division at the other financial institution supervision department office of the Central Bank of Nigeria. I present to you Mr. Olugbenga Jayola. You have the podium, sir.
Thank you, sir. I myself was afraid when I saw, I don't know how they dig up all these things. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Or will they present it? I'm trying to log in. Sorry, let me quickly log in. Please, let me have my phone. It may ask for the second token. Oh, okay. Thank you. What I have come to do is a summary of everything that we have been doing. I want to appreciate the leadership of NAB for inviting me here this morning. I don't want to start mentioning them one by one, but you will permit me to stand on the existing protocol of yesterday and Thursday. Thank you for that. So we are here to discuss this. And I want to say that it's a summary of everything that we have been discussing. Things have happened since the last 20 years that microfinance has been in Nigeria. I'm highly privileged to be here. We are colleagues, we are partners. And I'm happy that I'm speaking with professionals. There are many of you that have met you at one time or the other at the Microfinance Bank. So we have the gathering of experienced people here. And we want to discuss what we have done before, what we are doing now, and where we expect you to be. We are partners, and we want to discuss together. I'm not presenting. Any of you can present this, but I want us to discuss together what we have done and where we are going. Next slide, please. So that I won't delay, let me open my own. Just give me a minute to open my system. It was when they were reading the... It will be faster, that's why I'm sorry. Come, let me open it. I'll put the password, just the authentication. Okay, let me continue. So today we are celebrating 2 decades of microfinance banking in Nigeria. We want to look at the journey so far, and we want to see how resilient we have been, the impact that we have made. We want to see the current reality, pathway forward. I don't think this is working. Okay. Is it from there? Okay. Now, let's highlight some of the critical milestones that has happened. I want to remind us, the beginning of microfinance banking actually started with community banking. And the very first one, okay, thank you. And the very first one that was licensed at that time, yeah, thank you, that was licensed at that time was Aleri Community Bank. Where we are today started with these wonderful people. If you see Google Aleri Community Bank, it's still in the internet. The director is Ahmed Umar. I don't know if the person is still in. The person is here. I know it's not you. Thank you. This was the first director at that time. We have Ibrahim Sonny. I'm mentioning this name because you can see these are the people that started. And when they started this, we never knew we would be where we are. Microfinance Bank have challenges truly, but eventually they are the ones that led us to actually where we are today. In 2005, microfinance policy were introduced, and hundreds of microfinance banks were licensed. And before the end of that year, the number of microfinance, we already have over 1,900 microfinance. Let's look at the growth we have had. Look at this first one, total assets. I actually wanted to do from 2005, but the graph becomes so tiny it will not make sense. That's why I started from 2017. Look at the total assets. If you look at it in 2017, just 8 years ago, we are less than 500 billion total assets. Look at it today. We are already over 4 trillion. Look at it. Please clap if you want to clap. It's your performance I'm actually mentioning. Now, this is where I want you to look at. December 2024. Okay, we have August 2024. Why is it that this one did not cover everything? Okay, my own cover everything. Sorry. In my own year, if you look at December 2024, we are having about 3 trillion. But as at August 2025, we already have close to 4.5 trillion. Now, if you are here and you are saying that the economy is tough, no, banks are doing fine. MFB are doing fine. I want to challenge you. I want to challenge you to go back home. Don't let them deceive you. Things are tough. Many are recording high profit. And many are also recording low negative profit. That's losses. So I want to challenge you. You have the experience. You have the knowledge. You have the expertise to deliver. MLB is moving on. You cannot be left behind. Your bank cannot be left behind. You have all the... We approve you before you get to the board. Or before you become a staff or senior staff of that place. And we know you can deliver. Microfinance is moving on. Many of them are doing fine. And we know also many are not doing fine. So if you're in the category of those that are not doing fine, go back home. You have the quality. Just go back home and do your homework. Look at total deposit. 2017, it was very low. Less than 500 billion. But look at it today. August 2025, it was very close to 3 trillion naira total deposit. Now, some of you have looked at your performance between last year, December, and this year. And you are saying, things are tough. Let me tell you the difference that has happened. I don't want you to just come here, talk and go home, say CBN is not doing this, CBN is not doing that. We are seeing the bigger picture. And I want you to go back home and tell your staff, tell your people that we can do better. Tell them they have the quality, they have the experience to do better. Tell them if Money Point can do well, if OPE can do well, if Kuda can do well, you also can do well. Because we review everybody and we know that you are capable. That is what I want you to take home. Okay, I want to show you what happened between December, so that some of you that are saying that, oh, see what has happened. December 2024, I don't know why there is such a difference, but here, December 2024, we are around 2.5 trillion. But in August 2025, we are about 3 trillion now on total deposit. If your deposit is stagnant or going down, you need to go out. You have heard that there are still many, many unreached people that you can touch and reach. Profit before tax. This is a good one. If you look at it, sorry, I will use my own. If you look at it, December 2017, we have just a little bit above 50 billion. This is up to 50 billion, very small. But in August, because this slide was prepared in September, in August, we are well over we have 200 billion, close to 300 billion. Now, this is surprising. Between December last year and this year, December last year, it was around 140 billion. And August this year is close to 300 billion, almost 100% increase. Don't just come here and listen. Take it home that banks are performing. Take it home that you can perform. You know, this is profit before tax, which we have already even looked at many that make losses. So you should go home and know that. Don't let them tell you and say, hey, don't mind, things are tough. It is true they are tough, but microfinance banks are making their profit. And you cannot be left behind. The same thing with gross income. Look at shareholders' fund. Even this year, the COVID-19 period. Let me explain something for you. For you to know that microfinance bank, we are very important in the economy of this country. From 2018, shareholders' fund was going down. COVID-19 was between 2019 and 2021. 2020, it reached the almost zero by 2019 to 2020. But look at what happened. It started improving immediately after 2020. Why? We are the one that sustain the economy. People were hungry. Many are spending their money. They came to you people and say, I need money to start my business. And you give them. And profit begin to come. You begin to add more money. You begin to increase your capital. And by the end of 2020, the shareholders fund, it was already over 100 billion. At that time, many banks were asking for forbearances. There was no forbearances for microfinance bank, to the best of my knowledge, though I was not in that department at that time. But MFB survived during that time. And you continue to improve. What is the reason? Because you are the one that sustain the general masses. When we say that monetary policy is made, monetary policy does not affect everybody. Reason, I will tell you. Number one, if interest rate is high with the deposit money bank, a company that is listed in stock exchange will not borrow from bank again. We go to capital market and we still raise its money. But where with the undeserved people that deposit money bank have rejected, where will they go to? They come to you. And you are the one that didn't let us have people killing themselves over the way. So I want you to stand up and clap for yourself. Not for me, for yourself. For yourself. Yes, for yourself. You have done very well. And you are the one that sustained this economy. You are the one that gives hope to the people. So you have done fine in the past 20 years. And I can testify that you are still doing fine. Thank you. Have your seat. That is why I want you to clap before we go to... I want you to enjoy the goodies before we come to bitter cola. Now, portfolio at risk. And again, I want to challenge you. See that green light is the average over the 8 years that I use in this data. Today, portfolio at risk is average of around 18 or 19%. If you are having PAR that is above that, you know that others are doing fine. And you need to do something about it. Because the average for the industry today is around 18%. If that of your bank is 30%, don't let them deceive you that it is like that for everybody. No! Some have PAR of, is it 1%? I think the list is 1% or 0%. I'm telling you the fact. I'm speaking from the point of authority, of the knowledge I have from what you submitted to us. We have many of them. They have maybe 0 or 1%. And we have those that have 100%. So for you to know that this figure means that those 100% are the ones that even make it to be higher like this. Don't let them deceive you. Go back home and see what you will do. Go back home. Look at, let me tell you, what you are passing through now. It's the same thing that Deposit Money Bank has passed through. There was a time that they have high NPL. There was a time that things are tough for them. The same thing you are passing through now. And some of them that were able to stand are those that were careful to look inward. You see some rats swallowing elephant, you know. STB, acquire UBA. Do you remember? Everybody was surprised. They did their own work. So, there is no microfinance bank sitting here that cannot be as big as you want to be in the next 10 years. You know why I'm saying that? I know the caliber of people that are sitting here. Few months have been in office, I have seen the qualifications that you people have. When they are praising anything, they give me background information, I see the qualifications that you have. You have what it takes to deliver. Some people have done it to this level. It is your turn now. When we will gather for 30 years, what are we going to see? Are you going to say, yes, I am more people that make microfinance bank to grow the more? Let's go home and know what is happening. CAR, the same thing with CAR. See, the minimum is 10%. As of today, the CAR is above 15%, close to 20%. So, if your own capital adequacy ratio, let me tell you one thing, we have some banks, not many, that their own capital adequacy ratio is negative. We have them. I am challenging you. Don't say everybody is like that. It's not everybody that is like that. We have capital adequacy ratio that is above 50%. I'm telling you from position of authority. So it is even those negatives that brought it to that level that we are. Go home. Tell your team, we can do it. Others are doing it. You also can do it and make it better. When we gather for 30 years, though I will have retired. Well, if I come here, I want to see that the average is no more this. It's close to 50 to 30%. Because you can do it. Don't be deceived. Many are actually doing fine. ROA, look at ROA also. ROA, that blue line is for return on asset. Total asset is usually bigger than equity. So that is why ROA is very high. You look at COVID-19 time. Look at that time. We have it so low, for negative ROE at a time. But look at where we are today. We are doing very fine. Now, let's go on. I just want you to see how we are performing, how we have come. This sector has transformed the way financial services reach the underserved. We have policy reform. We have institutional development, capacity building, digital innovation, mobile banking, POS, strategic partnership, which have driven the growth. Strategic partnership is there. See, this is 20 years. The first time I met gathering of microfinance executive at FITC training, some people came to me and said that, because I mentioned one, what did I mention? Okay, I mentioned about this, what do they call it? Combining to grand loan. Syndicated loan. And they were telling me that, hey, Mr. Jala, hey, we don't trust each other. We will call another person. It is the stage commercial bank, Deposit Money Bank has passed through before. Today, I can tell you how they are combining resources to finance big projects. The same thing yesterday, people were already saying it. Hey, well, we don't trust each other. How are we going to get there? You need to pass that stage. You need to get to a level of appraising projects that you cannot do alone, that you know they are beneficial, and combine resources to finance them. That is how you can grow. Let me tell you a story of a woman and a child. When the son became 20 years, as you are celebrating 20 years, the mother said, my pikin, I don't want to see you with any girl. Oh. You still young, go. Make you no go near any girlfriend. He said, yes, ma. Then one day, she saw the birth certificate of mama. She now subtracted his age from mama's age and saw that mama gave birth to the first child at the age of 19 years old. She said, Mommy, you asked me not to go near any girl, but you gave birth to me at the age of 19 years. She subtracted that of the father. The father also at the age of 21. Then she said, Mommy, are you sure you are guiding me around? I'm supposed to have my girlfriend now, about to marry. Don't be deceived. Have your girlfriend. Get partner that are like-minded. Appraise the project. If the project is not beneficial to you, don't say, Mr. Jalasa said I should enter Ramo. If it's not beneficial, hand off. But there is no way that you will see a good project that you alone cannot finance. And you cannot combine with 2, 3, 4, 5. I just don't want to mention, I can tell you many projects financed by 10 banks, 5 banks. Deposit money bank. So, you also, you can do it. You are 20 years old. Get your girlfriend. Now, are we different from commercial banking? The smallest of loan. Commercial bank will not look at your side. You want to take loan of 100,000 and you go to First Bank. They look at you some. In fact, they will give you form to be filling forever and ever. Smallest of loan. Saving from customer are very small. I have met, I don't know whether you call them anything, but it's staff for Microfinance Bank in the market. She went to see a woman selling, is it atta or is it okra? And collected a deposit for the day. Deposit money bank have passed through that stage before. So don't be afraid. You are getting there. Even I know there are some microfinance banks that are bigger than banks because I just get to office this day. So when I saw the size of some microfinance, I said, wow. And there's a name we used to call them. I won't mention it there so that you won't be angry with me. We call our colleagues that are in that department. There's a name. They're already smiling. They know the name we call them. I say, oh, so these people are bigger than some of our banks. It is a stage. But it's those that make use of the opportunity now that are going to be there and have good record, good history in the next 10 years. Also, development of, these are other ones you know. Access of asset-based collateral, simplicity of operation, extending of banking service beyond the economy to social and cultural. You cannot go to a commercial bank and say, I want to do naming ceremony. I need just 50,000, 100,000 to take care of my visitor, and they will listen to you. But I have seen somebody that have gone to microfinance bank before. He wanted to do naming ceremony, and they saw that he is expecting money truly in the next 2 weeks, and they gave him. So it is beyond the economic reason. You look at cultural, you look at social reason, and you also protect yourself. Let me tell you one thing. We know many of you have very high rate of interest. But you're not surprised that we have not, at least, except it's going beyond the average. We keep quiet because we know you are serving risky customer. And we all learn. I know professors here that can even lecture me. I know doctorate degree are here that can lecture me. We know the higher the risk, the higher the return. That is many times we overlook that. It's not as if we don't know. We know the rate of every one of you. But we kept quiet because we know that the risk you are carrying, they are very high. At the same time, we must moderate it. That's why some of you will tell you, no, it's getting too high. We tell some of you like that, it's getting too high. So we know you are carrying the risk. And because we know that you go beyond the economy reason to perform, to give services to the undeserved, you deserve a great reward for that. And you know the reward, we will continue to be of good partnership with you. That's the reward. Lack of access to public sector deposit. We've talked about that during this program. Products and services are targeted towards micro and small scale. We've talked about this. Let me move fast. Check issuing customized to the corresponding bank for clearing. MAB check have not been accepted in clearing. Some are now involved in instant transfer. Others can also get DA. I know when I'm doing transfer, I see some of our MAB that are already doing instant transfer. Others can get there because it will help you very well. Financing method based on the philosophy of alleviating the plight of the poor and financially excluded citizens due to the economic power, education, financial status, and lack of adequate collateral for conventional bank loan. They can only come to you, and you are doing fine in this area. Some of the touch points we have various channels through which we are reaching our customer. And there are two, traditional approach and innovative approach. I think Dr. Mrs. Martins talked more on this, so I will not waste time on this one. However, as she also told us, you need to combine the two if you want to survive. I'm telling you because I know that commercial banks pass through also, through this stage. You cannot stay only on the traditional touch point and still want to get. This Gen Z, they need your loan. And they need loan of the one that is easy, the one they can do from the comfort of their home and access the services after you have done your necessary KYC. They want that. I know of a bank. I changed commercial bank, not microfinance bank. Something happened to my phone. Okay, yeah, my phone, what do they call this thing? JT, what did I do to my phone at that time? What did they call it? So I did something to it, everything wiped off. So I now want to reinstall all my app because I use app very well. So when I was restoring it, there is one particular bank, I won't mention the name so that it won't be demarketizing. One particular bank, I could not restore my app in the comfort. They were saying I should come to their branch. And because they all know me, I called their CCO. Say, what type of thing is this? You are the only one. I have about 6 apps. I'm able to do everyone. Only you alone. That I cannot do it, I have to come to your branch. To not even worsen the situation. When I go to the branch, I fill the form. They say, one of our customer service personnel will call you and say, you will not even do it now that I've come to the branch. And to be funny again, the customer care called me 2 days after. When he called me, I was driving. And he will be telling me, press. I say, I can't press anything, I'm driving. Please, will you call me back? He said, yes. He became angry. He didn't call me back. I said, okay. I just called his executive director. I said, hello. For over a week, this happened. Immediately she called me and said, I'm sorry, sir. Oh, yeah, let's do it now. I said, I'm very busy. I said, okay, please, don't be busy. And I said, okay. And now listen to her, we now do it. You need to be innovative. Another person will have been tired and withdraw his money from that bank. You are passing through the stages they have passed before. And you have to get to that stage. And you are getting there. We have many that have gotten there. This is the traditional banking touch point. Physical counter, such as banking hall, where customer can go. And you can't remove it. Many of you are saying, there are some banks, they do this. Many of them are here. They knew, we have already told them plan to have the physical structure. And yet they are highly innovative. We can't rule it out. But I want to tell you, as I have just explained to you, many of the Gen Z, they are going to be future of tomorrow. They want it easier. You know, they don't even want to come to office. Many of them will be saying we prefer to work from home. So you have to get there. Otherwise, I don't pray the others should happen to you. So MFB are revolutionizing access to financial services through mobile app. We have Blue Ridge, we have Money Point, Fair Money, many of them. These are the ways to get more customer. When I was with Banking Supervision Department, I always join all the banks assigned to me their social media. Some of you that have it, don't go home and check, or you won't see Jayola Lugbenga. I am following few of you that have social footprint to see what your customers are saying. You will not say Lugbenga Jayola. You know, this is easy, this is another name I'm using to see what your customers are doing. You know the reason? The reason is that I want to know how your people feel. One day, I won't mention any name because this is about MFB. I wanted to make payment to a taxi driver. He told me the account, I want to do transfer. After making the transfer, I asked him, he didn't know whom I am. If I call you or you call me and you have not seen my number before, you know what to show you? Lieutenant Colonel Jayola. So if you have anything DBI, you won't be shaking. So I will now ask them, why is it that you are using this app? They gave me reasons. Good reason why they love one bank more than another. You can get there. Send your people to do market research. Know why some are doing fine. And look at the good one you can also adopt. They are simple things that many of them mention. But that is for you to find by yourself. Now, policy and regulatory evolution. CBN, we are trying in that area. I'm not praising ourselves, but it's a fact. There was a time that only one certificate we have. You know, today we have different level of certificate. And you know one thing, CBN is always ready to collaborate with you to see how you will be doing fine. And many of you, yes, you were raising the question whether there will be capital, raising the increase of capital for Microfinance Bank. I'm releasing another secret for you. If you are waiting till when CBN will announce, it may affect you. Many of your colleagues, you see, that sit down here with you, they have increased their capital 200 times of what they have last year. Don't wait till any announcement. Deposit Money Bank, that is what saved many of them. Access Bank will not wait till CBN announce. They continue to raise it and come to us that we should verify. Don't wait till the time we will announce. You yourself, bring in your money. When you bring the money, even if it is 20 million, 10 million, we will verify it, we will add it to you. So that if they say Union Microfinance Bank is 1 billion, if you have reached 150 million before, you know it's little that remain. But when you still stay at Shebina 50 million, I still get 52 million, I am okay. If they say we are raising it to 400 million, I know many of the Union Microfinance Bank, they already have more than 200 million. Don't stay till the announcement. I don't know what the announcement will be. It can be 10 years time, it could be 5 years there, but don't wait till that time. Do the right thing. Financial inclusion and outreach. This is being done very well. Many of you expanded to many places, especially through your digital approach. I commend you very well for that one. Digital transformation, you are doing fine, but others should also follow that footstep. Capacity building and government training, certification and institutional training. CBN partner with you, NDIC partner with you. I'm happy I hear NDIC telling you that they have done over 200 this year alone, training. These are the people that will help you. We're always ready to support you. Make use of this opportunity. Partnership and development, I have told you, go and get your girlfriend or boyfriend. There are many transactions you cannot do alone. Even OPay, that Blue Ridge, Money Point, Lapo, as big as they are, there are some transactions that they cannot do alone. And that has been dropping many of you from doing it. Many of you that maybe you cannot do more than 50 million, When you appraise the project, it's very good. The project is 200 million. You can get like people, 4 of you that will do it. But you must appraise it. Because if I come and I saw it that you didn't do your risk management process very well, now me go say penalize them. So do your risk management. If you see a good project that can help you, I don't think we have any rule that say you cannot combine to do it. Challenges facing the microfinance sector. When it remains 10 minutes, let me know so that I will use it to round up. Weak corporate governance, many of you have that one. Operational inefficiency, many of you have that one. Many of you are not complying with our... Okay, thank you. I will use that 5 minutes to round up. Limited capital base and funding constraint. I've talked about that. Don't wait till any announcement. Raise capital. Don't wait till when your capital is very low. Digital exclusion and infrastructural gap. Low public confidence. To address these challenges, strengthen governance and risk management framework. You have to strengthen it. Our corporate governance guideline we gave you, you need to abide. Next year is not going to be like this year. We will enforce compliance. So go home and do your work. If there's any one of you that always miss combine, don't miss it this year. We are going to pass many information to you. We soon send message to you. End of November to December. Many questions you're asking there, bring it there. We will discuss them very well at that time. It's going to be end of November through December. Don't miss it. We are going to tell you many things during that meeting. Supporting recapitalization through tier licensing model, driving digital transformation and fintech integration, expanding capacity building, enhancing financial literacy and consumer awareness, deepening partnership with like-mind. Sustainability, innovation, inclusion, resilience are the way you can bridge the past, sustain the current, and ensure that the future is also sustainable. Innovation. Don't continue to think the way you think 5 years ago. Things are changing. In those days, if our father said that, Benga, sit down there, I will just do what? I will just sit down. When you get home, tell your son, he didn't do anything, just say, Junior, sit down there. Daddy, why? So for such a child, he doesn't need my product he wants a better product. Be innovative. So let me just go to call to action. Renew commitment. Celebrating achievement. Empowerment and transformation. Inspiration and innovation. Renew your commitment. You have done well, but you need to do more. Let there be renewed commitment to the cause, to your role in Nigeria. We are already celebrating the achievement we have together. But think back and see, where is it that I'm lacking in my own institution, and see what you can do. Empowerment. Inspiration and innovation. Inspire innovative ideas. Strengthen partnership and drive decisive action for microfinance future. Conclusion. As we commemorate 20 years of MFB in Nigeria, let us celebrate the milestone. Let's acknowledge the lessons. Let's recommit to building a future of shared prosperity. Microfinance banks are not just financial institutions. They are partners in development, enablers of economic empowerment, and agents of transformation. Your role in achieving Nigeria's $1 trillion economy vision is not optional. It is essential. May this conference inspire bold ideas, renewed partnership, and decisive action that will shape the next chapter of microfinance in Nigeria. Thank you for your attention.
Don't think the way you used to think. MFB business is changing. Banking is changing. A lot of us are still thinking brick and mortar. Innovation is the new way to go. Please, sir. A round of applause for our Deputy Director. So this is the new phase. Before we used to know David Adelana. Now this is the new phase. This is the head of MFB unit now at OFIT. So you'll be seeing a lot of him in time to come. All right, so we have his awards, and to do the honors of presenting this, we want to invite our BOT chair, High Chief John Owen. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. On behalf of NAM, I present this award of excellence to Mr. Olubenga Jayola. Deputy Director, Head of Microfinance Bank Unit, Office D, in recognition of outstanding contributions to the growth and sustainability of microfinance banks. Congratulations. You see, Eddie wanted to borrow me his glasses. I will not use your own.
Okay, before we take our first panel session, we want to have one of our sponsors speak to us. And I think it's someone we all need to hear from because of a lot of the complaints that most of us have sent to us at the Secretariat. I want to invite Patrick from CORE, if you're ready now. Patrick from CORE, if you're ready now. If you're not, I will take that spot off. Pat, why you are? Please, there's an announcement from the Central Bank. So before he presents, please let's hear this announcement, please.
Good morning, all. Please, we are migrating to another return template. And we have sent email to most of your banks, but some have not responded. And that will be a problem because we're almost end of the month. And you're supposed to send in your return before 5th of the next month. Please, if you have not responded, we just needed the corporate email of the bank and the corporate email of the MD. That's all that we need. Please, if you haven't received that, please send to your RO, please, so that we won't have a problem and we don't have to penalize you if you don't send your return on time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please, if you have those issues, sending your corporate emails to them, please let us know at the Secretariat so that we can also collate and send. Thank you very much. Patrick?
Good morning, all. Thank you, Eddie. I just want to congratulate the NAM chairman on this occasion of 20th anniversary of the Microfinance Bank. I recognize all the NWC and the BOT members. My name is Patrick Irebo. I'm the Vice President of Core Banking, Self-Service Channels, and merchant services for the company Core. Before I go ahead with my presentation, I would just like to play just a short video, a goodwill message from my CEO. If you could just play the video first. Yep.
Person because of prior commitments and a lot of things going on, but be rest assured the team. Good day, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be speaking to you today on the occasion of the 20th year anniversary of the microfinance industry in Nigeria. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it down in person because of prior commitments and a lot of things going on, but be rest assured the team from Core is on ground, and I wish everyone a fantastic event. We have a very unique vantage point when you think about the history of the industry because of the role that we have played historically and my personal involvement. I remember that when we started out, the microfinance industry was not as organized as it is. The association was young. There were a lot of infrastructural challenges. Many microfinance banks were still operating, purely brick and mortar operations. A lot of them using paper ledgers still to manage their customer records. There was no internet connectivity outside of the main urban cities, and it was very, very challenging. In fact, I recall having a discussion with one of the executives, the older executives at NIBS in, I think it was 2015. And we had this discussion about all the things we were doing for the industry, our cloud platform, enabling banks process cards and transfers. And the executive had said, if you guys are so good at what you're doing, why are you not doing this for the commercial banks? And I remember specifically he said, because the microfinance banking industry will be dead in the next 12 to 18 months. That was in 2015. Today, almost 10 years to that day, the industry is still waxing strong, and I believe it's because of the resilience of the players, the market, and the Nigerian people as a whole. We've also played a pivotal role in helping that journey. When we started out as a company, I remember we had to deploy internet connectivity ourselves to some of the first set of microfinance banks that we partnered with to ensure they delivered world-class financial services. And since that day, the commitment that we had to the industry and our partners has led us to continue to do more, and we are very, very excited about the opportunity that lies in front of us, because Nigeria is a large country and there's so much to be done. We need to ensure we can include the population. We need to ensure we can empower people with payment services, savings accounts, investment, and very critically, loans. The lack of access to credit is a major hindrance for economic growth in this country, and I believe the microfinance banking industry, based on the intimacy that this sector has with the MSMEs and with the real sector, is best positioned to deliver this value. I assure you that Core as a company is 100% committed to partnering with the industry, to ensuring that we can deliver together innovative solutions that would lead the industry from where it is today to becoming one of the most advanced, technologically advanced in financial services delivery. Part of that conversation, we hope that some of you will be joining us at our annual customer experience event, Nexus, holding on the 20th of November, where we will be showcasing cutting-edge technology in financial services delivery and engaging regulators, industry players, and other partners to see how we can chart a path forward for this industry. We look forward to hosting you there. On that note, I'd like to say thank you very much for your partnership. Congratulations in microfinance industry. We will win. Thank you very much.
So just, as was said by my CEO, while NAMB and the members of the Microfinance Bank in Nigeria are celebrating their 20 years in this industry, we as a company, we are celebrating 15 years powering the microfinance banks in Nigeria. And within these 15 years, we have done a lot to transform microfinance bank in Nigeria. We helped you to digitize faster. Okay. The last one. Last one. So we helped you to digitize faster with our cloud native and secure core banking application. We helped you to engage faster with our instant card issuance and merchant and agency banking. And we help you to collect smarter with our recover. Over the period, this is actually what we have achieved within these 15 years. As a company, we currently have over 600 financial institutions using our solution. We have about 17 commercial banks using various solutions that we provided. We have transactions in millions of dollars, and we have 2 payment service banks using our solution. I know last year when we had this conference, we had only 9 PSB as a payment service bank, but just last month, Glow Money Master just signed up to our platform to use it for transformation that they intended for their payment service bank. Now within these 15 years, if you remember, I know a lot of you here who started these microfinance banks and are still here today. We were the first to introduce cloud core banking application, cloud native core banking application. I remember then it was difficult to convince microfinance banks that banking is going digital. It was very difficult to convince you that you need to use a cloud-based core banking application. It was more about on-prem application. And one thing about our company is if we believe in an innovation, we follow it through, we try to convince you that this is actually where the banking system is going. And at the end of the day, we are here, a lot of core banking applications are now transforming into cloud application. Then in 2020, we introduced correspondent banking application. We enabled the microfinance bank to be able to withdraw money from the branches of commercial bank. It wasn't possible until we did that. Then we also introduced branchless banking application that allowed microfinance banks to open accounts in the field to collect cash from customers in the field without having to come back to the branch banks to, post those transactions. And we introduced card services. We had partnerships with commercial banks, with InterSwitch. We made sure that microfinance banks were able to, issue cards. All these were not available in the industry until we, as a company, started all this before every other person followed. Then in 2024, we established transfers with InterSwitch, and we moved ahead to also connect with NIPS to make it possible that microfinance banks in Nigeria were able to do transfer services. Before then, no microfinance bank in Nigeria were able to do transfers. We made that possible. And we introduced bills payment riding on InterSwitch platform as well in the same 2024. Then in 2025, we introduced USSD banking to accommodate those who don't have internet-enabled phone. And we also started that. Same with internet banking, same with mobile banking. Then in 2026, we migrated to Microsoft Azure. I believe that was when our cost increased. That was when people started crying that our cost has gone high. How do you explain that we should start paying infrastructure fee? That was in 2026. We also were the ones that introduced API banking. We also were the one that introduced API banking, making it possible for banks to integrate other solutions to the core banking, and they talk to the core banking, and the core banking consummate transactions easy, without issues. We introduced that in 2026. Then this year, we are launching a product called Q Store. Just as we have been innovating for you guys, we have also done something to help you. If you look back, you'll see some companies who are not core banking application providers who provide other solutions. What we have done is we have built a marketplace where we make every of their solutions available for all the users of Bank One. So very soon, your login page on Bank One will change. Instead of logging into the normal Bank One, you will have a login page where as soon as you log in, just the way you see Microsoft, as soon as you log in, you see all the services Microsoft provides. Some of them are actually not services from them. Some of them are services from third parties. So we're going to make that possible in our Nexus that is coming up in November. We're going to launch that. So by next year, all your login will change, and you're able to log into QStore, have access to all these solutions that will be beneficial to you as a bank. Our footprint, we started in Nigeria. This is a homegrown core banking solution fused with electronic channels. We started in Nigeria, but today we are proud to tell you that we are in Kenya, Ghana, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and Ghana. If you follow us on LinkedIn, you will see our announcement whenever we make these partnerships. I will tell you that today in Tanzania, the Bank One is actually the major core banking application for the whole Tanzania as country. And we intend to take this solution away from Africa to Europe and other countries. Then quickly, we know our core product, the Bank One solution, which of course is the digital engine that has transformed your transactions. A lot of things that microfinance banks were not able to do before now, we made it possible. We made you digital. The other solution is our Recover. We also pioneered the loan collection, and we have actually gone ahead to make it such that your loans, you will start your loan and end your loan without having to touch paper with Recover. It's full lending automation from loan, beginning of loan to the end of loan. This is one of the solutions that we also made available for you. Then we launched our cluster platform that makes it possible for microfinance bank today to try to aspire to be another money point, issue your own POS terminals. We have actually established a relationship with original equipment manufacturer who manufactures POS for us directly from their company, and will deliver it to you in a very cost-effective way. Then the last but not least is our Prime. Prime is our card instant issuance solution. If you use commercial banks today, if you go to commercial bank branches, most of the platform they use to issue cards that you use today is on Prime. All these banks you see today are using this solution that we're talking about. If you use GT Bank, if you use some of all these banks, if you go there, you'll see kiosks outside the banks where you have to get your debit card without having to walk into the bank. That is our solution, and is available for the microfinance bank from 2026. Now, having said all this that we've been doing before now, are things that we intend to launch today, we are moving to the next generation of our innovation. We have a lot that we have planned for you. We heard your cries last year, I was at the podium and I told you that we were doing something about the costs that you guys were complaining. A lot of banks said their costs went high. We didn't just wake up and increase your costs. What happened is because we were growing and a lot of attacks were coming on us. If you know that if anything happens to us, it will happen to every bank that is on our platform. So what we did was to migrate our solution to a better infrastructure with better security to ensure that we don't go down. That was what happened. That was why your cost increased. That was why you had to bear the infrastructure fee that we introduced. But we listened to you and we have decided to do something about it. We are currently remodeling our Bank One system. Why are we remodeling our Bank One system? It's just to prepare for the future. Everybody hear about AI. I don't think a lot of people have actually reasoned how this AI and what role the AI will play in our banking system. But as usual, as we always do, we always think ahead.
Patrick, let's give Patrick a round of applause. It will still be on the platform here. It will still partake in the, Abzone will still partake in the panel. So every other thing you have not been able to say will accommodate during Patrick. Today is loaded. Can we have interswitch, please? Are we ready? Are we ready now? Not yet. So let's have interswitch, please. Patrick, we are going to continue during the panel discussion. And two, we encourage our member banks to visit the booth for Abzone 2 so that any other information that you want to know about the software or core banking application, we can get them at the booth. Thank you. Patrick, we appreciate your presentation. Thank you. Who is speaking for interswitch? I am, sir. Okay. Please, you have attention. We have been longing to hear from you since yesterday. So let's have you. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Quickly, I would like to appreciate
nobody likes to wait.
Past president and the ESCO of this prestigious platform, which is the National Association of Microfinance Bank. Thank you for the partnership with InterSwitch over the years. Looking at the limited time that we have, we would roll out quick video, all right, to showcase a few of our products, then I'll wrap up. Thank you, as you pay attention.
Enterprises that send millions of messages daily. Our solution guarantees high throughput, fault tolerance, and seamless integration into your existing system. And guess what? We've got you covered with 24/7 free support and 99.8 platform uptime, whether you're sending locally or internationally. With InterSwitch messaging services, your messaging just got smarter, faster, and more reliable.
Want to reach millions of mobile users instantly? Then you need USSD. When customers need to access your services, they do not want delays. They want speed, comfort, simplicity, and a service that just works. With the InterSwitch USSD Gateway, we bridge the gap between your mobile users and your business, delivering high-speed, real-time communication anytime, anywhere. With our high processing speed and our seamless integration to mobile network providers with 100% end-to-end security, we can ensure your smooth, secure, and uninterrupted services. Do you need a USSD code? We handle that as well, from acquisition to hosting and full implementation and integration to your mobile network providers, so you can focus on growing your own business. And there's more. Our offline banking services leverages on our USSD infrastructure, allowing your mobile app to function seamlessly without internet data, ensuring uninterrupted access for your users. So what are you waiting for? Come on board our platform.
Agency banking as a service. As a financial institution, scaling into super agency banking should be an exciting growth opportunity, but too often it feels out of reach. Why? because it usually demands huge capital investments, complex systems like agents and terminal management platforms, server maintenance, top-tier security, and direct switch integration. For many operators, the barriers are simply just too high. That's why we created InterSwitch Agency Banking as a service. We've built the full technical backbone ready to use from day one. From agent management to terminal management, security, and switch connectivity, it's all taken care of. It's a plug-and-play solution. No capital drain on building and maintaining infrastructure. No need for heavy tech expertise in-house. Simply onboard your agents and terminals and start operating at scale. The ultimate benefit? We democratize agency banking. What used to be a capital-intensive, tech-heavy venture is now an operational business opportunity. With InterSwitch Agency Banking as a service, super agents can focus on growth, financial inclusion, and customer service, while we power the engine behind the scenes.
A customer walks into a bank hoping to get a new card. Come back in a few days, they are told. Days turns into a week. The customer is stuck in limbo while the bank juggles vendors, processes, and delays. What if card issuance could be instant, completely in your control? Introducing InterSwitch Card Fusion Platform, the all-in-one web-based solution that lets banks issue, personalize, and activate cards in minutes. No bottlenecks, no inefficiencies, just smooth, secure, instant, right from the branch. With one centralized platform, banks gain complete oversight of the entire card issuance process, reducing waste, cutting costs, and boosting customer satisfaction. More efficiency, more revenue, more transactions. Because when banking moves faster, businesses grow stronger.
Not every fintech can issue cards. Until now, your customers need more than just wallets. They need cards that work everywhere, online, at ATMs and in stores. But building the infrastructure can be difficult. Now, with our fintech card issuance solution, you can issue and manage cards without heavy investment, while we handle the back end. With our platform, you get full control. You're able to link accounts, manage PINs, block and unblock cards, all through seamless API integration. And when it comes to settlements, we make it simple. Transactions are reconciled daily, ensuring funds move exactly where they should. With full transparency, disputes, no stress. Our self-service dispute platform, Abita, keeps things in check so you can focus on growth while we handle the details. It is the future of card issuance, built for fintechs like yours.
InterSwitch Lending Service, ILS salary loans for institutions. Imagine this, it's mid-month. Ada, a hard-working salary earner, faces an unexpected expenses. Instead of panicking or turning to loan sharks, she simply logs into a QuickTeller platform, requests for a loan, and funds are credited straight into her salary account. That is the power of ILS salary loans. We make it easy for companies to give their employees access to safe, structured, and affordable credits, so no staff is trapped in debt cycles that could embarrass them or the company. Here's how it works. Companies partner with InterSwitch through their HR or payroll provider. Employees are whitelisted on our lending platform. Employees request for loan, review offers from salary loan providers, and accept terms that suit them. Funds are disbursed directly into their bank accounts. Repayment are seamlessly handled either through automatic deductions from employees' bank accounts or via direct refund by staff through pay with transfer. The result? Employees have quick loan access to handle emergencies, invest in their dreams, or simply breathe easier before payday. Companies in turn demonstrate that they are committed to their people's success by providing real financial empowerment. InterSwitch Lending Service is a platform for your staff to ease their financial stress, backed by you and powered by InterSwitch.
see it move. We see it move swiftly, securely, intelligently. But by itself, money has no meaning. Until ingenuity turns it into solutions. Compassion turns it into a gift. And curiosity into innovation. With it, passion and dreams build incredible things. Belief builds impossibilities, even the future itself. Connection reminds us how to be human, how to stay human. At InterSwitch, we don't just move money, we keep people moving, so that when it matters the most, you don't lose out on the moments. InterSwitch, never stop.
Thank you. At InterSwitch, we never stop. My name is Innocent Itobore, and I am the Vice President responsible for InterSwitch Digital Lending and Data Services. And I would not want to take too much of our time because the presentation or the clips pretty much has touched on the salient point about the different products, suite of products that we have been supporting the digital economy with over time. But it is important to also re-echo the vision of InterSwitch. For us, making African work is not just about transacting, making money. It's about delivering an Africa that is truly prosperous. And one of the key ways to deliver that is from a true collaboration. Like we always say, collaboration has become the application, the binding force that moves the African market. And this can truly happen when we have each and every one of you truly are available for us to, tweak most of this product to serve your use cases. Most of the microfinance bank here, most of the tech companies that are also here, there's an opportunity for everyone. InterSwitch is an enabler. We commenced this journey over 2 decades ago, and today see where we are. From different products which speak to your front-end processor, to the InterSwitch banking as a service called software, banking as a service that today supports microfinance bank at different levels. We want to be able to scale this and truly make it work for your local market, as we have displayed. We have the Embers, which also speak to your core banking as a microfinance bank. The one that really touched me the most, that I feel we've made significant impact, is the agency banking. I mean, once upon a time, banking was a premium service to a few. But today, we've been able to bring banking to your local market, where the local woman can also, local trader can enjoy financial services. Very importantly, you play in a market where you have lots of traders, you have lots of merchants. InterSwitch has a platform that can give visibility to these merchants, guarantee same-day settlement, and very importantly, is how do you also help this merchant grow? And that's where the InterSwitch lending services comes in. We touched on the lending to consumer to salary earners. There are a whole lot we can derive from that particular service. One, you are not only lending to employees of corporate. Most of this microfinance bank that we have seated here today, you function in different local markets and states. We'd like to work with you to take up your state and make you the core bank that lends to the civil servants in those states. A collaboration that would unlock potential and increase access to financing for consumers, for civil servants, public servants in your space. We can take you a step further to also look at the merchant space, the trader. How can we use our technology asset to support you to be able to lend to merchants in your local market, leveraging the agency banking route, leveraging the USSD channel that was earlier touched on, to make sure you win in that market and truly deliver a prosperous outcome. What is also quite important is if you look at your local market, from the agriculture to the people empowerment scheme that you have, it is also important you begin to work with us for us to create a solution that can help you begin to finance purchase. We call it the buy now, pay later. The guy that drives keke in your locality, the association that wants to empower the women, how are you able to lend to them in an automated, structured, and safe way? And just so you know, part of the comfort we bring in is the fact that we have robust fraud management, solutions that help manage transactions on our platform. We have the privilege of being on this platform, one of the first and major enablers, and we can beat our chest to this. But we can truly serve the African market, your local market, when we work together, help us fine-tune the product to work for you, the way we've designed it, right? Touching on card fusion, today Verve has over 90 million cards issued. I think we should clap, right? Over 90 million cards issued. That means that we're supporting payment in your local market. So we touch on card fusion. If you're a fintech, a microfinance bank, we can enable that functionality for you where you can begin to issue card from Verve to MasterCard. All we need is we have our team at the back. We are happy to listen to you and help you land this for your market. Then I'd like to wrap up with one big opportunity, which is the cross-border payment. I looked at the Nigerian market, especially the Eastern market generally Nigeria. We could become as big as the China market if we learn to position things. And what we have realized, there is need for us to interconnect the African market, which is why InterSwitch is once again taking the lead in driving cross-border payments. What does that mean? A trader in Akwa Ibom, right, can initiate transactions where we accept your local currency and we terminate the currency of the seller. For instance, he wants to buy kente or special fabric from Ghana. You don't need to travel to Ghana no more. All you need is be on the InterSwitch platform where you use Naira to pay, and we would pay the buyer in their local currency, and vice versa, because we have a lot that other markets also need. Now, for us to land this and design it to work for you, there is need for us to work together. So by this, I'm saying the National Association of Microfinance Bank, you are a strategic vehicle in driving financial inclusion. InterSwitch, our goal is to deliver a prosperous Africa, and it starts with the Nigerian market. It is important that we sit on the round table. All the tech companies that are here, a number of you were already supporting. I'm saying we can do more. We are not competing, we are collaborating to understand that the African prosperity lies with us, and the only way we can win is that we have laid the platform, we have made the investment. We are, your partner all the way. But we need you to be involved for us to really make this happen. And we're also committing that for the National Association of Microfinance Bank, InterSwitch is 100% committed to ensuring that we truly win in this market. When I say we, I mean all of us. So I would like to wrap up at this point. Please, should you have any concern, being an existing customer on the InterSwitch platform, being a new customer, please, we'll be at the back. We're happy to work with you, begin to assign people to work with your institution and ensure the value we promise is delivered. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Innocent. I'd like to quickly talk on two products that we know is the bedrock of all we are doing in here. You have core banking application for your banking operations. That's where you open accounts and you do all the operations in the bank. But for you to scale digitally, you need to be connected to the switch. There are 21 switching companies in Nigeria, but you probably will not be hearing their names. Why? Because InterSwitch has built trust with all financial institutions in the last 24 years. And I think InterSwitch deserves a round of applause. But for you to scale in deploying digital solution, you need to integrate your core banking application to the switch. You need to be connected to the switch. And your connection to the switch has to be secure enough in order for you to protect your assets and liability. And that is where our interswitch fraud solution come into play. We have a fraud monitoring tool. I've heard the different speakers since day before yesterday. They were mentioning the fact that we need to protect you. And so if you are scaling to the digital platform or the digital ecosystem, you also need system that will protect what you are doing. So you can talk to us about our fraud solution, and we'll help you provide solution that is scalable and that will help you to prevent the bad actors who are always ingenious in deploying things that will attack your profitability. So speak to us at the back. We'll provide you with all the necessary information that will help you to scale in the digital space. Thank you so much.
Thank you, InterSwitch. Thank you, Core. We'll still have time to take some of our sponsors. Like I said earlier, they have their booths. Please visit their booths and interact with them. I'm sure there's one bank all of us want to listen to. They've been on the streets. They've been on every local government within Nigeria now. And I'm sure we want to hear them for the next 20 minutes. It's my pleasure to invite the rep of the MD of MoneyPoint Microfinance Bank, Mr. Batunde Olofin, to speak to us on the topic, impact of microfinance banking on poverty reduction in Nigeria, making news right. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to stand on already set protocols. BOT members of National Association of Microfinance Banks, Eddie, great job. Our regulators in the room, Central Bank of Nigeria, NDIC. It's a great pleasure to be here. I bring profound greetings from the Managing Director of MoneyPoint Microfinance Bank, Mr. Babatunde Olofin, who is indisposed but has asked me to extend his profound and warm felicitations with everyone in the room. I also bring greetings from the founder and Group Chief Executive Officer of MoneyPoint Incorporated, in the person of Mr. Tosin Eniolorunda, who's also asked me personally to extend his warm felicitations to everyone. Congratulations to us all as we celebrate microfinance banking in Nigeria over the last 20 years. I have 3 videos I want to play that highlight the scale, that highlight the sheer impact that MoneyPoint has made. When we say that MoneyPoint today is the only indigenous Nigerian financial services technology company that has got local spread and really, really impacting the lives of people, these videos speak to the fact. Shall we? Thank you.
Ló ti bẹ́ẹ̀ tó hàn bíi mẹ́wàá tó ti tàrí kí a wà. Mo bá lọ́wọ́ àwọn òbí mi torí iṣẹ́ oúnjẹ ni màmá mi ṣe. Èmi ni Alájà Better Life, Bukati.
So ìbá ní Ṣìkálí 25 years.
Iṣẹ́ oúnjẹ ni ìyá bàbá mi ṣe. Àwọn àbúrò mi náà tí wọ́n ta oúnjẹ tí wọ́n rí pé iṣẹ́ yìí àwọn fẹ́ ṣe nínú àwa tá a jọ ṣe yẹn. Ó dàbí ẹni pé àwa bíi mẹ́ta la kù níbẹ̀ lórí ibi tó dé fẹ́ kọ́ ọmọ mi kó bá iṣẹ́ yìí bẹ́ẹ̀. Káwọn èèyàn sì máa rí kí wọ́n mọ̀ sọ pé iṣẹ́ oúnjẹ kò iṣẹ́ tí ò lè gbé èèyàn.
Ọ̀tọ̀ ni pé kí nǹkan wú èèyàn, ọ̀tọ̀ ni pé kí kéèyàn kan máa ní choice pé jẹ́ kan ṣàṣiṣẹ́ kan bọ̀ ilé nǹkan tó wù mí látọkàn láti ṣe torí nǹkan tí mo kà ń school nìyẹn, food science and technology machines.
Méyàn kàwé kó ti iṣẹ́ kó ti lówó lọ́wọ́ ni àwa tá a kàwé àwa náà rí nǹkan gbé ṣe inú ayé àdúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run.
MoneyPoint jẹ́ #1 POS tó ṣe pé tó bá ní issue any challenge tá bá ní wọ́n máa ń tètè rectify ẹ̀ ní online nígbà tó sí challenge kò sí nǹkan tí ò ní challenge torí pé technology ni so ó máa ń tètè rectify ó ní group kan tán sílẹ̀ tó bá ní issue fast wọ́n á tètè dẹ̀ lò so tó bá ṣe anything àbí any mistake àbí anything ọkàn wa balẹ̀ pé yes wọ́n máa tètè online banking ní o bọ̀ kò ní kó ṣe lọ bank pé o ṣe ń darẹ̀ láàmú.
Yesterday I
I get small, so I gain 2,000. Just small fish now, so 2,000 now sell am. Now when the market move, sometimes I will get reach 10,000, 15,000, 7,000. I don't even gain fish reach 40,000. I go St. Peter Primary School in Akwa here. Then my secondary school, I go to SS2. I won't get belly, I can't drop out from the school. Once I know some of my belly people don't notice I don't get I can't come from the school. That was with my parents. Then I manage. That's when we belly and try to bring money, but at least money made a reach, made a big one. They manage like that. So they are come born. Things come days, somehow come day difficult somehow. Nothing to do. So many times I will collect things, goods from people, go sell, come refund the money. They address cassava for people, then they pay us. We use that when we use a feed. Normally we need a bag, we use that when they feed. But my gain made a big, but I still manage them at least. Fees and they buy something for me and my daughter. Working the kill fish, I won't buy fish. So because I don't get cash to pay, so they will sell for me. Come look, and people they buy, they will say the price no good, so they short. So I say if I buy, I will short. Now I say no, now I will borrow money, make I try and come go borrow money from one of my neighbor. My first asked me, should I go feed you this thing? I said I will try, I will learn. She can't give me. Come go buy everything, come go give person, come give them for me, I can't pay. Then I can't ask the man, because I will use banga and kule. I say, oh, where I go get money, come buy this thing. Don't let me talk. I come meet my husband, the father of my baby, come meet him. I said that money won't give us to carry shop now. Give me that money first, man, you and try. Say the wish of will carry shop. I said, just give me like that. Just give me the 2,000 we won't give us for feed the first. Come carry. Come say this trap I will set her. Come pray for the trap. I come put one seed of the kuli. Put small banga inside. Come soak her. After that 10 baskets, only 2 seed of fish. Small ones, 2. I just use and carry 2 plus. But I will still try them again. Come carry money. Come go market. Come buy kuli, come buy banga again. So the next thing I go to go check, come go check my own gura again. I come kill one big tele. Out of the tele, one fish was big. When I come, I sell the fish 15,000. I dey very happy. I dey happy because I don't even expect them. I see carry me go market and I see buy kuli. I come start to buy custard, come share put inside. Like me now, because of the way we say as na me dey kill am and I dey buy the mix, my fish dey very cheap because I dey see am in the way we say when you buy from me, you wey dey sell say you go get profit. So my customers are plenty and the fish no dey reach them. So when my fish don come like this, they dey drag me, they dey pay me in cash. Then some people dey do transfer from there I come start to dey put account. That account I come dey meet up. And that place I come dey save money. Like tell them now. My children now to eat now, maybe if you say maybe I don't get money, maybe I don't get money to buy clothes, but this normal food for children to eat. Right now I don't get 3 children. Maybe I now make the river as the river bad now. Maybe 2 go so sometimes 1 week that's how we check. Now you fish
Here in Onitsha, it's just business. Money Point has been very, very helpful. It has actually boosted our sales. My name is Nwachukwu Isaac, and apart from the fact that I do sell stockfish, there are so many sides to me. I graduated with a 4.81 CGPA from Enugu State University of Science and Technology, where I studied agriculture, economics, and extension. Other than this, I am a communications coach, I am an academic researcher, a writer, and I also run a pageant blog on IG called Pageant Analyst. My story is quite inspiring because I started doing this business with my mom when I finished my common entrance in primary 5. So since then, I've been part and parcel of the business till she passed on, and I've continued with the business. My mom is the most resilient woman I've ever known because according to me, she has shown strong power, strong ability even in disability. In February 2013, one of her legs was amputated as a result of the diabetes she suffered. Since 2013, till 2022 she passed on. She had been handling this business and she has been quite successful. She trained myself and my 4 other brothers with this business, and that is why I am continuing that legacy, hoping that I will pass the baton to my younger brother before I pursue my future academic desires. The stockfish business is actually a very lucrative one. I was fortunate enough to have gone through school through this business, and that is why I'm continuing the business, hoping that my brother, that's our last son, actually holds on to this. Here in Onitsha, it's just business. Money Point has been very, very helpful in boosting this particular business because since November 2024, I started using Money Point till now. It has actually boosted our sales, so I've not had any reason to complain. During that cashless policy in 2023, so many of our customers have actually absconded with our money. They'll give you fake transaction receipts, and it actually affected this business. This actually became more serious during festive periods because our business, we record higher sales during festive periods. November 2024, I decided to do something about it, and that's how Money Points came into the picture. So with your ATM, you can just slot in into the Money Points POS and just pay.
Ladies and gentlemen, these 3 stories that we've shared with you paint the vivid picture of what the average Nigerian goes through. We've been asked to speak. We've been asked to speak about how we can use microfinance banking to positively impact on poverty reduction. It's not my intention to say a lot of things because I do hope that these videos have spoken to the actual crux of the matter, and I hope that because pictures say more than 1,000 words, all right, I'll be remiss if I went on, but I'd just like to touch on three quick things, all right, just so that we better understand. And these will be examples that we have taken from the Money Point story and the operations and how we have gone around, just trying to help people live better livelihoods. I mean, if there's nothing you're going to take away from my presentation at this conference, please remember 2 things, that at Money Point, we are made for your progress. And the reason our business started was because Tosi and Felix said, look, we want every Nigerian to have a sense of financial happiness, all right? We want every Nigerian to go out and come back every day with a sense of, being able to live fulfilled lives. And we understand the role that money plays, all right? We understand the role that financial transactions play. And so every naira that gets into the hand, as you've seen from this video, every naira that gets into the hands of an entrepreneur, a lady who is catering for her family all by herself, every money that gets into her hand is not just a loan, all right? As bankers, we need to recognize that it is a lever for transformation. As you saw in UTV's story, we are actually able to use the services that we provide to small businesses, to families and individuals. They're able to use these tools as a catalyst for subsistence, survival, and success. Subsistence, survival, and success, which is why we need to take our roles and our jobs as microfinance bankers a lot more serious with the heft and the criticality that it deserves. So as I said, I'd just like to touch on 3 quick things. And I'd like to urge everyone around the room, please, we just released an informal economy report. A lot of us as microfinance bankers cater to the informal economy. Please and please, I urge you to go to the informaleconomy.moneypoint.com. You would find a whole groundswell of data that you can use to do business. At MoneyPoint, we believe in collaboration, which is why we've looked into our data points and we have come out with that report that helps everybody. So whether you're a policymaker, whether you're a banker, whether you're an operator, whether you're an investor, there's something for you in that report that you can work with. So I'd like to urge everyone in this room to please go and download a copy of that report and study it. Please rest assured that that report, when we come back next year for the conference, 100% guarantee you will come back and tell me, because by God's grace I'll be here next year, you will come back and tell me that that report was actually very valuable. All right? That report tells us that today, 42% of those in the informal sector lack access to savings. All right? We also see that women are pretty underserved in the informal sector. And about 80% of these informal operators as well, have not taken any loan. And that's understandable because a lot of commercial bankers do not see them. All right? But what we've then done at MoneyPoint is to then use their transaction history as a basis to provide credit. And ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that it works. All right? When we deploy the right technology, we'll be able to serve much more people on a larger scale. And so the first point that needs to be made is that, look, we need to deepen digital financial inclusion. All right? Please, a lot of the speakers have touched on this. My fellow microfinance bankers, we need to deepen digital financial inclusion. I've also touched on credit access. There is nothing as powerful as providing credit access for the underserved. Firsthand, we've seen it, how they are able to take the little credit that you provide, all right, and triple and quadruple those sums and create value for themselves, for the business they run, and the families that are dependent on those businesses. Please remember that for every entrepreneur you serve, you have at least 4 families that are attached to the entrepreneur. You can then calculate the multiplier effect of serving over 1 million entrepreneurs, the families that are attached to them. That is humongous value. The third point I'd like to touch on before I hand over the baton is we also need to provide business tools, all right? Which is why our holding company, MoneyPoint Incorporated, today is coming to market with a tool called MoneyBook. And MoneyBook is a simple solution that allows businesses do inventory management simple. All right, so today when you go to a big store, you get to pay for your goods, and then you go to the cashier, and so you go home with 2 receipts. But with MoneyBook, all of that is simplified, and it's designed for the mom and pop shops, the canteens, the restaurants. We want to be able to empower them to know when the stock is finishing, to know when they need to replenish. Friends and colleagues, these tools are actually critical enablers of better lives for businesses. So I've touched on digital inclusion, I've touched on access to credit, and I've also touched on providing business tools. All right? I think the last point I would like to make is that we need to come to this. If we're going to be able to solve the problem of poverty reduction, we need to adopt an ecosystem approach. All right? No one person can win in the market. Let's forget it. No one person can win in the market. We've got to come at it with an ecosystem mindset, and that's what we practice. All right? We need to build the power of the collective to deepen value. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate everyone in the room once again, and I say that the next 10 years will be prosperous if we all stand as strong, united, and collaborative to deepen poverty reduction for Nigerians. Thank you for listening, and God bless you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Awala, yes, you have done justice to the topic. Please give Awala a strong round of applause.
Thank you very much.
You know, they are really money points. Even in my village, where there is no light, we are using lantern, there is money point there. Don't mind me, we have land, we have light, oh, so that you don't say I come from a village. Please, we appreciate money point, we appreciate OP. Money point, OP combined. Their sponsorship for this conference is really, really immense. Let's give him a round of applause. I hope you will join us for the dinner tonight because we want to present our appreciation for OPay and Money Point sponsorship. We'll do that at the dinner tonight. So we look forward to seeing you. Thank you. Thank you. We are gradually planning to go into the panel session. We look forward to it. All those fintech guys, we call them fintech guys. Virtually every time on our platform. Do you have a microfinance bank license to sell? Who has a clinical microfinance banking to sell? It's like every second now. Is that not? It's those fintech guys. You'll be seeing them today. Some of them, we are bringing them. They'll be able to talk to us. But as we prepare for the fintech guys, let's take just 5 minutes. I'm a good timekeeper for 2 more sponsors. We have given our words that they will speak and they will introduce their company to us. And we have to respect our word. Please pardon us for bringing sponsors. With or without them, without them, we will not have this colorful event. Their sponsorship, we appreciate that so much. So please, let's put our hands together again for our sponsors combined. Our sponsors. We thank you, we thank you, we thank you. We thank you. Yes. Let's take Mr. Adekunle, and after which we take Mr. Oloniniyi. Immediately after we take Mr. Oloniniyi. So Mr. Adekunle is representing group. The company is group. In 5 minutes, he will tell us all about group, and he will also introduce us to where his booth is, so that we can see him immediately after his presentation. Mr. Adekunle, you have attention.
Good morning, everyone. Please permit me to stand on existing protocols. My name is Adekunle Amobowale. I lead the sales team at Group. I'm not going to take too much of your time. Hopefully, I don't spend up to the 5 minutes, because what we are actually selling is what I'm very sure that most of us here need. And I'm very glad, I don't know, perhaps the organizers of this conference, they prayed and fasted and did all of those things to come up with this topic. Microfinance banking, bridging the past, empowering a sustainable future for economic development. Now, we all know biology, simple. We say, if you don't adapt, what happens? We die. It's as simple as that. So, what we have brought to you today is a platform, white labeled solution. So, we are in the background, running the engines, the machinations and everything, background in the back end, where you, customer facing, your customers, in this case, they could be agents or merchants. They come, it is you in particular, the bank, that they see, not us. So, with this solution, agency banking solution, merchant collection solutions, you are able to scale, dig deep, spread your tentacles as much as you can, of course, according to CBN compliance and all, right? Tier 1 microfinance banks, the kind of banks, your reaches and all of those things. So, seamless acquiring, effortless growth, we power everything from the back end. And like I said, the cool thing about it is that it is white labeled to your bank. So, yesterday, Dr. David Grace, if I remember him correctly, his name, from World Bank, he said, we all have the potential as microfinance banks, we have the potentials to hit those solid points, to expand our ledger balances at the end of the year. But why are we not tapping into these solutions? It is because perhaps we are afraid of innovation, we are afraid of technology. People are usually afraid of what they do not understand. So, I'm not going to spend up to a minute here again. I'm going to move. That is our stand. Your POS solutions, for agency banking, merchant collection, we are the answers to your questions. So, that's our stand. My name is Adekunle. My colleague, Tommy Taylor, she's also there. We have some gifts for you. Please come, inquire more, and I really hope that we are going to be partners after now. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello, good morning all. Good morning. Good morning once again. Now I can hear you. Okay, as we wait for you, you are supposed to be the next speaker. He's waiting for the MC to come. Well, I'm the MC now. So, okay, you can please go ahead. Thank you. The necessary introductions have been made. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon. We just crossed to the afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it's already 12:01. Very good. Thank you. I want to say once again, congratulations to all the current and past leadership of National Association of Microfinance Banks. Hello. Okay. Good afternoon once again, and congratulations to all the leadership of NAMB. My name is Dr. Tokpe Oloniniyi. I'm representing 3 institutions as I stand here today, namely MIP Insurance Brokers, where I serve as the CEO, Agimatics, which is an international company based in Canada, but with a lot of network in Nigeria. It's a technology company. Samuel should have been able to join us, one of their staff in Nigeria, but he's not here now. And right at my left, the representative of the third company, Leadway Assurance, which is a household name. I have Mfon Ekop, the branch manager in Uyo here. Now, I'm talking for very few minutes on cyber insurance cover for Microfinance Bank. But before I do that, let me take less than a minute to just say 1 or 2 things about my humble self. In the past 3 decades, that captures my career, it has centered around microfinance, insurance, and consulting. I have a lot of deep and passion about micro-insurance. In 2001, I was inspired to put something very little together that was just supposed to be doing something like a susu collection, through the grace of God, I was able to get my partner, as a as a co-founder, and together we started this little institution. It became a community bank in 2005, and 2007, it transformed to a microfinance bank. Between 2007 and now, the shareholders' fund of 20 million grew to over 2 billion without any other further capital injection. That is over 100 times growth, That is because of the kind of heart and commitment. And one of the things I've done over the year is to always look out for opportunities where I can support microfinance, business, microfinance penetration in Nigeria. In 2009, I remember I was introduced to a man called Joe Femi Dagunro. Joe Femi Dagunro then was the president of Nigeria German Chamber of Commerce, and we got talking, and he has this link with a man called Togul, who is the president, global president of Oeko Credit International. And we were able to, in my office, we developed a feasibility study for, Oeko Credit to come to Nigeria. And eventually it was approved. Oeko Credit came to Nigeria, in about 2009. And between then and now, Oeko Credit has disbursed more than $100 million to Microfinance Bank in Nigeria. I've supported Microfinance Bank in training, in consulting, in networking, in funding, and different areas. Now, one of the network I was able to come across recently, as a MD of an insurance broking firm, I actually do a lot for a couple of microfinance banks in Nigeria. And one of the CEO of this microfinance bank that is in this meeting today, for a long time was asking me, Tope, come and put something together for cyber insurance. We want to be protected. I did my best. I said, this product is not yet in Nigeria. It's not common. I contacted, luckily, one of the company that gave me a little hope then was Leadway Insurance. And after a lot of back and forth, what they gave me was denominated in dollars. And I said, look, my client will not be able to go into this. I spoke to the microfinance bank. They were still interested. We look at everything. When I look at the cover, it was not properly put together. I said, look, along the line, I was able to come across another another great Nigerian in diaspora. His name is Mr. Adekunle Ajiboye. And I discovered that this man is all that I needed, to put something together that will be able to start something better in Nigeria. Now, can I have the next slide? Okay, so can I have the slide before this, please? I'm just going to run through it. Now, if you look at this, you will see that cyber attack is something that is very big in Nigeria. This is a snapshot from a publication in 2024, just a year ago, telling us that Nigerian bank recorded over 18,000 attacks monthly of cyber attack. The next slide, please. Now, if you look at this record, you will also see this bank customer lost up to 59.3 billion between 2019 and 2023. Next slide. Now, about MIP insurance brokers, I've talked about myself a bit. I'm the MD of the company. We are one of the companies that was able to put up a digital insurtech product online, mipsecure.com. If you take your phone now and check mipsecure.com, you will see a digital insurance product that from the beginning to the end, is digital. We also introduced a lot of policies. One of our policies that was very unique in the market is a product whereby we protect your loan, but we do it in such a way that even when your customers suffer a loss, what you'll be able to get will not only be enough to pay down the unpaid loan, but there will be something a little extra, even for the customer, after paying down the loan. To do that, we need to invent some clauses that are not even in the market and, convince underwriter to accept it. Some of those clauses, they are not anywhere, they are not in textbook, they are not anywhere, but we were able to convince it and push them through. Because I have a serious understanding of microfinance, and one of the first 30 consultants trained by Central Bank of Nigeria in 2009, when a professor was brought from Philippines to come and train the trainer for some selected consultants, that is going to help and support development of microfinance bank. Now, can I see the next slide, please? Now, Agimatics is this company that I'm talking about. The MD of Agimatics is Mr. Adekunle Ajiboye. He is, a technologist, and he's very strong. He has served, he has strong competencies in e-health, e-businesses, e-commerce, and e-securities. He has a lot of clientele over North America, both in Canada and in America, and emerging markets. And the company has a very strong presence in Nigeria. Can I have the next slide? Now, Leadway Assurance is an household name. Everybody knows they are a foremost insurance company, that are working together with us. They have 24 branches. Next slide, please. Now, this cyber insurance, I want to say categorically that we are already putting something together and we have gone very far with it. Currently, We already have a sketch of how it's going to look like. The first party cover, the third party cover, the underwriting. We have some underwriters already listed up, not only Leadway. We have 4 others that are there. We are working on the pricings and the claim process. Just 2 more slides and I'll be out of here. Now, the first party we cover data restoration costs, cyber extortion payment, notification of costs, credit monitoring, digital forensic investigation, legal expenses. The next third-party cover will include networking, security liabilities, regulatory fines, errors and omission, payment card industry fine, defense cost, and media liability. Now, I want to say we also have reinsurers that are already backing us up. It includes African Re and Continental Re. Can I have the last slide? The second. Okay. Agimatic in Nigeria has been very much on ground. They have been working with Nikon. They are consultant to Nikon. By the grace of God, by November, Nikon guideline on cyber insurance will be published. Everything is just being cross-checked before publication. Now, they have worked with NIA. They have worked with NetOps, which is Pension Fund Association. I'm still on the last one. I don't need this slide again. So they are working with NCRIB, NIA, all the, yes, thank you very much, CIIN, and last, about 2 weeks ago, we selected a few microfinance banks. We put something together as a test, and we are going to do another consultative forum for stakeholders. If you want to be a part of it, you can contact us so that we are going to put forward what the policy wordings will look like, discuss, so that by the time we put it into the market, we already have some microfinance bank that we have already discussed with. We have also built in their view into what we are putting together, and that is just the last slide is just contact. Can I see the last slide? That is Mr. Ajiboye there for you. It was 2017, he was given an award by the Parliament of Canada, for being a nation builder in Canada. Please, you can find out more about him. He's a software engineer, and he has a lot of interest, a lot of skills. He has also a number of staff in Nigeria now. So this is what we are putting together. My humble self, MIP Insurance Brokers, and in all my time and knowledge about consulting, I'm always interested in doing anything that I can do to support microcredit. I don't know, maybe because my mother is a trader, I just have passion, for supporting small businesses and consulting as well. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you very much, Nam. Thank you, I appreciate you.
Let's also say thank you, Mr. Lolini. We appreciate you for the support and for your sponsorship. Thank you. We'll now be going gradually into the panel discussion. Thank you. How do we as MFB move from being an analog to digital? That is a plan. What are the opportunities in applying IT and fintech into our operations and the threats? To moderate this session is Mr. Yusuf Habib. He's the MD of MPF Microfinance Bank. Mr. Habib, welcome you to the podium. To join Mr. Habib, we have 6 experts, core experts in fintech vis-a-vis microfinance banking. Mr. Anthony Amodu is a lead panelist. Mr. Amodu, please. Is Mr. Amodu in the hall? Okay. Is Eddie in the hall? Okay. If Eddie comes, maybe you can help us to call Mr. Amodu. That is time for his for the panel discussion. We also have Core, Abzone. Core is supposed to also be part of this panel. You call Core, he will not answer. And he will now be putting you under pressure. Core, where are you? Patrick, We'll not start without you. Please, let's ask Abzone to join us. Fintelia. Fintelia. Is Fintelia here? Yeah, please come, sir. You are welcome here to the platform, sir. Fintelia. We appreciate you for your sponsorship too. I know we see who you. We'll give you that attention. Of course. Andy, we'll allow you to bring the water and the tea. Please, let's have Andy of Blue Ridge. Blue Ridge is OP, also to the platform. You can see that we are going into fintech now. Patrick is here. We can start. You know, I have personal interest in Abzone. Because without Abzone, there would not be rich way. Don't mind me. That's why every time I want to see them talk. Welcome to the platform again. Of course, the CWG group. Where is Mr. Folabi? CWG is we used to call them Computer Warehouse Group. But later, we are calling them CWG. Most of us know Finaco. About 75% of commercial banks in Nigeria, they are on Finaco. CWG, Power, Finaco in Nigeria. And why should you give him a round of applause? I will tell you. Folabi, CWG, they are lead sponsor. And they will not complain that you have not even called them. And that you have not even give them their booth on time. They will just be looking. We appreciate your patience with us. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Along with Abzone, they've been supporting us over the years. There's no program that we invite them both in Lagos and at the national level that they should not come up to support us. CWG, we appreciate you for this age-long relationship. Of course, the man that said he's not going to be giving money to us is creating they are bringing up a product that will be interbank placement for the microfinance sector, and that is United Capital. Do you have United Capital representative here? United Capital. Okay. So, Mr. Habib, you have our attention. We are eagerly looking forward to this session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This panel, as you have been rightly informed, is going to be looking at digitalization in microfinance bank, the opportunities and the threats. And I'm sure the selection of these panelists is not a mistake. We have those that are very...
Alaji, please, pardon me. There is a strong omission. Please pardon me. If I do not call the person who is coming in now, most of our transfers will not go again. And that is InterSwitch. Sir, please let's give them a round of applause. They have also supported this program. Pardon me for that omission, please. And you have the mic.
Thank you. Thank you. So, a lot have been said about digitalization. In fact, that word has become a household word. I don't think there is any business gathering here in Nigeria today that you have a discussion and digitalization will not be the focal point of that discussion. Without wasting much of our time, I would just like to throw my first question to the Mr. Simon? Sir? Okay, Mr. Samuel. Digitalization, what is it all about? Can you just break it down to us? Let's have an understanding of that word, what it entails. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Simply put, digitalization is transforming processes and operations from the manual way of doing it to the automated way of doing it. That is simply what digitalization is. So a typical example is if your processes are paper bound, then those things can be transferred into digital formats, which will also has a lot of benefits. That's a simple definition of digitalization.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel. Now, haven't told us what digitalization simply means. What, in your own opinion, how would you describe the position of MFBs in terms of having come far in this digitalization journey?
I think the microfinance banking sector is doing considerably well in terms of moving operations from manual to, in terms of digitizing their operations. And we can thank the companies that have also made sure that that happened, the early innovators. A lot of manual bound or microfinance banks that have been using manual operations in the past. Now, these days, a lot of the operations have been digitized. I do not think, and I know for sure that it is not 100% yet. We still have some banks that are still using manual processes. We've also migrated some of those banks from, we've helped them transform their manual operations into digital operations by means of the core banking platform, our core banking platform. But I can say considerably that the microfinance banking sector is doing a lot in digitizing their operations and have come a long way. I mean, that's decade past conversation. Now, this sector is moving into innovation. This sector is moving into transforming digitization to automation. And I think that is where the microfinance banking sector is now.
Thank you so much. My next question will go to you, sir. Mr. Andy, what would you say has informed the digital process in microfinance bank? Was it purely innovation or competition? Or is it that, oh, the customer expectation has just gone so haywire that we just have to go digitalize so that we'll be able to remain relevant? Which, in your opinion, which are the main driver of this digitalization process, sir?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the question. In my own opinion, let us use the SWOT analysis to speak my own opinion. Firstly, I answer your question directly. I think like the first day of this ceremony, the Dr. Martins already mentioned the smartphone in Nigeria is the car rate already more than 50%. That means more than 100 million Nigerian users, they already have a smartphone, which means they can access your digital service easier than before. And another word Dr. Martins mentioned as well, if you did not accept this digitalization, your bank maybe disappear. Yeah, this is the original sentence I heard from the doctor. I think this is my answer to, I think majorly, it is the competition. You must accept this trend because this is the technology in this society. You must accept whether you want or you don't want. Yeah. Another like number 2 reason for this one, I think it is for all the microfinance bank to develop and enhance your own service. Like you should make the work more efficient. This can benefit the economy and benefit your customer. You cannot let your customer wait like maybe 3 days or 1 week to receive their loan assessment result. Without this, within this digitalization service, they can access the loan within 5 minutes because they can get their own credit score in your own platform. And this platform actually, they analyze your phone data, your credit report, your behavior data on your phone. How did you operate this phone, this device, whether this device have some fraud and so on. They have a comprehensive of this customer image in your platform using digitalization. Of course, I think when we meet this digitalization trend, we must embrace, because like yesterday, our director Solaja, the office of director already mentioned, we must embrace the new technology. Because why we have the new technology, like for example, like ChatGPT. Like ChatGPT now, you can use it, you can choose, you can have your own choice, you can use or you ignore it. It is dependent on you, but we should understand the ChatGPT technology cannot replace you, but the person who uses this ChatGPT, they can replace you easily, because they can provide a more efficient service to customer. They can provide a cheaper service to customer. They can increase their outreach to the customer. Totally, this is their competition. They are more competitive than you in the market. That's why they can win this competition, right? Yeah, I think this is another reason. Yeah, I still have another, but when you have another question, I will answer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Andy. Mr. Patrick, at what point can we say a bank is digitalized?
Thank you very much. First of all, before I talk about at the point you say a bank is digitalized, I'd like to add a little to the definition of digitization. In my own opinion, digitization goes beyond transforming from manual processes to automating it. For me, for any institution to be digitized, you need to totally rethink the process, because it's possible you can transform a manual process to a digitized process and you leave it there. Someone else could come, pick up what you have done and transform it totally to something nobody could ever imagine. Example is what MoneyPoint did with POS. POS solution has been around all the while, but they took that digitization to the next level. So digitization, when thinking about digitization, you should think about transforming that business to achieve total speed, to achieve scale, and make it customer-centric. That is when you achieve total digitization. Now, talking about when you say you are digitized, I would say almost all the banks here are actually digitized. but they are not transformed. Not all, few are transformed. Now, let me give you just a manual example. A cutlass in the hands of a terrorist is a weapon, while a cutlass in the hands of a farmer is an equipment. Bringing it close to what we are doing, the same Bank One solution that the first microfinance bank here started using 15 years ago is the same Bank One solution that an institution like 9PSB took, rethinked the process of what they wanted to do, and automated transactions, and they're using it to break ground. That's the same Bank One that most big institutions are looking at using. But most of the time, if what is driving your own digitization is just let us do what others are doing. Just like what you said before, competition actually can drive innovation. But let it not be for me to do what others are doing. Let it be for me to go beyond what others are doing and create a niche for myself. Digitization has been in existence. What changes every time is the narratives. Every new period, you see a new narrative. Initially, it was digital transactions. Now, the new narrative is AI. If what you call digitization is just to do what others are doing, you will never create a niche. But if you plan to innovate around the upcoming technology, you are able to create a niche even before others will think about it. So if you want to know at the time you get digitized, that time you start thinking out of the box. What can I do with what is before me, and what can I do with what is coming up? Some banks here, a lot of banks will still be here. Another bank will take up AI banking and use it to transform business. Others will start following, right? So at the time you think about transforming your business entirely from beginning to the end, think about a niche you want to create for yourself and make value. That is the time you start thinking about digitization and not just turning paper to automation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. The moderator, please permit me. There's one of our headline sponsors are supposed to be here. We actually skip him, and it's just drawn to my attention that he's supposed to be part of this panel. He's also supported us immensely. Please join me in welcoming the MD of OPEX. Sir, please, we apologize for that mix-up. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Alaji, for...
Thank you so much, Mr. Patrick. Thank you for that. Mr. Folabi, Mr. Patrick has made us to understand that digitalization is not just adopting technology from analog, but to continuously be transforming those processes such that you will continue remain relevant. This transformation does not come cheap. How does a microfinance bank adopt this digitalization and by extension transformation and still be sustainable?
Okay, thank you. What I would say is that you need to create value out of technology. What I've observed is that a lot of, and it's not peculiar to microfinance banks, a lot of organizations now don't maximize their technology costs. First, you don't need to go for the most expensive technology for you to achieve that digitization that brings about efficiency and effectiveness in your operation. The most important thing is for you to be able to understand your process, understand what you want to automate,
look at the cost-benefit analysis, not because everybody is adopting a particular technology. Because microfinance bank space is relatively costs, it's a major consideration because it's the micro segment and technology is expensive on its own. So for me, what I typically tell people is that you don't necessarily have to take every technology that is in vogue. Look at your market. Look at how you will serve your customers most effectively and efficiently. And I think that's the most important thing. Your ability to be able to serve your customers effectively and efficiently. With that, you would be able to enjoy the technology that you've adopted without necessarily being burdened by the cost that comes with it. Finally, in balancing the cost and technology, what I will also advise is that you seek for experts to help you understand what you need to do and the kind of technology you need to adopt.
Thank you so much, Mr. Afolabi. Could you pass the microphone to the next? Sir, digitalization is good. We all are, looking forward to those that have not gotten into it are looking forward into embracing one form of digitalization or the other. But those that are already digitalized, we are also reading in the papers, in the news, the kind of threats that comes with digitalization. In your own opinion, sir, what would you say is the biggest threat to MFBs adopting digital platform?
Fantastic. So, for me, and I'll also stand with some of the key points that the previous speakers have said. There are several challenges and maybe risks and threats. But ranking it can also misguide us in terms of where we play. Some microfinance banks are supposed to play in the rural areas. They are meant to see their demography, cultural, structural, and the environmental issues they are. As the previous speaker also said that some persons need to also look at the cost-benefit analysis. You would not say because everybody is playing in digitalization to also support financial inclusion or maybe increase reach. But the most important thing we need to look at as a risk is probably the risk of fraud, the risk of losing human face in the sense that if sometimes because we create value by actually using innovative technology to actually raise or increase our lending, there's also those defaults that can happen if processes are not kept in place. So we need to cut our coat according to our size. Some of the challenges like infrastructure, regulatory challenges can also be of issue. Low capital base in terms of adapting to those innovative capacity can also be a problem. But the most important thing we need to look at is also sustainability threats that can arise through digitalization, in the sense that can you sustain what you want to build upon? Some microfinance banks can decide that another better option for MFBs can look at, can you just think of not going to buy the technology? Why not find a way to merge or get some alliances with an already player that have those digital strengths because of cost issues? So you can decide that you want to partake by signing an MOU and grow digitally in phases based on your books and based on your cost analysis. So you need to also look at experts that can assist you in terms of merger and acquisition. You cannot just come and where everybody is doing technology. Can you sustain this technology? So the threats are inherent, but we cannot just be scared of the threats without attempting, disrupting this innovative technology that is going to play, because it is imminent, because microfinancing, based on what we have said in different sections, are supposed to create the underserved public. And most of these underserved public are found in the rural areas. So those microfinance banks, for example, I won't even want to mention the ones that they play in the urban areas. How can you tweak technology that can help out to meet up the farmers, the traders that cannot able to access it? There are a lot of offline solutions that can also help out. So those threats are there, but we should try as much as we can, cut our cut according to our size, and see how we can adapt and tweak this technology to meet up with what our processes, our structural play. So we need to look at our demography, what we have at hand, and do the modeling in terms of to suit you. If an existing technology is already in place, you can actually fine-tune those technology to meet up to your taste and what your aspirations are. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, as an organization that just want to newly embrace digital platform, what will you advise on how they should go about it? What are the starting points? How should the board and the management of such organization go about implementing that digital process in such a way that they will not end up burning their fingers?
Thank you very much, moderator, for this opportunity. I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Tioila Aga. I manage the microfinance business at InterSwitch. I want to stand on all existing protocols, but I want to salute very especially Alhaji Abubakar Ahmed, the national president for NAM. Thank you for having me. And also Eddie O'Rourke, the executive secretary. This conversation around digitalization is a very interesting one. And I'd like to just share a few comments, around all that has been said. Digitalization, in a very simple way, is using technology to solve everyday problems. And from a microfinance standpoint, that could mean many things. Of course, there's a cost to digitalization, and I think having the right partners, working with the right companies is so important on your digital transformation journey. We talk about a cost to digitalization, but if you work with the right partners, I'll give an instance of InterSwitch where we use best-in-class technologies, but we've been able to position those technologies in a way that they fit into every market segment. So some of the most sophisticated technologies are provided today by InterSwitch to the microfinance banks, and they get it literally at a token. The same technologies that drive cards in commercial banks and technologies that are used all around the world. When you look at the conversation around digitalization, in fintech, we say if you don't innovate, you will what? You will die. So innovation is something that is a continuous process. Digitalization is a journey, and every organization, every MFB ought to start at some point. And where do you start your digital transformation journey? You start it where you are. And you constantly look to see how you can improve what you have done. Now, to speak to the specific question on how you can start that journey, if you're a microfinance bank, or maybe an OFI. With my time in InterSwitch, managing microfinance banks, what I've discovered is, and I think my brother spoke about it earlier, getting the right partnerships, working with companies that have a proven record on providing this kind of service, I think is very key and paramount. When you look at the gamut of services that are required for a microfinance bank to take off, you look at it from a fraud monitoring standpoint, if you're looking at threats, you look at it even from a core banking standpoint, a core banking solution that helps you with your accounts. You look at it also from a card issuance standpoint, from a payment standpoint, transfers, end to end. You get the right partner that has a full gamut of those offerings at the right cost is probably the partnerships that you should look at. And because I work in InterSwitch, I know that we provide this end-to-end for all the microfinance banks. So if you're looking to start your business or move it to the next level, that's the kind of conversation we want to have, which is a conversation around partnerships. Many years ago, when InterSwitch started, over 20 years ago, we partnered with a lot of banks and we've helped them on their digital transformation journey. And a lot of the benefits that commercial banks see today, microfinance banks see today, is on the back of using our technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, we listened to your presentation earlier on, and for banks that are not digitalized yet, but are aiming to adopt digital technology, cyber risk is a major consideration. What, in your opinion, would you be advising such MFBs? What are the things that they should put in place or walk through before engaging in their digital journey, sir?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I want to appreciate the organizers for finally mercifully giving us the opportunity to join this panel. We had given up, but they insisted we must come. And all protocols duly observed. I want to stand on existing protocols. A whole lot has been said so far about the concepts of digitalization or digital transformation. And when you look at all those that are here, they are all contributing in one way or the other to the whole idea of digitalization or digital transformation. Now, for those who are yet to be digitalized, I think they have a long journey to go. And we may soon begin to call them dinosaur banks. Yes, I want to repeat myself. Any MFB that has not started the digital journey, we may soon begin to call them dinosaur banks. Of course, we have unique models that work in Nigeria and different models for the whole concept of microfinance banking as a concept. So I'll advise, with the risks that you have mentioned, I think cybersecurity is just one when it comes to the risk profiling. If everybody looks at cybersecurity as the major, cybersecurity is just one aspect of it. I would advise that you look at it from the perspective of value to your business. Take the entire risk posture, risk management, holistically, end to end. Holistically, end to end. And from the regulatory aspect, you may begin to have a compliance bird's eye view of your entire position as an organization. Now, when you bring cybersecurity into compliance, then you can actually be in the good books of the regulators when the day of reckoning comes. And the good part of it is that even your customers will actually enjoy better services. So for those who are yet to digitalize, I think it is important for them to invest in tools, in solutions that give them end-to-end coverage. Now, you may say the cost may be something for them to think about. Well, cybersecurity solutions today are not so expensive. They are not so expensive any longer. We have good solutions. I don't want to mention names. But of course, well, different solutions. I'll be selling products if I begin to call names here. So we have many varying types of cybersecurity solutions that you can deploy to manage endpoints, to secure your infrastructure. But more importantly, it's good to invest in your people. Your cybersecurity journey, your risk profiling, your risk management starts first with the people before you go into the processes, before we even come into the technology. Because people, process, technology drives everything in the business. Technology is not where it starts. It starts with the people. Then the process. Because when you are deploying complex core banking solutions and the process behind that core banking solution is inefficient and suboptimal, the core banking platform will be amplifying the inefficiencies within your processes. So for every digitalization journey, it's important for you to do a very serious gap assessment where you can understand where gaps are in your processes and where you also have gaps in your human capacity. Because the people are the business, the people are the bank. Then the people interact through processes within themselves to deliver value to the customer, to deliver value to the regulators. And they do this through the technology that you invest in. So everything cybersecurity, everything compliance tools, everything we are talking about come at the third layer. So I think we should take this journey, people, process, technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I can't agree with you less. My bank suffered from the last point you just made in terms of having a technology in form of, let me say, a core banking application that appeared to be complicated in process, and in-house we do not have
the capacity to troubleshoot,
power to
manage
it. And then we know what we went through in that in using that core banking application, and it's been a very big lesson to us. I'll come back to you, Mr. Samuel. Part of the discussions that have been made here over the last 3 days has been about collaboration, partnership, collaboration, partnership. In your opinion, sir, in our digital transformation journey,
set those parameters such that every end of the month, that same process happens. It's simple. The same automation that is applicable in mechanics is the same automation that is applicable in computer technology. So quickly, directly to your question, the way that MFBs can be more collaborative in terms of digitization is, having been digitized, the next thing is automation. When we have now achieved automation, then the next thing we'll now look at more automation, and these days is AI banking. When the transformation into digitization happened with the microfinance banks, it was clear that there was no software to use. And once again, I thank the early innovators that were able to transform this sector into a digital / an automated one. But now things are changing. What's going to be the next 20 years for microfinance bank here in this country? What's going to be the next 10 years? It's not going to be technology that was built initially that has thankfully brought the bank to where it is today, the banks or the sector to where it is today. Now we forge ahead. We look ahead. Will the same infrastructure serve the bank in the next 5 years? Will the same infrastructure serve the bank in the next 10, in the next 20 years? What is the hunger for innovation? What is the hunger for the change? Yes, we want to gather here next time, in the next 5, in the next 10, in the next 20 years. But if we are stuck at the current technology capacity that we are currently operating in, we will not be able to go far. We will not have good things to say today. So I would say, if you have been digitized and your bank runs on digital / automation platform, kindly take another look at it and embrace newer technologies. Build for modern banking. And we are leading in this country when it comes to fintech, together with a number of countries like Kenya and South Africa. But we can remain the giant in terms of banking. Our solutions that serve the microfinance banks here today, they are serving commercial banks of other African countries. What we have in MoneyPoint, what we have in other providers like the big payment companies, other countries do not have them. So if we can embrace modern technology, embrace newer technology, build for the type of scale that when we come here next time, in the next 10, I don't know when the next will be, in the next 15 years, we want to celebrate it. We have volumes of transactions that have been processed. In their millions, we have increased revenues for the banks as a result of smoother software and smoother technology infrastructure that is able to support you. If you get the basic infrastructure wrong, which is the core banking, I like to say, you will get everything else wrong. You will get all the systems you want to connect to that core banking wrong. You will not be able to process transactions as smoothly as you want. Let us have low tolerance for infrastructure that is not serving our businesses well. Have high tolerance for any infrastructure that is able to process your transactions quickly, that is able to process your transactions without failure, that is able to scale when you are ready to scale. That is what we can say. That's how I can say that, that's my opinion rather, on how microfinance banks can come together and then embrace digitization and automation and get ready for the next 20 years.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel. One of the panelists, when he was responding to the question put across to him, mentioned technology, processes, and people. And this question, I want Mr. Andy to take it. In your opinion, given the rate of, I don't know whether you know what Japa is, Japa, there's a slang in Nigeria, Japa, people living this country for greener pasture outside Nigeria, yes. And more importantly, the people or the area that is mostly affected is in the technology area. Most of the IT guys are leaving the system. And the little that are still within the system, you need to be able to pay very high, huge sum to keep them in your system. How, or in your opinion, what do you think MFBs, how do you think an MFB will be able to assess the right resources in terms of manpower to be able to drive their digital technology journey?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the question. Yeah, actually, and we already know plenty our talent staff in Nigeria, they already immigrate UK, US, and so on. But not China. I wish they can go to China and will in the future. Of course, I think for China before, 20 years ago, all our professional staff, the very good university students, after they graduate, they go abroad, go to US, Europe, or the other country to continue their master there. After they graduate, they just work there. They will not return to China. But gradually, after 20 years, for now, in these days, from 2020, all the excellent staff, after they graduate from US, UK, gradually, they are returning to China. It's not we have some special policy to attract them, but we already build a good infrastructure in China. We build the opening culture for our talent staff, for our excellent people. We build the foundation for them. We give them enough power. We give them enough salary. We give them enough equipment to make their own dream come true. Because for people, sometimes you can find they don't live because they want to survive. They live because they want to achieve more, make their own dream come true, make their own bigger achievement. That's why before they go abroad. But for now, I think the most major thing we should do in Nigeria for microfinance bank, maybe in the beginning, you can use the third party to develop your digitalized system. You can use Bank One and OPEX and so on, right? All the third party you can use, no problem. But gradually, we should realize we should cultivate our own excellent staff, our talent staff, who is very professional to maintain our system. Because this system, if it is designed by yourself, you can change it anyhow by yourself. And even when some new technology is coming, you can adopt easily. For example, ChatGPT is coming, and plenty other AI companies, they are coming. How you can use it in your bank? No. You no need to wait for third party to develop in the system, and you can use. If you want to use it now, how you can use it? You must have your own professional staff here, right? Yeah. So, in my own opinion, totally. Firstly, we should give the enough foundation, infrastructure for our manpower, so they can have all the equipment what they need to make their work at least make their work easier. I think like for doctor, why they want to go to US, UK, it's not only because they want a better salary. It is because like some medical machine. As I mentioned, I mean some very, very big medical machine. They can always access in US. I think this is one reason. So in our bank, we should consider this in advance and bring all the developed equipment to our bank so our staff can easily access. They can use it easily. They no need to go abroad. They can access this kind of resource here easily. This can maintain our manpower and let them stay with us. Yeah. Of course, in this process, you must pay some cost, expense, depending on this one. Because I think company like, especially microfinance bank, is not only survive because of profit. They should build our company culture, not only profit, but also we should consider some society responsibility to maintain some professional staff within this country, within Nigeria. Because we are live here every day. We should build Nigeria powerful than before and make it more convenient than before, make it attractive than before. So all the talent can stay here. They no need to go abroad. Yeah, of course, at the same time, I think we should get the support from our regulator, CBN. Because, for technology, it is developing daily. So definitely, for example, for ChatGPT, I think it's not like some comprehensive regulation to ChatGPT now and the new AI now. So I think that's why NAMB is very important, and NAMB will play a more and more important role in the future. Because for this new technology, we should do our self-regulation. We should do self-management before the regulator give you penalty, give you regulation. Because I think normally the regulation and the law is slow than the development of the technology, right? So yeah, so in this stage, I think we should cooperate with the NAB more and more to generate some like industry policy, self-regulation, so all the bank can follow up. And after we follow up, we can recommend to CBN to make it as a regulation. Yeah, so if this industry is, you have all the equipment, you have all the resource, our talent, our manpower need, and all the regulations, all the regulators, they support you. Because our talent will think whether this is good for my own career and will. If regulator support, bank support, and we want to invest in this part, definitely our manpower will stay here with a lower cost in the future. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Andy. I think this discussion will continue after this session. It's an ongoing one. We cannot exhaust the discussion just within the few minutes that we have. I've just been told that our time is up, and I know that there could be one or two questions from the audience. I don't know if there are questions. We can take one or two before we take our leave. All right, sir. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you very much. It's been very insightful, and we had you. I'm a bit worried. I'm worried about our future with you people. We are told to collaborate. The microfinance sector has continued to be the one that everybody comes with a handshake to collaborate and turns out to compete. It started with our regulator. We were told when we were beginning microfinance that one of the principles is that the government should be an enabler and not an operator. The government through the central bank started NISA Microfinance Bank to compete with us. I lost 7 branch managers, head of legal, head of business, and several health departments to NISA in 1 month. I survived. InterSwitch put me on the switch. My bank was the first microfinance bank to be on InterSwitch platform in 2010. Last month, I saw an advert for recruitment by InterSwitch Microfinance Bank. InterSwitch is my switch, has my database. Today, they made a presentation talking about InterSwitch lending. So InterSwitch is going to lend to people I am lending to. United Capital is one of the UBA group. When we started microfinance in 2008, there was UBA Microfinance Bank. They shut it down, they sold it, or I don't know what happened. Today, United Capital, that I want to carry all my capitalization and liquidity, everything issue, has started UC Microfinance Bank. How do I trust this team for the future of my collaboration? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So who?
Thank you.
I can actually start. I can actually pick up the conversation.
I just want to respond. Sir? Yeah, I just
Moderator, is that okay?
I just want to respond. I just want to respond to you, sir.
Okay.
It's actually very, 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 very good question. The truth is that the temptation is always there for technology guys to leave the being an enabler to join the retail. It has always been there. I don't think anybody here knows that the founder of MoneyPoint was once a staff at Abzon. Now, we have been here over the years, 15 years, giving you solutions. He left us, found MoneyPoint, and he's making much money than us. So the temptation is always there. It's just the ability to resist the temptation, stay true to your mission, and continue what you're doing, knowing that your work is to support. Example, instead of me going ahead to say, okay, let us open our own microfinance bank and revolutionize or join in the POS business, what we have done is let us try to make the microfinance banks individually, if not compete with MoneyPoint, but try to deliver the same services so that the MoneyPoint does not take away their businesses. But sometimes it's as if we don't actually understand some of the things we are giving you. So if you understand what your technology partner is giving to you and know who is there for you and who is not there for you, you'll be able to know what to do. That's just how I'll put it.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to respond quickly,
okay,
please.
So let me just
respond, please, quickly to Rogers. 30 seconds. You know, it's an interesting debate, and the group CEO and founder of InterSwitch, Mitchell Elegbe, would always tell us about his philosophy, and his philosophy is live and let's live. Now, when you look at every single provider of service to microfinance banks, InterSwitch provides a rail for them. So InterSwitch is enabler for them, and at the same time, InterSwitch might be providing that service. So it's interesting really for you to bring up this point, Rogers, because From an industry standpoint, we could have been complaining about this for many years, which is we give people a service and they compete against us. But we don't look at it that way. We look at it from a standpoint of the payments ecosystem is big enough for all the players to collaborate, for all the players to partner. If InterSwitch as a company wanted to monetize the opportunity around microfinance banks, we probably would not be charging you the current price points for a lot of our products and technologies. Some of these products and technologies are the most expensive in the world, but InterSwitch has been able to democratize that service. So I'll ask Rogers that you continue to view InterSwitch as a trusted partner. Thank you.
Okay.
You have 30 seconds, please.
Okay, Mr. Rogers, I like that your question in the sense that it brought about a view of trust issues, and I'm so impressed about how you were able to survive the storm with what has happened to the sector. You see, statistics have shown that the gap is enormous. The gap. PwC stated in one of their research around 2024 that the funding gap is over 13 trillion. It's in tandem with what World Bank also said, around 13 trillion funding gap. So Nigeria as a market is too big that even though you see players trying to disrupt the market they were not before by providing services, I think for us in United Capital, the testimony about how our retail business is, we have a retail business apart from the MFB. On digitalization, this cap I'm wearing is Invest Now. We started in-house the processes. At the end of the day, we tested this technology, issues came about, the ratings were poor, we fine-tuned it up till some weekends. We are still building up on the data. And end-to-end, this data can also onboard a customer from the rural area, and the customer can also exit and terminate or liquidate his retail or mutual funds. So what I'm trying to say in the essence is that the market for Nigeria is too big. Regulatory-wise, if we come for financial advisory, we are not taking your data when we want to package you to raise capital. We are not taking your data. We are just trying to guide you through the process of going to the market or trying to raise capital. So thank you for that.
I just want to add a legal perspective to this, which is that for those of you that have your data with us, I hope you know that we have obligations to handle that data based on the data protection law, NDPR, in certain manner that does not compete or cannibalize your own venture. So you must understand the position of the law in protecting your proprietary rights and your proprietary business model, and also everything that is unique to your business, including your customer data. Of course, there is also the new issue with open banking, and we all need to know that that is coming. So you have no fear. You have First Bank data to access. You have Access Bank data to access. Begin to prepare yourself for the open banking registry and open up your business, because you may look at your microfinance as a small microfinance institution today, but if you go into that open banking space, you can actually get the benefits of the money points, the OPay, if only you can come up with solutions that address real problems within the economy. Thank you very much. There is no fear. Collaborate.
Thank you so much. Let me thank the panelists for their very, very incisive responses and contributions to this discussion. Two things I want us to take away from this discussion is that, one, we must all realize that digital transformation has come to stay. We must all embrace it. if we want to continue to remain relevant. So we either be part of the journey or I don't want to say the other side. Number two is that in embracing the digital transformation journey, we should be able to carry out the cost-benefit analysis, know where we are starting from, and then that will lead us to where we want to be. On this note, I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I want to thank my panelists for their very, very incisive contribution. Thank you so much, and God bless all of us.
Sorry, what of our cameraman? Can we have a group picture of the panelists? You have done very well. We appreciate your sacrifice and your time. Thank you, sir. They have all traveled far and near to join us. Thank you. Andy? Baba. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Pardon us. We'll be presenting our appreciation at dinner. Please.
Could it be our
Thanking them
love
again as they take their seats.
wasn't planted deep?
Two sponsors before the town hall meeting. We have two sponsors. Let's take two. Muradeke. Let's have CWG. They will now take cred rails. Media, are we ready for CWG people? Good. Thanks, Rex. Madam, you have our attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, I won't take much of your time. I just want to first of all stand on the existing protocol. And I'm going to be talking, please can you start from the beginning? The first slide, please. All right, thank you. All right, oh, thank you. Okay, so I'll quickly introduce what we have, CWG. And there are lots that have been talked about digitalization and what technology can do for the microfinance bank. And I'll talk about what CWG is currently doing, because that has been our dream, to bring technology to power the microfinance bank. And we do this in two ways. First of all, we understand that infrastructure is needed. You have everybody talk about the software, but you need a powerhouse to actually make this software to drive. So at CWG, we have a data center that allows us to provide cloud services. We call it infrastructure as a service, where we are able to provide infrastructure at very low cost. Rather than you going to the cloud services, the Azure, the AWS, where you pay in dollar, you get the same service by coming to our own platform, and you are able to deploy your solutions and they run effectively. Let me just try this. I don't know why. Please, can you help me? All right. So we have our infrastructure solution, which we call it, yes, this one. Thank you. So we call it data center as a service. So that gives you the ability to deploy your solution on our platform, on our infrastructure, and you pay in Naira. And we looked at this to be able to also power our core banking solution. Today we have a core banking solution called Finage. And that was driven from the fact that CWG has been supporting the commercial bank for a very long time, for more than 25 years. And we've been playing so much in that space. So we decided to say, we're bringing in foreign solution down to Nigeria to power the commercial banks. How can we help the microfinance bank also? So we launched our core banking solution, which is called Finage, powered within our data center to be able to provide services for microfinance bank. And I'm going to be sharing that. So this just talks about our data center, what we have, infrastructure as a service, software services where we can provide bespoke solution like our ERP solutions, API deployment and the likes. Then we have communication network securities that we also provide in our data center. We do manage services also, end user support as expected, where we help you power your IT team to be able to provide all the necessary IT services within your bank. And we also have the cloud service, which I spoke earlier. And these just cover what we do. Apart from just infrastructure, we help to do what we call co-locations. So you have your servers, you have your infrastructure, you can bring it to our data center, and we're able to manage the entire operation 24/7 power, dual power for you, ensure that your servers are running up to date, up to time as expected. Now I'll go into our core banking solution, which is one of the initiatives that CWG decided to bring to the table to power the microfinance bank. And I'll be talking about what makes Finage very unique. One major thing is that Finage is an homegrown solution. So Finage is an indigenous core banking solution. And I believe that that is also part of the initiative of CBN to power indigenous solution. And Finage is one thing that we do. And part of what Finage is the ability to customize Finage to suit your banking need. Finage has been able to meet the microfinance sector. It's also been able to power the finance houses and also the mortgage bank with the same solution, because we are able to customize it to meet your need as expected. So in terms of creating all your products, the flexibility are there. In terms of support, CWG has been in existence for about 32 years. We have seen a lot of things that have happened within the financial space, and we have worked with commercial banks. So we understand that support is very, very important. So that strong support capability is there. And the next thing is integration. We talk about digitalization, we talk about automation. You need to have a platform. That same platform needs to be able to serve different customers. Today, I tell you, microfinance bank, your customers are the younger generation. We call them the Gen Z, we call them the Alpha. These are people that want to use your products. Nobody wants to go to the bank and queue up. I'm one person, I won't go to the bank. I want to sit at the comfort of my house and do every transaction, inclusive of loan. I want to take loan without having to visit any bank for it. And I want to make my repayment easily without having to visit any bank. And that is the generation of people you are serving today. And you need a platform that can do that integration seamlessly, because we talk about the different customer touch points. So Finage gives you what we call the API engine that allows you to be able to integrate all these different touch points to your core banking solution. We also support things like group lending and so on. And we have very flexible payment system because we also run a data center. So we're able to combine the infrastructure that will run the core banking solution and make the fee as flexible as possible. These are some of the suites of solutions we have within our core banking system. And each of them are modularized. So you see, some people say, I don't want this model, I want this model, and we're able to deploy the necessary model that can run your banking seamlessly. These are other value services that we bring to the table. We've done a lot of integration with a lot of the partners today that are in this hall. And that makes it easier for us, for you, to deploy our core banking application seamlessly. We've been working with both regulators, we've been working with both switches for us to be able to continue to empower our core banking to make time to market very, very seamless and faster for you. And what makes CWG trusted? You know, when I heard the question, and it's the same thing I'm going to, if I was there, I also ask, are you coming to steal my lunch? What makes CWG very interesting is what is our track record. We've been in existence for more than 32 years. We have served over 28 countries as we speak today. We have done over 400 projects successfully. We own our own IP because we believe in creating solution here in Nigeria, powered by Nigeria, supported by Nigeria, and we're able to ship that same product out of Nigeria to other countries. We have managed services that we've done for over 5 years, about 47 of them, and we have served over 293 enterprise customers today. We're found in different places, not just in Lagos, we're in Abuja, we're also in Port Harcourt, we're also in Ghana, we're also in Cameroon, we're in Uganda, and we are also in Dubai. Thank you very much. Our booth stand is outside. We are very happy to discuss and also demo our core banking solution to you.
Thank you very much, CWG. We appreciate you for your support and for that presentation. The CWG booth is outside, as explained. Let's feel free to go to them and ask more about their core banking application. Let's take, in a few minutes, Belima FinTech. Belima, are you ready? We quickly take Belima, and I hope you also make it sharp. Thank you. Thank you.
It's better. Good morning. Oh, we've crossed to afternoon already. Good afternoon. Okay, our slide is up. Good afternoon again. My name is Adetayo, and we're from Belema Financial Technology. We are a switch, and so you've heard a lot from other switches today, so I won't try to explain what we do. But yeah, your fund transfer, card processing, and a lot of other things. But why are we here today? We discuss financial inclusion a lot, and that is why we are here. We believe it's impossible to do financial inclusion without microfinance banks. So we've been building actively, specifically for you. So it won't take time, maybe just in like 5 minutes, I'll just talk about 1 or 2 things, then share a story of a particular microfinance bank we've worked with. Right? If there's anything you can take away from the entire discussion, just think that there is this new switch that you can consider as an extra set of earnings. So we're not just giving you something for fund transfer, we're actually going to work with you, whether it's in your mobile app development or your loan recovery using new technologies like the direct debits that NIBS just made popular recently. Next slide. How does this work? Okay, good. So like I mentioned earlier, again, fast and secure fund transfer, banking app development, and then more importantly, the loan recovery with direct debit. So I don't know if we're already familiar with direct debit, but basically that makes it possible for you to acquire a mandate to a person's account. So if you give out loan and you want to make sure you're able to get your money back when the time is due, we can make that possible for you in as early as maybe a week from now if we just start discussing. But yeah, what we've seen also in working with MFBs is it's not just about making transfer possible. So many people, almost everybody today can make it possible for you to do interbank transfer. The real issue is it's beyond what happens when the money has gone out. What happens when that money fails? What happens when the customer comes back to you and say, hey, the person I sent money to did not get it. So you start trying to do dispute resolution and you need customer support. And that is what I consider our biggest strength today. We have it as a policy that will do a 3-to-1 thing. So if we have 10 software developers or 100 software developers, be sure we have 300 people supporting the product. So, and you don't have to take my word for it. I'm just somebody here speaking English. One thing we're doing today is for anybody who is able to complete integration with us over the next 7 days, your fund transfer can happen for free till the end of this year. So there's almost no risk on it for you. Integration is free itself. Just reach out to my colleague, do an integration, pass some of your transactions through us, and see what customer support should really look like. I can tell you sincerely, you've probably never seen what it means to be supported properly as a business, right? Next, I think I should move quickly. I've already discussed the red debit. I should move quickly to one person that we've already worked with. So there is a microfinance bank in Ebagogo, based in Rivers State. They are almost already a sister company to us today, and we've done a number of things for them. So first is, yes, we gave them a custom portal for their interbank transfer, web-based. That means that their staff can still be productive on weekends and at home. Security, top-notch. Then we also supported their integration with NIBS, basically took the whole of that stress away from them. One very important thing we also did is, we believe that your core banking application should stand as a core banking application and do what core banking applications do. Most of us have CBAs that have everything linked into each other. So when you have new ideas or you even want to bring a new switch on board, it becomes difficult. So an example of what that flexibility gives you is that, let's go back. Good. So when IGMAB, they just got onboarded on NIBS, so their name is now showing on bank apps. If you go into your bank app, you'll be able to find in Ebagogo. We're thinking about how can we accelerate the account opening? How can we make it a lot faster for them? So we came up with something. They are serving people in villages. Most of those people don't have accounts today, but they have phone numbers. So what we said is, anybody with a phone number, you can just tell your relative or anybody that wants to send you money to send you money with the phone number. So the person doesn't have to have an account with your bank yet. They put in the phone number and pick the name of the bank. The name is going to come back as IGMAB involved. And then when they send in the money, we hold the money in a temporary account for them. And then we send an SMS to the recipient that so-so person has just sent you money, so-so amount, and that you can get that money by dialing this USSD code or going to a particular link. And when they visit that link, we simply just take the NIN, BVN, and we complete the opening of a tier 1 account for them. All of that can happen in about 5 minutes. And immediately that person has an account. So as an example, this is me doing a name inquiry on OPay's app today. So you see the name of the bank, you see the name that is returned, money can be sent, the person gets the SMS, there is a USSD code there, and then there is a link. Either of those links will help them complete account transfer. You can have this as early as next week again. You can just meet my colleague. Our booth is outside and upstairs, and we can make that possible. So, finally, I understand I might have said a number of things. We've also seen that the time it takes for people to learn new tools is a challenge. And then the fact that you're combining 2, 3, or 4 solutions to be able to run your business. So we've put everything that I've said in one place. We have one solution. We call it Belcoba today. From the account opening with phone number that I mentioned, to fund transfer, to your verification checks before opening account, the NIN, BVN, etc. All of that can be done in this single tool. Compliance is very fast. I believe we have one of the best onboarding in the market, actually. So compliance can be done very quickly, and then in a week, you can be live. So again, for anyone that is able to we can have a short discussion here. By Monday, we can start an integration. If that can complete in the next 1 week, Be sure that you have fund transfer running for you to the end of the year for free. So you can use that to test, see what proper customer support should look like, accelerate your account opening, and then let's make things happen. Thank you so, so much. Do we get to take questions?
You know, it's sharp, sharp, sharp. If you want to see him, he's using the boots for credit rails. And they are outside and they are upstairs. So you're everywhere. Thanks. We appreciate it. Thank you very much for the value you're adding to the sector. We are going to our town hall meeting. But before we do, you know, we've been looking forward to this town hall, the village meeting, we'll call it. We want to do a village meeting, and the village meeting, let me prepare your mind towards it. We want to have all the past presidents. And the current president will moderate that session. This is the first time in the history of NAM that we'll have all the past presidents sitting together as a panel to discuss. Please, let's give a round of applause for that development. It's indeed a positive development. And we'll continue to pray for long life, peace, good health for our past presidents. Yes, we want to always see them around. Sir, let's have you in 5 minutes, if you don't mind. I know you will do 3 minutes, I trust. Because yours is sharp, sharp, sharp. I trust you. Thank you. Is the presentation for Fintella ready? Yes. Thank you, Rex.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samuel Ukbong, and I am the MD of Fintella Technologies Limited. Our flagship product is Udara 360 core banking system. Thank you. Let's be candid and face the reality. The sector today faces 4 of these major issues across the countries for the choice of technology that you have chosen. Frequent downtime, hidden high cost, slow vendor response, and poor system reliability. The turning point for me and my co-founders before we came up with Fintella Technologies and the Udara 360 product. So we're working within the sector, and we experienced firsthand the customers' pain points, the pain points of the industry, and they were caused as a result of the either frequent downtime or generally the under-servicing that the banks were experiencing. It could be transaction failure, it could be the long time it took to complete transactions. And then, passionate with this, we came up with our flagship product number of years ago, and that is Udara 360, which is a modern and stable cloud core banking system. And the system guarantees 99.9% uptime. So imagine you having a core banking system that does not go down. And we mean this because in 3 years that we have gone live, this system has never gone down. Once again, do your independent verification with some of the microfinance banks that are here that use us. We have a number of customers which you would see the list. Seamless migration. Your customers won't even know that you have migrated. That is the benefit of this system. It doesn't matter whether you have 1,000 customers, it doesn't matter whether you have 1 million customers. your customers won't even know that you have migrated. As a matter of fact, we're currently migrating a customer with more than 2 million accounts, and their customers will not know that there was a migration. That is the benefit of a modern system that is built for next-gen banking in the microfinance bank sector. Free APIs integrations. Yes, our system comes bundled with APIs integration. So if you're operating at a small scale and then you want to expand, you're going to need APIs to be integrated to. Our system comes bundled with free APIs of any kind that you want to use. You will not need to pay anything other than the initial very, very competitive and cheaper amounts you would pay to onboard into our core banking system. Yes, the interface is also very, very simple to use. It's a core banking system that is complex, but we made it very, very intuitive, because if the interface is simple, your people are going to need less training to use the system. It's going to be less frustrating for your internal bank users to use the system. Yes, this is why we stand out. We are cheaper. And this is with all of the things that we have mentioned. Again, our APIs and open APIs are free. You can build your custom integrations, extend your banking services with zero charge. Fast and responsive support, and this is how we solve the problem. You call us today, you get a response in a couple of minutes. You call us for a customization this weekend, you have that customization done for you next weekend. And these are not stories, please. Once again, talk to the people that are already using us to see how fast and responsive we are in dealing with customer complaints and requests. We also have flexible deployment. So if you're here, you have such big customers, or you do not want to deploy on our own cloud infrastructure, this solution, that 360, can be deployed on your own infrastructure, anyone you choose. If you have such infrastructure on premise, yes, we can deploy this solution on your own custom infrastructure. Mind you, it is a web-based solution and modern solution built with modern architecture to support the scale that your bank needs. It's very painful when banks want to scale and reach more customers, but they are hindered by the software that they're using. You need something that is built for tomorrow to handle, even if you have 10,000 customers today. When you scale to be 100, 500,000, 1 million customers, this software will not break because we currently support that number on the system today. Then continuous updates that are free. Our updates are free. Continuous security patches, continuous innovation, and when we come out with our AI-driven, with our 360 version, it will come for free. We will not bill you for it. Today, the version that the people that joined us a year ago had is not the same version of the 360 core banking that they have today. We have greatly improved on it. Why? We're a young company. Why? We have strong background in technology and banking. I have both background in technology and banking as well. And my co-founders, the rest three of them, I must tell you, they have deep knowledge of banking and specific banking technology knowledge to come up with this system that we have done. And we mean business, and we're here to stay. Like I said earlier on during the panel session, what we have today has been as a result of the technology that we had in the past and has seen us through to this point. But what about the next 10 years? What about the next 20 years? Will the microfinance banking sector in Nigeria be able to compete globally? That is what we have built. And just to mention, we're also going cross-border because we have a customer in the Francophone country that is implementing us currently at this time. We have 50 plus microfinance banks and digital banks, just a combination using us, 99% system uptime, a very huge advantage. This number is not put here because it's fanciful to be here. Like I said before, go ask the people using us. Our core banking system has not gone down in 3 years. It is not normal to send people downtime notification. It is technology, it is not rocket science. We can do it, and we have done it. Ask our people if there's any time, anybody here using us, have you tried to log on to the 360 and it's a platform down? No. As a matter of fact, our internal process and operation, we do not have a template for that any of our customer service will use. It's not magical. We have cracked the code. So this is the real impact to your bank. You would have reduced downtime. Everything that I have said about the advantages of this system is to help the bank make more money and grow. You see, if you have the right technology, you will focus on your growth. You would have more revenue because transactions are going and they are going bulk. Oh, just to mention, we process 1,000 transactions in 1 second. Well, it's less than 1 second, but we just cap it at 1 second. So imagine all your bulk payment and bulk transaction and how fast you can process them. You will just focus on the things that matter to you, which is rendering financial services. Automated workflow, well, can't explain this enough. You would see it whenever we demo to you, if we ever get the chance to demo to you. Faster service delivery, yes, I've also mentioned that. Your customers can get their loans faster, their loan processing, the documentation, everything is done online. We have those services ready. They will manage your loans for you, end to end of the lifetime of the loan. And just to mention too, it's not on this slide, all our regulatory reports are also downloaded automatically, are also computed, automatically for you. All your regulatory reports, including the newest one. Better customer experience as well. So please join the list of banks that are using us, the banks that are using us today. We have Net Microfinance Bank, Bain's Credit, they are here, you can talk to them. Rockshield Microfinance Bank, they are here. Supreme, Ella Bank, if you know them, they're a digital bank. These are the banks that enjoy our services today. M-Kobo in Lagos, Citrus, Liquid Crest, a subsidiary of Sovereign Finance. New Dawn Microfinance Bank here in New York, and I'm sure we all know New Dawn. White Cross Finance, a finance bank, Digit Bank. We have a whole lot of them, but we just put a few here. So, thank you, and book a demo with us today. Our stand is outside. Thank you.
That's sharp, sharp, sharp. Please, help me to give him a round of applause. You know, some of our Gen Z, they are doing a lot. They are doing a lot. Are you not impressed with him? Looking at him and what he has accomplished and what he's doing at his age. I'm sorry, with due respect to you, sir. I'm so sure he's an upcoming person. But look at how he has presented what he's doing and the number of banks he has. Please, let's give him a round of applause. My brother, please come. We appreciate you. May you live long, in peace, happiness, and in good health. The only assurance we need, you should be proud of these guys, The only assurance we need is, I hope you will not be those guys that immediately we sign them on. In 2.5 years, when you call them, no, in 9 months, when you call them, they will say the call guy is relocated to where? Canada. But who will help us now? What about this? No, he has relocated to London or UK. Who will do it for us now? You won't go? No, I'm now in US. I've come to stay with my family. I will be managing you from there. And they will leave you in, you are on your own. I hope you will work on that area, which is a concern to most of us.
Yes, I completely understand that. In the way that we have structured this business, we didn't have the idea and go look for who to recruit to help us build a core banking system. It's built from scratch. It's not a borrowed code. Any customization you want, we're going to do it for you. All our 4 founders, including myself, we are here to stay. Nobody is jackpot to anywhere. You don't think with the level of experience that I have, that we all have, that I have not been able to gather some money from all the beautiful faces and the banks here to jackpot. That is not the end game at all. Like I said before, I've been in technology for nearly 20 years. So if I wanted to go abroad, I would have gone abroad long enough with my knowledge and with the experience. And I love this country passionately. we have continued to improve this country. The last administration consulted me in the area of the ease of doing business to improve innovation and technology. So I'm passionate about this country, and it will be my satisfaction to see that technology is not rocket science. We can do it in Nigeria, and we have started doing it.
Thank you very much, Samuel. We are very, very proud of you. We are very, very proud of you. Please keep up with your good works. Keep up with your good works. We can also see him behind when we want to have further clarification. It is time for the village meeting. Hello? Hello? So, coincidentally, I learned the way the president have sat, or they have been sitting, is from the oldest down to the IPP, the immediate past president. I've hijacked him to my side. We'll be working together a lot. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. How do I even invite them? I don't even know, sir, if I'm confused. Should I call them Babas? Because they are the Babas of the sector. They are the Babas. Mr. Rogers is pretending. Don't pretend. Eh? Okay, that's the Baba. Aha, we have seen it. Okay, Baba. Aha. Sir, with all humility, I have the honor and the privilege to invite all the past presidents to the high table here for the village meeting to be moderated by Alhaji Hamad Abubakar Adamu, the current president of NAM. Please join me in welcoming the past president to the high table. Who am I to decide on how to sit? Okay. Baba Adamu. Maybe I will stop saying Baba Adamu now. I will be saying Baba Val. Baba Val. Aha. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Why is the other mic? Yeah, it's okay.
Dr. Van, let me use to be centralized. Let doctor can start from here. Mr. Rogers here. So that
why not we sit like this? I'll be here. Show the difference. Hello. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'd like us to honestly appreciate this sitting because we are going to discuss not only the sector, but then the guardians of the sector, that is the National Association of Microfinance Banks, with which all the struggle, all the effort, all the sacrifices made by some particular individuals from amongst us lead us to where we are today. And it is from this discussion we'll be able now to discuss how and what to expect in the near future. We will seek their guidance, we will hear their stories, how they come about, what the efforts they've made, the sacrifices they kind of do, and the issues and problems that they were able to surmount to get us to where we are today. I'm assuring you that without the National Association of Microfinance Banks, the microfinance subsector would not have been where it is today. We have the numbers, but then we need the unity to bring in the energy and the power that we consider to have for us to really be effective and efficient as we are today. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, let us appreciate the past presidents, starting from our great ancestors to our immediate past president in the persons that each and every one of them will now introduce themselves. we will start with the issue of introduction. Some of us have joined the system when most of the ancestors have long gone. Now we have got them reincarnated so that you will be able to see the images of the ancestors. So we say thank you. Let me start with Mr. Valentine so that each will go around so that my members will get to know who you are and when you served.
Good afternoon, my director. Good afternoon, my zonal chairman, my BOT chairman. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The problem I have is when I greet you and you don't greet me back, I feel I've done something wrong. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, maybe I should use good afternoon, distinguished colleagues and friends that are here. My name still remains the man that's privileged to be born on February 14. So my name is Valentine Wenso, a past president of National Association of Microfinance Bank from 2014 to 2016. And I'm still working for now. So let me give you
not appreciating our president for 2014 to 2016. I believe some of us are, in fact, are yet to graduate by that time. And now here we are having him served for this long that we are only appreciating him this lightly. Please let us give him a very rousing round of applause. Please. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Rogers Nwoke. If I asked to introduce myself on the basis of NAMB, I will probably have to tell a long story, but I will make it short. I convened the first NAMB meeting for FCT chapter in March 2010. When NAMB was formed and the first AGM was held in April 2010, we had no office. My office was the first secretariat of NAMB until NAMB was able to rent an office. I have participated in all NAMB activities. I was part of the team that went to Germany in November 2010. In 2011, I arranged a study tour that had 22 microfinance bank MDs on a 10-day exposure visit to India. In 2017, I was elected president of NAMB up to 2020. I am today a member of the board of trustees. I'm not ready to retire. If there is anything else after board of trustees, I am ready to go.
The Valentine's Day, and so he's named Valentine. Mr. Rogers, I don't know his date of birth, but he's named Rogers. I can tell you because so you see, he was born in August, and his name is Augustine. So now the next person will see which month he is born, so that we know his name if it rhymes. And at the same time, I will tell you about Mr. Rogers. For those of us that joined the association around that time when there was turbulence in the association, Mr. Rogers was up and down to really see. In fact, at one time, I bear witness that he was called and detained by SS when we were about to have election. Don't look at his color like this. He's just improving because he has suffered and darkened, and now things are changing. So I can attest to that he has done well, and I can tell you two of his natures that I'm borrowing. He's a very nice, gentle man, very intellectually sound, but very wicked, I'm telling you. Mr. Gelesu, please.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleagues. My name is Yusuf Ahmed Gelesu. I started testing the leadership in NAM in 2016 when I was the Kaduna chapter chairman. From there, I moved to first vice chairman, 2018 to 2020. And then I became the national president 2020 to 2022. I took over from Mr. Rogers. All the ups and downs, fighting in the trenches, we did it together. So I learned quite a lot from him. I'm retired, but I'm not tired. I'm a consultant in the sector, and I'm available for any advice, for any service, sometimes pro bono. But one has to survive, one has to live. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You see, I made mention about Mr. Rogers, and then the trend now goes smoothly. I believe Mr. Gelesu was first vice during Mr. Rogers' tenure, and we are able to see the unity and stability that we get in NAMP, that we successfully got succession without much rancor. Mr. Gelesu, as the first vice under Mr. Rogers, successfully took over from or succeeded Mr. Rogers. No issues, no quarrels, no fights. But then I can tell you when I met Mr. Rogers, then trying to seek for votes, and the other person that they are contesting with was from my zone, northeast. I was caught in a dilemma. One is if I should be inclined towards my tribe and my region. The other is to be objective, who is the right person that really should wear the shoes and the crown so that he will take us further. I put away the regional aspect of it, and I went to the blood side of it because I'm half Igbo. So today you see here some stories, so I now went with Mr. Rogers, and we thank God that after Rogers we got Malan Gelesu. And we later come to get to know the month Mr. Gelesu is born. And even if he has not been named, that we give him a name from that month. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good day, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. My name is Joshua Okute. I'm National President 2022 to 2024. Thank you.
Incidentally, Mr. Joshua Okute happens to be my IPP. You know IPP? Immediate past president. I was his first vice, and after him, I'm here. But then the beauty of it is, Mr. Gelesu was first vice to Mr. Rogers. He became president, and Mr. Joshua became the first vice under Mr. Gelesu. After Gelesu, Mr. Joshua became the president, and I became his first vice. Today, he is IPP, immediate past president, and his former first vice is now the president. I can say humbly, it's me. So we thank you very much for the understanding. This is showing stability in the association. This is showing continuity in the association. And this is saying that, yes, our members have now grown that mature to really understand the right people to place, and then the succession plan is working very well. So we say thank you very much, and now we're going into the crux of the whole matter. I will start with our great ancestors. The first two. How did all this regarding NAM started, if I may give each say a minute to tell us, because some of us honestly will be taking things for granted because things are now smooth and flowing well. But then I believe we've all encountered and we know what it is to be wearing the presidency cap. So if I may start with you, Sir Valentine, you have 1 minute to tell us, then we go to Mr. Rogers. I will not intervene, so that let there be the idea, our members to know and appreciate what it takes for us to lead them into where we are today.
Thank you, Mr. President. Part of the history has started from Mr. Rogers. NAMB is a body that came out of necessity and also to take advantage of how we can swing things together as a body. National Association of Microfinance Bank actually metaphors from NACOPS, which is a community bank in those days. From the 2005 that we started, where we are celebrating 20, that's microfinance. Then we are still running NACO, then before the emergence of national. And it was set up for 4 principal or thematic areas, which was our goal. First, we discovered that this sector, though it could be very small, we need advocacy. We need to come out. We are just like being seen in the financial sector as that small baby that don't know anything. Today, we can see Gen Z, they are the one in charge of what is happening. That was what happened to NAM. Then the second one is capacity building, because there is an issue with this sector. They see everybody, in fact, including our regulator. I'm not looking at my director from SID. Regulators, then they've forgotten that some of us have worked in banks for years. By the time they see you with maybe the car that is very close to that year, they'll be wondering, where did you get money from when you have a bank of 20 million? So there is a need for capacity building, both for the regulator, all the sector, and the operator. Then NAM has that as a thematic priority, and that's why most of the people we were working with, as at that time, they rather want to capacitate us than to be giving us money. Again, we discovered that there is a need for us to also have partnership across board in all that we do. Today, everybody is here now talking to us about their businesses because of the number that this sector poses and that the one we have. Everybody wants to partner with us. And finally, we've been advocating, we want to self-regulate ourselves. Dave from World Bank said a lot of things yesterday, but I'm sure in the time that we still engage ourselves, I will talk more about it. That is the past. When we get to present, I will add another thematic priorities.
Yes.
And I think I will tell Mr. Rogers to take again.
Yeah, sorry, sir, we are considering the history. Yes. We'll come to the present.
Is history
and
I'm doing?
Yes, sir.
History, right?
No, yes, that's it, so that way.
Thank you very much. Past President Valentine Wensu has said quite a bit of it, but the story of NAM is something we will give recognition and gratitude to the Central Bank of Nigeria. Thank you. When the National Microfinance Policy was launched in December 2005, existing community banks were expected to transmute to microfinance banks. When that happened, the National Association of Community Banks, NACOBs, which he talked, continued in existence. The banks that were licensed newly refused to join NACOBs because they said they were not community banks. So they formed Association of Microfinance Banks in Nigeria, AMFIN. So on this side, we have the ancestors in NACOBs, and on this side, we have the new generation led by Bumi Lawson and a few others. So Mr. Fabangwo, the then director of Office D, and his team thought that the association, the apex regulatory body for the members, is necessary, and that the best thing to do is to bring all of them together under one umbrella. So in 2009, the CBN summoned the executives of the two associations and asked them to merge. A transition committee was set up, led by Chief Ome. We brought people from here. The constitution, first constitution of NAMP, they took the constitution of this association, page 1 to 18, tore it, and took the other association from page 19 to 20, stapled it together. That was the first constitution we started before. And eventually, in April 2010, NAMP was inaugurated, April 8, 2010, and that's the origin of this association. Valentine Wensu was the pioneer from the time Microfinance Bank started of NAMP-BLAG, that is NAMP I was the pioneer chairman for FCT. The other people we have, Akwa Ibom here had Architect Nya, who is in Abuja now in government. Cross River was Chief Ekpeyong, the founder of Ekondo. So you can know the type of generation that we work with. That is the history, that is when it started, and the beauty of it is that we have gone through the stages of growth. Because when you start, there's a growth stage, there's a time of storming, there's a time of fighting, there's a time until you get to maturity. So we're now at that point, and today I would really not want to talk about the achievements because we'll spend 2 days talking about achievements. I will want to relate history with how it can help us to move forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Well appreciated. Yes, sir.
Yeah, in addition to what the two ancestors have said, I would also want to add that when we started out, you find that most of the MDs were people who had worked either in community banks or in commercial banks. So when the policy came out in 2005, people felt that because I had banking experience, I can fit into microfinancing, forgetting that microfinancing is a different ball game altogether. So CBN, NDIC, and Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria came together and insisted by fiat that all the microfinance banks must bring 3 people, the MD and 2 other senior officers in the bank, for a compulsory microfinance certification. They trained us free, they registered us free, and then they paid all the bills. So that is the foundation of really aligning us to really what microfinance banking is all about. And the first, I think all of us were the first to sit for that professional examination. It started in 2010. And it started in September, second date, and then we ended in April, the second date. And that was how in 2011, the first batch of the MCPs were inaugurated. And from then, microfinance started having shape, because now we discarded the commercial banking ideas that we had, and we properly align with what microfinance banking is all about. So we want to thank the regulators, Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, for bringing that initiative. If they hadn't done that, I don't think half of us would be here now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My IPP, sir.
Okay, am I speaking on history?
Yes, sir.
Because I have history here with me. So the elders have spoken on history. I am privileged to have worked with the 3 past presidents here. Under Dr. Val, I was state chairman. Under His Eminence, Chief Rogers, I was his second national vice president. Under Malam Galeso, I was his first vice president. So, yeah, thank you. Yes, I will take it. Thank you. Okay, so with respect to the history of NAB, I think I came into NAB when I didn't meet the fighting or the coming together of community banks and microfinance banks. I came in when microfinance banks, microfinance banking started and was functional, and NAMB had already started. So what I know as the history will not be something that will be more than maybe 8 years, 9 years, or 10 years, but there were rich periods when we had state chapters that were well organized, that were looking out for the welfare of member banks, that had issues around advocacy, issues around capacity building, issues around servicing their members, were the front burners of these things. And this was also the period when a lot of policies were churning out from the Central Bank of Nigeria, a lot of them. And one very particular one, and I think I mentioned it yesterday when we were talking, was where the issue of the BVN, when all accounts were mandated to have BVN. And at that time, it looked like, oh, microfinance banks, we couldn't do that. I mean, how can a small microfinance bank in a small village, like in my village, start having data capturing machines? And when some people came, at times from the regulators' information, the cost of acquisition, the initial outlay was so much, was in millions, 6 million, 7 million, 8 million. And I know that it was NAM that demystified that thing. For those of us that are here that can still remember, at various combi meetings, we were told, you must, we don't care. Those days were the days of we don't care, you must. Now, maybe the last 4 years or 5 years, now become days of collaboration. Okay, those days were the days of nothing like collaboration. You come, you sit down, we tell you what to do, you must do it, take it, or get out, submit the license. You remember? It was we don't care, and I think it was under the leadership of Chief Rogers that demystified it. And not that we only got capturing machines at very low cost, we also got what? Those of you that got, we got bonuses or rebates. Thank you. We got rebates. So I think that's one of the things and the achievement of NAM those days. So for those of us that are coming into the sector now, I mean, these are the things that the forefathers, the elders, the carnated ancestors fought for the association. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, my IPP. Well, I believe if we are to discuss challenges, it will take us more than a month, because the task of the president, whether he's awake or asleep, to be honest and candid with you, is always challenging. Even if it means he's collecting rebates. He may be collecting rebates, but then even to our members, even as we speak now, whatever you may be given, somebody is bound to come and make a complaint or confuse the whole matter, and that is by nature how we humans are. But then I assure you that before the end of this, we will all appreciate them. Sir, we want to hear just one particular giant challenge that you feel, yes, during your tenure, during your term, this is the most critical challenge that you face in just one aspect, because we know there are millions, as I mentioned, whether you are asleep or awake, challenges are always following you. Which would you critically, because the essence of it, they have now heard just how we are able to go over the mountain, and it's better they should know while crossing up to the mountain there are a number of hurdles, but then which is the most critical for our appreciation. Yes, sir.
Well, the challenges are numerous, but you say one day one, and I'm just looking at the one critical I will take. Will I say will I use the regulators-led challenges? In as much as the regulators want a better thing for us, sometimes you don't even know how to prepare when you are going to CBN or you are going to NDIC. There is this challenge of, like my president said, if you cannot do this business, we will kill you. When you hear that and you are coming back from that CBN, all that is in your mind is that your wife should not offer you food for that night. Because you just look at during my time, we were up to 1,000 and 28, and you just look at a new vision coming in and the understanding of the regulators with the operator is a bit shaky. In as much as they are coming, then you are complaining lack of financial infrastructure. Today, Microfinance Bank is getting matured, is getting better, but then, just like one of it that I want to say, I said regulator because I hope you will understand with me that I'm managing my words. Like somebody owe you money and your members are shouting, they don't have a way, and you run to your mommy and daddy, which is NDIC and CBN, and the next thing, you people, instead of you to be doing microfinance bank, you are doing commercial bank system. You know, it was a big challenge during our time, and thank God that some of us are both owners and also operators. So when we try to wield the operator way, we'll also use the owner's way. And it's a big challenge. It's a big challenge for this. But yes, now, we've been able to have a way with collaboration, and it's working well. So, not that I am telling you that CBN or NDIC, they've done very well. You can give them a round of applause. Yeah. By today, collaboration is more enhanced and is getting better.
You said it's like a child running back to his mama and papa, and you now told us that the papa and mama, the CBN and NDIC, who I believe my colleagues will want the clarification. Who is the papa and who is the mama amongst them?
CBN is Baba. NDIC is the one, because when you fail in doing business very well, the undertaker could be mama. So let me use it that way, because I remember the day NDIC MD summoned me and my members, because we are trying to do that. Okay, when a bank dies, NDIC will pay customers. Who pay the people that put their money together to establish the bank? So we discussed with Nikon Insurance, and they are coming with a kind of insurance that will also protect the investors. And the next thing, around 10:30 p.m., the MD, NDIC, the phone just rang. And I was told to submit myself in NDIC MD's office the following. I have to get into Abuja. And then the next thing, the big insurance company, the rural estate, all the MDs, they were all there. And small microfinance me like me. The rest is story. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oga Rogers.
Okay, thank you very much.
On the same topic.
Yes, okay. There were many challenges, but the one that I think stands out that we solved, which is what has seen the harmony we see today, is that we overcame the destructive politics that NAMB was. I have never seen politics in Nigeria like the one I met in NAMB as a president. And I'll give you a little bit of what it was. Even the smallest election, the smallest issue in NAMB was looked at from ethnic backgrounds, was looked at from religious backgrounds. In the north, the man in northeast didn't want the person in the northwest. When you zone it to northwest will start fighting about who it was. I've never seen a thing like that. I'll just give you a few instances. Before Gialesu was elected vice president, it was battles. I will be sitting and discussing with a colleague how to solve electoral issues. His phone will ring and he'll be hearing, yes sir, your excellency sir, yes sir. And when he finishes, he said, the governor of his state has just called him to tell him that he has information that he wants to allow the South to take over NAMB. Governor. You will talk to your colleague MD. He agrees with you on how to move forward. 5 minutes after, his chairman of board will call him to tell him that the emir just called him to tell him that he must not agree. I have been summoned in the Southwest by some very senior people who said to me that we have reports that you want the Igbos to take over everywhere in NAMB. I have been summoned to Ohaneze that I'm allowing the North that does not have any microfinance bank to dictate how things were happening. That's the type of destructive politics that we had. That every election as it was coming was going to create problems. And we saw it that it was a constitutional matter that if we can get our constitution right, we'll solve the problem. And so against all odds and everything, our administration put our feet on the ground. That until we mature to that level where we will begin to look at who is the most appropriate person to lead us, until we get to that point, we must bring in tribe, we must bring in ethnicity, and then make sure that everybody feels fairly treated. So we amended the constitution and said, even if only 10% of the microfinance banks are in the north and 90 are in the south, presidency must rotate between north and south. And that solved one problem. And then we said microzoning. When it is the turn of the north, we must look at which part of the north has been there before and allow the other people to test it. So the long and short of that, we dealt with the politics such that after my regime, my first vice took over. After him, his first vice took over. After him, his first vice take over. I want to believe that your first vice will also take over, so that we'll stop playing politics with our business. It was terrible. He mentioned about me being detained. On an election day AGM, we wanted to enter the hall, and DSS people with about two pickup vehicles, and said they were told to stop anybody from entering here. I said, why? They finished talking. Long and short, 20 minutes later, they were the one now protecting us and making sure our meeting took place. At Merit House, we have come to do meeting. While we were seated there, an area commander drove in with his team and said that they have court order to stop the AGM from holding. And I said, AGM, stop us? He said, yes. I said, you can't stop us. Our past presidents were there, BOT members were there. We said, okay, we want to go and see commissioner. You said commissioner sent you. So I made my own phone calls, and we went to the commissioner's office and had a roundtable meeting, sat on his conference, and at the end of the day, they said, even if you have court order says don't do meeting, but it doesn't say you should go and stop the people. If the court order is correct, it means what they did is null and void. So you must allow them to go and do their meeting. And if they do their meeting, go back to court and report that they did their meeting. At the end of the day, we had our AGM, we had our election. But this is some of the things that has stopped the sector from moving forward, because for about 6 years thereabout, we were busy doing destructive politics, leaving the things that matter in our business and focusing on politics of, is it the north, is it the south, is it the southeast, why is Ibom man taking over, why should the man? And today I want to believe that that is past. I would just ask future people, that equity and fairness that we introduced, that ensures that every regional group, south, southeast, northeast, northwest, ensure that the thing rotates until we graduate and mature to the point when we can now ask, who should be the next NAM president? And we look at, maturity can now make us look at qualifications and no longer ethnic. But if we don't achieve that maturity, please continue to uphold this fairness and equity to ensure that everybody, every state, even if you have only 2 microfinance banks, as long as you are part of this thing, that you have a sense of belonging. I think that's the most important problem we have solved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Madam Gelesu will rather give you another topic, because I believe the most ancient ancestors have dealt very well with the major issues, honestly. Yes, no, I'm related. Yes, I'm related. Mr. Valentine has spoken about the difficulties and the challenges we encountered with the regulators. And Mr. Rogers has explained to us the internal politics that nearly destroyed the whole, in fact, not the association, but even the sector. Because if somebody from the north will not look eye to eye with another person with the same industry, we are doomed. So we say thank you very much. Mr. Gelos, while you are looking at it briefly, we'd like to start with you on the critical achievement that you may say, not on your regime, but then the association has achieved in terms of the industry, the sector. You can take half a minute to talk about the difficulty, if any, and then you can now move on to then
okay. Okay, thank you very much. One thing, Mr. Rogers, His Eminence, that refused to tell us is, after going through the association politics, he went back to his state and then started the real politics. In fact, he contested for a position there from the experience he had in the association. So it wasn't a small thing. It doesn't matter, at least you participated. Yes, so it's honorable. And well, during my time, even they said it's only one problem. I must talk of 2 problems. During my time, we had the dreaded COVID, where it stalled everything. No businesses, nothing. By the grace of God, we survived it. In fact, at that time, we had a trip to Germany. When we returned, just barely 4 days, that was when we had the shutdown. Everywhere was closed. We would have been in Germany by now. So we survived that one. Then the second and the most serious thing that happened, the challenge I had during my tenure, was the recapitalization memo that came out by forcing us to recapitalize by 1,000%. 1,000%. So these 2 things I will never forget in my life as a banker. So those are the 2 challenges I faced, and thank God we've all come out of it. We have survived it. And any other challenge that is coming, by the grace of God, we are going to surmount and survive it. So what was that?
Thank you very much, sir. My IPP, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, for me, you know, I am the youngest in terms of, or the most recent of them. So our group, I'm like the youngest. So they send me on errands every time, and then I go. So they are my ancestors. So with respect to the challenges, I came in and I was born into necessities and problems. My tenure was riddled with a lot of problems. As I came in, as I was staying, as I was about leaving, a lot of problems. So, and I'll just mention 1 or 2. The most critical of them was the cashless policy issues. It was at that time where my phones rang and rang and rang almost all through the day, and each time we went to CBN to get some, or CBN says we have appointed, is it 100 MFBs that will give 1 million naira to our members. Will say, hey, look at this man, you have used your connection to put your friend's name in that list. I have not gotten the money. You put my name there, but you gave the money to somebody else from your state or from your zone or something. It was terrible. That point, you know, people lost confidence in us, or they seem to, just confidence in us, thinking that, oh, look, president just walk up to CBN, tell the CBN governor, instead of giving mobile money, POS operators cash, give Microfinance Bank cash. I will go to the CBN, the director will tell me something else, I will go here, they will I mean, it was crazy. That's one. The other one was, we had a beautiful meeting like this in Abuja, and we were having dinner. And somebody said, Mr. President, check your phone. And I checked. 179 MBs licenses were revoked that night. That was the longest time of my life. And I remember, was it June 1st or June 2nd? We were at the secretariat. His Eminence was at that meeting. It was at that meeting where we called for all those that were affected. We started the meeting in the morning around 9. We were there till around 11 p.m. At a point, the light went off. We were using our phone touch to review. People came from all over the country whose licenses were revoked to come and tell us why. And we're listening. And that night, when I went to bed, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing voices. I'm not joking. I kept hearing, people were even telling me their problems in my dreams. Hey, my own is just 2 million. I have done this, a lot of things. A lot of things. I almost ran mad in my hotel room. Then thereafter, we went to meet the deputy governor, and God gave us favor. God has given us favor. Okay, members, we have this. Now, come and bring your position. It now became a problem for them to even come and represent their position. So those two. And I was about rounding off. I was about just rounding off, enjoying my time to hand over to Baba here. Then again, I got something that Heritage has taken our members' money over, by our own calculation, over 8 billion naira. The next day, my guy, you know, we're in the office. We're in your office the next day, by 12 noon, I was at NDIC's office. Thereafter, we spoke with the MD. We went to meet with the MD in Abuja and everything. So I'll say that for my tenure, sir, I pray yours is a peaceful tenure. I pray you don't have one of these three things that we do. I know that Heritage is there with you, but at least you didn't bring it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my IPP. I believe our members will now appreciate the behind-the-scene efforts being made by all presidents. And I will tell you, now they are addressing me, Baba, simply because they want to shy away from their ages. My IPP, when I was his first vice, the day we took over, I believe I can count the white hair on his head. By the time he now saw the 179 microfinance banks revoked overnight, his head turned white. Even now, I believe he's using some dye. Even at that, he could not cover the whiteness of his head. And then eventually, when he wanted me to go as white as he is, he handed me over the issue of a Heritage Bank. But then I went to pray to God. I said, God, I've seen Mr. Rogers. He was very tough. He was very strong. He was very wicked, if he so wishes. But then this thing consumed him. Before he left, he has white hair. God, let me not have it. I saw Mr. Gelesu. He came in very fat, very lean, very handsome. He left very ugly, very thin. So please, God, save me. Let me not be like them. So what I've been doing, that's my daily prayer. So and God answered my prayer. You can say I'm still looking. Yeah. So to be honest, I made a number of trips to NDIC office, CBN, before the current directors. If it were my way, I tried to really see. I prayed, I fasted 40 days, like Jesus did, to see if I can get the director to confuse any one of them to release the Heritage Bank money. But they are very tough. So I realized that even that one, it will require sacrifices. So when I returned to my people and then when I realized there's no much appreciation, I now went and knelt before the directors. They said it is the law. And then I returned and I said, look, you've been praying to God that you shouldn't be like Rogers, Gelesu, and this thing. Why are you putting your head into that condition? I later returned to my members. I said, I have discovered the best way to get back our money. They were very elated. I said, let them buy me a gun so that I will go to CBI and point it at the director and say, give us our money. That's my most difficult moment to really get to get our money from NDIC and CBN. But then honestly, we've written to the Governor Center because we realize there's only one Jupiter. You know, they say there's no Jupiter. There's one Jupiter that will solve the Heritage Bank issue. And honestly, that's the only person is the Governor of Central Bank. We are pursuing him. And I'm calling on all members. As I said yesterday, by God, whatever affected one of us, just one, honestly, is affecting all of us. Because the image is there. We say we are fighting for visibility. We are fighting for unity. So if we bother and care for each other, we should pray that no one should suffer such. We've had them. We've had difficulties. We had some part of achievements. If I may ask, sirs, already your sacrifices are visible. Honestly, we look at it, we see it's visible. I can tell you amongst us here that people, you see them as young chaps and young people. Some of them are older than us. But as soon as you assume that office, attending to now 835 people, well, every day, every second, there is always a problem to do with one or the other. So, what makes you happy that when you relax, despite these challenges, despite these difficulties, you say, Kai, yes, this during my time I was able to surmount, and it is the most critical because we've had now the difficulty. Let's hear about the joy. One, because you know we don't have that time, so we just will take, I believe there are 1,000, but then we just need one. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. When it comes to achievement, it's very easy to roll it out. During our time, we all know that capital is a major issue.
Yes, sir.
It's industry. The same CBN that will be angry with us at the same time, they are like our mothers. They are looking at the other side. During our time, we were able to package the 220 billion MSME DF. Yeah. We work with the association, and we're able to get that. But today, one of the greatest happiness or joy that I have, yes, NDIC was part of it because I know, is that if you go and check that account of that money, that intervention to our sector, over 90% paid back. At least you need to clap for yourself. That is a success rate that we achieved during that period. Again, another success which is very closely related is the intervention by roofing in terms of capacity building, in terms of fund, and some development organizations that supported us. The only one that I am appealing for, thank God my director is here, is that, do you know that for 20 years, some banks here, they don't have any problem, and every year they are paying premium. Do you know that some insurance companies are richer than banks? Do we have that idea? NDIC is very, very rich, sitting on a very big premium. Can they introduce intervention into this sector? Those who believe that they should do that, say yes. The yes have it. My director, man, your people have said it, so we need to work on that. But for the capital aspect and capacity building, I am very happy that NAM and Microfinance Bank, with even Chartered Institute of Bankers, with their support, we are more knowledgeable, we are more into the business now, and that is my greatest joy. Coming back here again to see what is happening, I am very happy. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I wish that Dr. Mrs. Tokumbo Martins was sitting here, I would have been a lot grateful to say this. I happened to be privileged to be non-president when she was director of Office D. What I'm about to tell you is an incident that if it had happened, none, more than 90% of us sitting today and running banks today would not have been here. December 2016, 17, I don't know which year. I was in the village like any typical Igbo man. I was sitting in my house in the village, we were drinking my palm wine as we do in Christmas. And my phone rang, and it was a past president of CIBN who happened at that time to be the chairman of his MFB in his village. I picked the call because it was unusual, and he said, "Rogers, where are you?" I said, "I'm in the village at this Christmas." He said, "You'll be there at Christmas drinking palm wine, and you come back in January and you have no bank." I said, "What happened?" He said, "I have just left the office of a deputy governor. This is what he told me. A decision has been taken to restructure the sector. Go and meet him now. As Oga, let them restructure it. Christmas, we must finish it." So as soon as I got back in January, I called the deputy governor and asked for an appointment, and he said I should come. I got there and he confirmed everything I was told. One, the CBN has decided that there will not be more than 50 microfinance banks, one state in each state of the federation, and then the national MFBs. Capital base minimum 1 billion. You don't have it, forget it. I mean, it's a whole lot, I won't tell you. And I said, "What's going on?" He said, every single day he gets calls from people everywhere who have lost their money, that they are tired. And after so much going back, I said, "Look, Rogers, I'm tired with you. Go and meet the director of FPRD, Financial Policy and Regulation." And he called him in my presence and said, "Rogers is coming to see you." I was non-president, so it must have been after, I think it's December 2017. So I went to see Mr. Mugo, who was then director. Before I got there, he brought out the document and dropped it on his table. So I came, he spoke and spoke and spoke and spoke and spoke. And at the end of the day, I saw that this threat was real. So I said, well, FPLD is not our people. Our main people are Office D. So I ran to Office D. And believe me, Office D knew nothing about what I was talking about. I went with you, right? Yes. Good. So I said, this is what I have just been told. They said it's not possible. And then the reality came. And that was where we found strength. That strength was that the people who designed that thing, for whatever reason, didn't carry everybody along. So we now got our own regulators, supervisors, backing us to say this thing is not the best. And immediately, after several consultations within a week, a committee was set up right inside the CBN. They wanted me as non-president to be part, but they said, no, it has to be an internal matter. But I was told to be ready to be speaking to to the committee every time. So every single day, I'll get like 4 or 5 calls. Okay, Rogers. It's not a thing of boast, but one of the suggestions we placed to them is that you cannot regulate a rural bank with a bank in the city. So let us have this unit bank split into 2. Rural microfinance license and the one in the urban. After several discussions, they said, no, how do you draw a line between where is urban and where is rural? After so much engagement, we agree. Any bank in a state capital is urban. Any other place is rural. Lagos, everywhere is urban. Abuja, everywhere is urban. Long and short, we went through all those things. What you have today, that is 4 categories of license, was the outcome of that engagement. Yeah. Now, what it did for us was that the whole idea that the structure, the sector needed to be restructured was upheld. Yes, we needed a structure. But that restructuring should not be regulator-led. Let the restructuring take care of itself. Let everybody play at the level. In my place, they said, a short man hangs his coat where his hand can reach. So allow people to operate at their levels. And then the sector will evolve itself. And that's what has happened today. So you have people who know how to buy a tier 2 license, but they run assets of 18 billion, we are told yesterday. And then you have people who can choose that this is what they want to do. So for me, there are several achievements we can talk about. Joshua talked about BVN. They excluded us. We went to CBN, went to FISD, and the CBN approved 250 million naira to assist us to acquire BVN machines. But you know the sad news? We didn't use up to 50 million of that money because our members just could not move. So there are so many things we have done, but the fact that this sector survived that major restructuring because the people who packaged it were just upset. They didn't understand most of the things that were on the ground. But today, the reality that has come to stay, the regulator, the government, everybody has now seen that collaboration. Look, let's partner with these people. Like Joshua said, once upon a time when you come to COVID, it was a set of rules and regulations. You must do this, you must do that, you must do that. Some of us have been threatened many times, but today, the regulator you're seeing today is the one that wants this industry to succeed. You can hear them. Under Mrs. Martins, the door was wide open. You sit like this. A CBN staff will call you to say, we are trying to do something like this. What do you people think? Can you talk with your colleagues and all that? It was not happening before. Between that time and now, you could now have interactions with the regulator, interactions with the government agencies, anything that concerned microfinance. And I think that that has created a new foundation and a new impetus for us to move ahead. The only question is, how are we going to take advantage of this new love to ensure that we get it working, perfectly? Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen and dear colleagues, I believe we are communicating. Are we getting anything, or should we scrap the town hall now and call it off? I believe we are getting insight into the leadership of our association. And then for those of us that are having tier 1, tier 2, now we've learned how we come about this. Initially, the policy was for one state license and then no more. And then you have to meet up to 1 billion. I believe that's the explanation, because this is very critical. Without the intervention of the association to get this graded, most of us, if not all of us, will not have been here. So we say thank you very much to the administration of NAM for intervening at the right time to really make sure that we not only survive, but we thrive. So we say thank you very much to the leadership. Mr. Gelesu, yeah. 1 minute, and then my IBP 1 minute, then we now round up. And then after this, we are going to inaugurate the board of past presidents. As you can see, you will agree with me that definitely there are lots of information, knowledge, and experiences that we should not throw away. During the last AGM, I sought for and was given the permission to formally, because now what I normally do whenever there's an intricate issue, I call them on personal basis to say, what do we do? But then during the AGM, we thank you very much for giving us the approval to recognize these persons, the ancestors, in as much as they are alive. They don't have like voting powers, but then they will remain part and parcel of the association, and at any given time, the president is at liberty to either table any issue before them or consult them individually. So we say thank you. We finish now and then we inaugurate. Please, sir.
Okay, thank you. I talked about two challenges during my time. One was act of God. And God, in his mercies, took care of that one. That was the COVID issue. But the second one, the recapitalization, the 1,000% recapitalization, was act of man. I am happy that when that issue came up, we ran to the National Assembly. We know what we went through. All the connections from left, right, and center. Our case, because when that memo came out, they gave us a deadline that any bank that does not meet that minimum share capital by that time was automatically, off the radar. And we did a survey of the whole sector. The result of the survey revealed that only 37 banks by that cut-off time will be able to meet that threshold of the minimum share capital. So you can imagine, that time I think we had about 987 banks during my time. So take 37 out of that, you will imagine the number of those banks that will have gone down. So we took that issue with all those analysis, calculations, and everything to National Assembly. And as God will have it, our case was discussed at the floor of House of Reps. And from that meeting at House of Reps, they resolved and instructed the CBN to hold on first, because we went with prayers. One, they should extend the deadline. Two, they should reduce the amounts. We gave them all what we wanted. But National Assembly used their powers of suasion and told CBN that, please, from the facts that we are receiving from the practitioners, if this your deadline, holds, there is going to be chaos in the financial system. You see, it is not only the microfinance sector that will have issues. A lot of our banks will die. And remember, we have this corresponding banking relationship with commercial banks. A lot of our funds, just look at the heritage issue. A lot of commercial banks will have been affected, definitely. So it's the whole financial system that will have been affected by that singular action of not extending the deadline. So we were lucky, God intervened. The National Assembly saw our reasoning, and they wrote, and that was how the deadline was extended. So that is that major achievement that I feel that happened during my time and that I will never forget. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gelesu mentioned two major happenings during his time. One, he believed, and we all also agree with him, that is God-made. And we are lucky that the other one, he did not say that it is the work of his enemies. Because at that time, I might be considered his enemy. So we thank God he said that it is the work of number and then pushing it elsewhere. So we appreciate him. And COVID-19. I don't want to say this, but you can see since that, the effect of the troubles he encountered during the leadership, up to now, you can see that most of us are yet to really fully recover. So we thank you very much, Mr. Gelesu. My happy sir.
Thank you. So, Mr. President, I will just speak on, you said, what do you remember that gives us joy, that you can sleep very well and you are happy? Okay. So I am grateful to God for the opportunity to be part of this wonderful association at the very granular level up to the top. It's, I see it as a privilege that we could be here to share thoughts with great leaders, regulators, practitioners, investors. I remember when we came in 2022, we came in with what we call the VIX project, visibility, impact, capacity building, and self-regulation. And after 2 years, I could say that the visibility of the association has improved, especially when we attempted to, and we did actually, organize the last I think that's the first residential conference like we are having today, 2 years ago at Ogere in Ogun State. That really gave us a lot of visibility. If I also look at a lot of things that we have done, I think I'm proud to say I'm a proud Nambite. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. The director NDIC is receiving her award, and our flight is just about this, so we can just take a break, attend to her, and then after she goes, we now round up, please. So.
The kind of support that we have now and the positive development we are experiencing from our regulators, we feel is worthwhile. We feel is worthwhile. With the permission of the past president, please, it's worthwhile to show our little appreciation to Madam. It's like we are seeing a renewed SIID department at NDIC. Please, can you join me in appreciating Madam? And if you care to know, we have about 20 examiners from NDIC who have been with us from the beginning of this program up to this moment. Please, let's appreciate Madam. And there's no other way for us to show this appreciation than to just put something to our department, our leadership, to say we appreciate her. To present the award to Madam will be our BOT chairman. I know all the past presidents will join in the photo and in the presentation. Sir, you know, behind a successful leader, there is always an effective assistant, deputy. We appreciate you, sir. We appreciate you, sir. We appreciate you. I will hand over the mic to the BOT chair, sir.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, it's my honor and privilege to present this award to the Director of SEED. And this award is being presented on behalf of NAM, Madam. Okay. Please join the director, Mr. Akwa. Yeah, okay. Okay. On behalf of the entire NAM family, I present this award of excellence to NDIC, Director of SEED, in recognition of your continuous support and contributions to the growth of Microfinance Bank. And that has been exemplified by her presence since 2 days ago up till this moment. She has to catch a flight, and that's why she has to leave at this moment. Otherwise, I know she would have stayed with us till the end of today and probably leave tomorrow. So, Madam, we thank you and congratulations.
You are going, Abi? Hello. We believe that most of our elders will be, that is the past presidents, will be leaving because they could not secure flight for tomorrow. Most of the flights were booked, so they have to go now. So as I mentioned earlier, we'll call this up and then just inaugurate the board of past presidents. The formal inauguration will be conducted much later, even if it means virtual. But then for the time being, as of today, I think I will call on all of us to present them to you and inaugurate informally so that the formal inauguration will be, and then other policies will come along. You know what I mean? The ceremony and other things we are cutting this short. Doctor, please. If I may call on you so that I present you to our members, starting Mr. Valentine, Mr. Rogers, Mr. Jelesu, and my IPP. Let me stand this way because Chief Ome, Chief Ome, but I believe you can see his shadow there. Because at times ancestors don't come in flesh. Yeah, they either come in form of spirit. Yes, the BOT chair will want to say word and then inaugurate us because he has.
Distinguished colleagues, let me address the College of Past Presidents. But before they are inaugurated, I just want to say one or two things. I have been in NAM for the past 18 years, and all the struggles that these presidents have passed through, I was with them in the trenches. I like to just remember two of our presidents that are not here. Chief Matthias Ome is the first president of NAM. And the second president is of blessed memory now, Chief Jethro Akun. He passed on some years ago. So we have actually had 7 presidents in NAM since the inception of NAM. I also like to remember the elders of NAM that were part of the formation of NAM, including those from community banks. I'm thinking of people like Chief Olowu, Chief Adegbite, Barrister Jude Nosage, Bumi Lawson, Kabiri Musa Yaradua, who was our first executive secretary, and so on and so forth, so many of them. And I think that at this ceremony of 20th anniversary, it will be necessary for us to mention their efforts. From Valentine Wesu standing there to my chief, Rogers, Kaduna Rangers, and Josh, these are men that have actually done so much for this association, and we are grateful to them. So on that note, my dear colleagues, President, you are not past president. So you are not, okay, you soon join them. Enjoy your presidency. They want to body you. Please enjoy. College of Past Presidents, we are proud of you. We are happy for the services that you gave to NAM. God will continue to bless you. Do not be tired when we call upon you to give us your wisdom and your experience. I am happy that we are all together. On behalf of the entire NAM here, we present you. The formal inauguration will take place subsequently, but for purpose of this conference, we are hereby inaugurated as a formal body that will be advisory and giving your wisdom to the association. Congratulations and thank you. Let me start from the first president. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
BOT Chair, following the inauguration, Committee of Past Presidents. Oh, College of
Past Presidents.
Somebody also said College of Past Presidents. Alaji Hamza and Madam Teresa, we want to hear, because this last panel discussion is a powerful one.
Doesn't matter.
And we are looking at presenting awards to the past presidents. Presenting awards to the past presidents. I've been mandated by the BOT chair to, so.
Maybe that's the reality. So we thank God
Where are photographers?
For how far our past presidents have gone. We thank you so much and we are appreciating your effort and we are giving you an accolade on behalf of the other members. So on this note, I'm hereby, on behalf of the NAM, to present this award of excellence onto our past president, so Dr. Valentine Nwosu. So thank you very much. So may God bless you, sir.
Have you collected photo charts?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, on behalf of the NAMP, so I'm hereby to present this award of excellence onto our dad, so Mr. Rogers Nwoke. So thank you, sir. May God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm happy to be the one to present to you Malang Yusuf Geliasu, an award of excellence, in recognition, sir, of your contribution to learning and development of the microfinance bank in Nigeria. Congratulations once more, sir. Wow. Congratulations, sir. I'm presenting to you this afternoon the Award of Excellence, and to you, Dr. Joshua Ekuti, in recognition of your contribution to learning and development of microfinance banking, and also a father to the NAM Association.
Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. Thank you.
Yes, I am going to present the award for the president. First of all, Mr. President, I want to congratulate you for a wonderful hosting of this 20th anniversary of NAM. It's a thing of pride that we came so far. So on behalf of your members, entire NAM, I present to you this award of excellence. It's presented to Alhaji Abubakar Ahmed, National President, in recognition of your leadership and managerial prowess at the 20th anniversary of microfinance. Congratulations, sir.
almost everybody.
Yes. I think they've gone for lunch now.
Yes, many people have gone.
I think with this, we can break for lunch and come back at what time? For the last panel discussion. And with two more sponsors.
Thank you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, on behalf of body of past presidents, would like to say thank you to all our distinguished members who are here for this show of love and for remembering us and to bring us together once again. We promise you of one thing, that our thematic priorities, we will be at the back end to support in terms of advocacy. In any area that you need us for capacity, we'll be there. Networking, will use our network for this and to ensure that we fight that one day we'll get self-regulated. Thank you very much. And on that note, before I will say thank you, before I will finish my appreciation, I'd like to please, I said, if you can remain upstanding while we observe a minute silence for a past president, Chief Jethro Akun. Please, we don't greet, we don't talk when we are observing a minute silence. Thank you. May the soul of our late past president, Chief Jethro Akun, and all our numerous members that have left us rest in perfect peace. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Can we be back at 4:30? 4. 4. Okay. Can we be back at 4 for the final? Is an Ogbuefi. I Chief Emmanuel Ajuzie is the National Publicity Secretary for NAM. I Chief, you have our attention. Chief Ajuzie is also very quiet. Highly experienced, and he's a businessman to the core. You know, he's a businessman to the core. Chief Ajuzie too was the immediate past chairman of Southeast Zone. And you know, to manage Southeast Zone, hey, where you have in Anambra alone, 99 banks, have you? In Anambra alone. Don't talk about Enugu, don't talk about Ebonyi, don't talk about Imo. And he has succeeded in managing all these banks successfully before he came to serve at the national level. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Were you a state chairperson? State chairman, Abia. Wow. And before then? A vice chairman. Before then? You can see, people don't just come to the national level. They must have served in various capacities so that we can appreciate that experience. We appreciate you, sir. Also on the panel, supposed to be Dr. Adekoke Adegbami, but he's not here. But we have the fine mama, a never sharp friend of NAM, and that is Mrs. Elizabeth Oriako on the platform. Please join me in welcoming Madam. She's the chairperson for the River State chapter. Thank you very much, Madam. Sharp, sharp. Pam, 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 pam. Thank you very much, Madam. We appreciate you. I'm so sure before Madam became the the state chairman. Were you the vice chairman or the secretary? You're a vice chairman. The treasurer, assistant secretary. Wow! Assistant secretary, the treasurer, the vice chairman, and the chairman of now River State. I'm so sure I haven't gone around now. What is next? Wagba, they go take. Thank you very much. Why are we saying this? A number of us has put in so many years, the last 8 years, the last 6 years in serving NAM without salary. We recognize all of us who are here and are putting such time, and we value our services to our sector. We're supposed to have the MD of Ibile Holding or Ibile Microfinance Bank also to join us, but he's not here now. We're supposed to have Professor Sherif Ibrahim. A land prof has gone. Where is Dr. Adu? Maybe Dr. Adu knew that I would definitely call him impromptu to join this. Okay. Please, if Dr. Adu comes, Dr. Paul Adu is the chairperson for your state. I also want him to join impromptu to be part of this discussion. I think on that note, I will hand over the mic to the moderator of this session, our BOT chair. You have our attention, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our first Vice President of NAM. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and welcome back from lunch. Like the topic of the panel session says, building sound compliance in the microfinance subsectors. And in this discussion today, we are looking at areas like the HR, compliance generally, government relations, as well as public perceptions of our subsector. Members of the panel have been introduced, and so we'll just go straight to the issues. Like the Vice President has told us, these are experienced practitioners, and I'm sure they will be giving their perspectives from their various practical experiences. And like we all know, the best teacher is experience. So I'm going to start with the second Vice President. We popularly call him Lucas Modric Mapak. Mr. Mapak, HR is a very, very critical aspect of our business. Because if you don't have the right human resources, human capital, you may not get it right. So we'd like to share your own experience on how you have navigated your institution or your local chapter when you were chairman of NAM in terms of ensuring that our institutions get the right personnel to drive our business. Mr. Mapak, please.
Thank you, my BOT chair, who also deputed as the moderator. Good evening, everyone. As you have said, rightly said, the HR, human resource, is very important and essential in running our organizations. With all the capital, with all the funds, without the right personnel, the right attitude, you cannot run the bank properly. So for me, for you to have an institution where it will be viable, you need to have a focus, the fit personnel. And how do you have the fit and the right personnel? You have to do that through well-planned and tailored training. Let me share an experience before I answer properly. When this policy of microfinance bank started, a lot of people that left the commercial banks flock into the system and thinking that it is the right, is the same industry or is the same field. But I bet you most of the banks that have not gone through training, they are not standing right now. So for us, we were first having a partnership with GIZ. I could remember then. They took all the personnel through training from the top to at least middle level management. And that training has assisted in ensuring that most of the banks remain sound and focused. And during my time, both at the state and also at the zonal level, we ensure that the certification program being conducted by CIBN, we have a secretariat where our staff are prepared for those examinations. And for the period that I was there for 2 years as a state chairman, we have recorded almost 99% success. And that has helped our employees in various banks in the state and at the zonal level to have the required skills, knowledge to be able to run the operations of their various banks. You know, in this modern world, information is power. If you have an employee that don't know what to do, they can make a great mistakes that can cause a serious issue in your organization, from fraud to divergence of very confidential information that can lead to the collapse of your bank. And also at the same time, it can also lead to penalties and sanctions to your organization. So if you agree with me, CBN in its wisdom, when they come for regular examination, they will ask you to bring your training plan for your employees. So it is very essential that whatever we are doing as MDs of our organization, CEOs, we should ensure that we have a training program, training plan annually. You might look at it that it's expensive, but it is not expensive because knowledge is power, and it's only with knowledge that you have a viable institution that complies with rules and regulation. And even the internal processes, the internal manuals that you have developed, it is only by knowledge you'll be able to use it and ensure that your bank is protected against fraudsters. And then at the same time, you have maintained your reputation as a sound and a bank that provides financial services. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mapak. Mr. Achuzie, I'd like you to address us on some of the challenges I'm sure many MFBs will be facing here as far as HR and human resources are concerned. Staff attrition, staff turnover. How do we bring up with strategies that can ensure that we retain our staff? What are the issues? What are the challenges? What causes this staff attrition and staff turnover in our institutions? I'm sure many of our people here would like to hear your experience, and at the appropriate time, if there are any questions or suggestions from them, we would like to know. So let's have your own experience, sir.
Okay. Thank you, my BOT chair. Good evening, colleagues. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. You know, one of the things that the CBN examiners check when they come for examination is staff turnover. Staff turnover. That is one of their areas when they come for examination. They want to know how many of your staff that has resigned, terminated, or for one reason or the other. So, as practitioners, for us to reduce our turnover rate, we must be able to do a background check before we employ most of our staff. Find out why they left where they were working before you employ them. Also use other institutions to check their character so that you will be able to know the kind of person that you're employing. You can also do status inquiry by finding out from the former employee what happened. Then, when you want to employ the person, you should be able to allow the person pass through interview so that you know the quality you're employing. When you finally employ, you train. You must expose the person through in-house training, exposure to manuals, so that the person will know what to do when he comes. Then the main question, why do we have high turnover? We have high turnover in most of our banks today because the condition of service is almost not there. I know of many microfinance banks that don't even have condition of service. I have also seen some MDs that are retiring. They don't even have a take-home package in terms of maybe gratuity. There are some that are not even enlisted under the Pension Act. So, such staff would always look for a better place. For me, my bank started as a community bank in 1992. I can tell you I have a staff. I have about 5 staff that migrated from a community bank to microfinance bank. They are still there. One of them is about 28 years this year. So why? We expose them to training, we get them certified, and we have also a reward package that at the end of every year, we see what we can add to the salaries. It's part of the condition. Annual increment, especially where we have made profit. Then those staff, once there is training, there are some staff in microfinance banks that have not attended any external training, maybe for 6 years, 7 years, because the management is trying to cut costs. They don't want to spend money on training. And if you don't spend money on training, of course, you are going to spend the money on penalties, because somebody that is not knowledgeable cannot give what he doesn't have. So what am I trying to say? We need to get a good condition of service so that they will know where they are going. Like somebody, if you join a bank today and you are going to live maybe in the next 10 years maybe as an MD, you should know if you are leaving, I'm going to leave with so and so amount of money as gratuity, look at what my pension is going to be, and the rest of them. And there should be a special in terms of certifications and the rest of them. So once staff don't have these things, of course they have to look for where they can get such opportunities, because nobody wants to work and then go home empty-handed. You understand? So that is one of the reasons why people, the staff turnover is very, very high. Then there are people also that are, do I say they don't manage their staff very well. You understand? You give them the fact they are not well controlled. They don't have the do's and don'ts. You know, every bank is supposed to have a HR policy. In that HR policy, gratuity, entitlement, pension, leave. In fact, there are people that have stayed in a particular, they have not gone for leave for like 5 years. I know of that. So that is why when they see any opportunity, immediately they'll do what? They'll leave. I also know of one of my colleagues that has stayed on one particular salary since he joined the bank, and it's now about 6 years. And he said anytime he talks about salary increment, whatever, they will shout him down. Of course, you are bound to lose those staff. These are the reasons why you see high turnover in most of our microfinance banks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Achuze. I think these are very salient points, and we also have to look inward to some of the issues he has raised. Staff satisfaction, motivation, expectations are all issues that must be taken account of if we want to retain staff. Elizabeth, let's share your experience about succession planning in your organization so that some of us here, or all of us here, will also, because that's an issue, because some MFBs may not have succession planning, and there is no hope for anybody in the institution. But if there's succession planning and it's being adhered to, I'm sure it can motivate people to say, one day I'll become the MD of this bank. So let's share your own experience along that line. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, it is mandatory for every bank to have a succession plan. Even from the board to the management, it is enshrined that there must be a succession plan policy. Meaning that at every point in time, there won't be vacancy. What I mean is this. Someone puts in a resignation letter and has given you 1 month in lieu. There should have been someone before then that had been understudying the work that person has been doing all along. For instance, as an MD, it is either your directors, one of them, will be succeeding you, or your head of credit and marketing. And those people, especially the HCM, should be able to covering up for you, prevention when you're on leave as an MD, doing part of what you're doing, if not all of what you're doing. Then in management aspect, for what we do is this. We rotate jobs. Allowing someone to sit in a particular position, from experience I've found out that it is a soft area for fraud. But from time to time, especially where all your management staffs are satisfied, you rotate them. Somebody that is doing risks as a risk officer should be able to step in to do the work of head of operations. Accounting should be able to do the work of head of operations. And the rotation continues. Another thing is also to your other staffs. For instance, in my own bank, we pay staffs, we pay marketers in the field. They don't work, alone. There must be someone working with another person to be able to ensure that there's checks and balancing, there's no collusion, to, commit fraud, etc. And even in the market areas, from time to time, you swap them. I find out from experience that when you have staffs located in a particular market, without, we look at it that we trust them. But experience have shown me that control is better than trust. So from time to time, you rotate them. You can say, fine, you are in market B. The two people in market B should swap, so that the customers will realize that you are dealing with a financial institution. Yes, you have people in the field, but the major, a body is the bank. So I think with this, it will be very easy to always fill up gaps, continue filling up gaps. And Mr. Ajuze has also talked about training. We cannot emphasize on training. The greatest asset of any institution is your staff. It's not the machines that will do the work, it's human beings that will do the work. And before you say that your staffs are not doing well, have you trained them? Have you provided enabling environment for them to operate? So all these are also things that we need to consider to make sure that your bank becomes a continuous, venture. It doesn't suffer a shock or lose its customers because there is no proper plans to succeed one another. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Before the next speaker speaks, it was introduced in absentia. I'd like to introduce the next panelist, Dr. Goke Adegbami, is the MD of Main Street Microfinance Bank in Lagos and chairman of NAM-LAG. Dr. Adegoke is a very experienced banker and he runs a very successful microfinance bank in Nigeria. Doctor, thank you. In addition to what the earlier speakers have said, one issue that is common in all microfinance banks is the issue of insider fraud. And also, what NAM is trying to do to ensure that when some of these staff are found guilty and indicted, they do not have any place in another microfinance bank in our subsector. But you find out that even as we speak, a staff can commit a fraud in one microfinance bank. The next thing you are hearing is working in another microfinance bank, even to the knowledge of we practitioners. And NAM has come up with the approval of our AGM to set up MCREP, where MFBs are supposed to be reporting such situations. I wonder how aware we are on the platform that has been created by NAM and approved at the AGM. Of course, before you report, due processes must have been taken and concluded by your board and even reported to CBN, and CBN endorses it. What is your experience, or what advice, or what is your take as far as the issue of fraud within and collusion by our own staff to aid external agents in perpetrating fraud in our institutions? Also, I'd like you to give your own perspectives on staff attrition generally in the industry, so that some of us here can learn from your own experiences. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good evening, colleagues. Now, and I'm very sorry for joining late. Now, there are two things that the chairman raised. One is on staff attrition, the other one is on the issue of fraud. Now, because a very strong foundation has been laid on the issue of staff attrition, I just want to add one or two things before I now dwell on the other one. Now, I think it is all of us, we are happy if you have your staff work with you for 10 years, 20 years. It has its own good side. But you know that that is the ideal that will never be. People will leave. For me, I believe that we should do everything possible to make people get properly rewarded, feel happy to work with you, but not bound them. Now, we have emphasized on the issue of training. You train people. You also know that good training is also an invitation for them to go outside. Because as you are training them, other people are seeing them. You want people that perform. Performance is also an invitation for them to go out. Because it's not only you that is seen. So, I think we should rather focus more on having a system where reward is properly allocated and you have a process that is well documented. If this thing happens, this is what follows. If you say, okay, people should know, they should know what's next. They should know I can become this. There's another issue. There are MDs of microfinance banks that the younger people that are working with them, they never pray in their life to be like that MD. Because they don't see anything attractive. So for you to say, oh, let them know, that is if there's something to aspire to. In some other places, there's nothing to aspire to. And one of the things that causes that is that you don't have a system that is performance-based, merit-based. So if we don't want to deal with the issue of staff attrition, let's have a system that is completely performance-based, merit-based. Some people will still leave no matter what you do, even if you pay them more than the MD. We want to employ somebody in my office, like it's a new road that we just created. And then the money the person was asking for, this is something that happened about 2 months ago. The money the person was asking for happened to be very high. And the management looks at it and says, okay, we're going to pay the person, but it's going to be tied to performance. And then, I don't know how something that has not been made open, how people got to know, and they were agitating, say, what are you being called? For us that have been here, they will now pay that person. So, the HR came to me and said, look, maybe we increase the salary of everybody. And I said, there's no basis for that. Okay, what we do is that this position, do internal advert. Make it open to all of them. Let them come and face what the person faced. If any of them is qualified, can measure up, we drop the person, we take. So, first of all, when we throw out the advert, it's only 2 people that came in the whole system. The 2 people that came, none of them is even closer to, in fact, the thing could not get to me. From the committee that looked, they said, look, nobody is measuring. I said, give them the feedback that they didn't measure up. And that silences everybody. So it has to be performance-based, not just that I want to keep people. Because this is not village, activity, it's not federal government activity. This is a business that is meant to make profit. Now, having said that, let me talk on the issue of fraud. I think if there is anything that have actually bedeviled our own subsector over the years is the issue of fraud, staff fraud in particular. And I also agree with the chairman in the fact that people are able to maneuver within the system. They will defraud bank A, And in few months, they have gone to Bank B to defraud Bank B. And what causes that? Two things I see that cause that. One is the fact that the attitude of the entire system to this issue of fraud is an issue. Now, if you have a bank where staff A does not know that if staff B commits fraud, all of us will pay for it. When he sees staff B that is committing fraud, he will look away. We say, I don't want to offend the person, I don't want to be a bad person. But if you run a system where everybody knows that when this thing happens, one way or the other, all of us will pay for it. Then all of us will become the watchdog. So when you see something, they say you say something. Now, when we are still part of the commercial bank, there's a program that we run that we have fraud, that is fraud-related training for every staff once in a quarter. And it worked. Because the first 2 years when we started the microfinance bank, there were fraud everywhere. And coupled with the fact that we started big that time. So even the branch manager, they were just running their own show. In fact, one particular branch manager was giving loan to himself. You have long list of loan, but he's the one that does the work of operation, he's the one that does the work of marketer, and he was able to. But by the time we blocked all those places, then we organized that system that makes members of the staff watchdog, and the thing just went down. So the attitude, right from the top, that's what they call tone at the top. It must be right. You must know that what you lose from a fraud of 100,000 is actually more than 100,000. In fact, sometimes it's 4 times that 100,000 that you think you lose, because it has a ripple effect on the people. So if we address the fact that the attitude has to change. The second thing I think has been the problem is what they call information asymmetry. Because information is not moving around. Because when this person has done it here, nobody talks. And you also know that by nature, fraud is not what you want to talk about in the bank. You know that sometime this year and last year, there was this issue of cyber fraud where some banks lost billions of naira. I'm not sure any of us know those banks. If you are not privileged, you will not even know that thing happened. Why? Because if you lost 1.6 billion naira as a bank and the public gets to know, rather than them sympathizing with you, they will come and take their money. And no bank can survive. Everybody takes his money. So you want to see a way to manage it and whatever, and that becomes a problem. Because I don't also want to show the world that, oh, my staff, they are thieves, so they are whatever. But I think what the association has done, this platform, is a very good way to make this information circulate among ourselves professionally and being used professionally. And I want to advise our members to actually make good use of it. I also want to appeal to the secretariat, because some of our people in Lagos, after the AGM, they tried to access the platform and were told that the platform was not accessible. I called the secretariat and they said it's temporarily down. They're working on it. So I want to advise the secretariat to please make it a priority and our members to take a very good advantage of it. Finally, on the issue of fraud, Madam has told us that control is better than trust. What you need is a blend of control and trust. Now, when it comes to control, a lot of us also, we do control activity for the regulators, not for ourselves. And we need to go beyond that. Now, there is internal control, there is internal audit, there is compliance. you can have the same function carrying all of them, but you must have different documentation for them. Because compliance is actually for outside. It's for government, it's for regulators, it's for tax people to be sure that you are complying with regulations and with laws. Internal control is for management to be sure that there is compliance with the rules, internal rules of the organization. An internal audit is to review everything to be sure this one is being done or is not being done, which is actually post-mortem. But all those things must be documented. So if you have it lumped together under the same person, you must identify them and let the person have different capacity for these things. If you mix them together, you just know that you have head of compliance, but nothing is happening. You just know that you have head of internal control, nothing is happening. You just know that you have internal auditor, nothing is happening. So if we document this thing and we give them the training, you give them the orientation, and you have a way of measuring each of them, you will see that internal control become more effective, compliance become more effective, the internal audit become more effective. And as a person, I spent years in internal control and internal audit and also in compliance. And I also know that the compliance or internal audit or internal control function is going to be very effective when you have people that have the mindset to run it. Your internal control procedure that is documented is already stale. Because by the time you document it, everybody already knows it. So if you have people who can think over what is not documented and come back in the morning and say, I see this loophole, I think we should do this, then you will see that you will catch the thieves before they steal. So you need somebody that thinks like thieves to be able to catch the thieves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Before we leave the staff issue, let me give my own personal experience. As MD of my bank, we had 3 staff that committed various infractions, even including giving loans to themselves, like somebody said. Due process was followed and they were dismissed from the bank. And another bank in the same city was conducting an interview for staff to engage some staff. Fortunately for the bank that was doing that interview, and unfortunate for the staff, for some of the applicants that came, I was the chairman of the interview panel. And so they started coming one by one. And then the next thing, a staff that was dismissed in my bank came before my panel to come and do interview in that bank, which is in the same city. The man was feeling that the ground should open, let him enter. What I'm trying to say now, the CV he presented in the interview removed the period he served in my bank. So when you look at the CV, you will not see him working in that particular bank where he was dismissed. So it's not just enough to look at the CV that somebody has brought before you to engage him in employment. As young bankers then, some of the things they taught us when you want to know about a customer, you can even get it in a beer parlor. You can get it in a social place and all that. The same thing when you want to engage staff. Don't rely entirely on the CV. Because if they have committed fraud in somewhere, they can remove that portion of it. And of course, we couldn't, by the time I asked him one question, how did you leave this bank? He couldn't lie because I was the chairman and I know the truth. He said he was dismissed. My dear brothers and sisters, if you are in a panel and somebody comes, I was dismissed, will you interview that person? So that was the end of the interview for him. And the other 2 followed the same way. The MD of that bank where I was is in this hall right now as I'm talking. So due process
KYC, ask questions, especially there's no state that doesn't have NAM association. So share information. That's what one of the things Dr. Goke was saying. Share information. Because if there's no information, you continue to recruit thieves, people who have defrauded our bank into your organization, and it won't help the institution. So I thank you very much, my dear panelists. So we'll go to the other issue, which has to do with government relations. Mr. Mapak, your bank is in Jos, so that is state capital. So what's your experience? And you've been chairman of NAM Plateau. What is the relationship between your microfinance banks and government? How do government relate with you? We've had the relationship in Akwa Ibom, right from the government people. So that is the classic example of relationship with government. I know some time ago in Delta State, while microfinance banks were even paying teachers and pensions for staff, government took a decision that all those salary payments should go to commercial bank. And I know how the NAM of that state fought hard, made all the contacts before they could get those accounts. If microfinance bank cannot even pay things like local government salaries or teacher salaries, and then what is the relationship? Please, let's have your experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just add something on this fraud matter before I answer your question. What I want to add also, based on experience, is regarding fraud is also the tune of the board and management regarding fraud. In some institution, you find out that there is different treatment for the same offense. So that affects the entire system. Somebody commits a fraud, he's being changed a department. Somebody commits a fraud, he's being sacked. So let us also be careful with that, because that encourages a system where people feel that I need to align myself with certain people in the bank to be protected. So if we build that kind of system, I'm assure us that by the time the fraud comes, we'll not be able to survive it. Then on the main question you have raised, yes, I want to be honest with you. For us on the plateau, is you can say good, bad relationship. Because when we had the presentation yesterday for Akwa Ibom, we had a discussion among ourselves, and we said, wow, a lot is happening in this state. The government of Akwa Ibom are really supporting the microfinance. Not to say that we have not received any support on the plateau. From my experience, you know, my bank has been, it's 31 years now. We converted from the community bank era. And before then, those days, you know, the commercial bank presence is very few. So we usually have civil servant salaries, local government staff in our bank. But when the commercial banks become, you know, they're having branches all over, that's when we started having challenge, because you find out that those commercial banks, what they do, they go to the DFS, head of admin of local government, and begin to make promises to them and say, when you give me your salaries, this is what will happen. And I also remember one experience, although this is a private sector company that's in Jos Plateau State, the entire staff were receiving their salaries from us, but when the amount came, they make some promises to those people in charge, and before we know it, they say, we have to remove our salaries from your organization. So that has been the challenge. Of course, we have a Plateau State Microfinance Development Agency in Plateau, that's Plasmida, who was established based on the need and the reason why the need that microfinance bank need to communicate with government. So that agency was set. But unfortunately, it is not carrying a matter, it's not discussing our issue, but we have keep pushing, keep discussing with them, and we have not given up. We hope that one day they will be able to go back to the objectives that why they were being set up, because we discovered that somehow they want to turn us to be their competitors. When government want to give us some interventions, they make another alternative for them. So we are still on discussion with them, hoping that they'll be able to listen to us. But by and large, other ministries and departments, we still have civil servants that take salaries from us. We give them loans. And of course, because of the uniqueness of our service, you know, easy overdraft, easy salary advance that we offer to them. In fact, they remain with us because they feel that this is where they can be listened to. Because of their experience, he said, when you are looking for facility, if not now that commercial are trying to, you know, become easy, they want to do everything. Before now, you find out when you are looking for loan in the commercial bank, it's very difficult. They will tell you they need to talk to the MD, the group head is in Abuja. So that has helped us to still get hold of some of the customers, because they feel when I come to a microfinance bank, in the next 1 minute, I can talk to the MD, and the MD can listen to me. If my application is a yes, within some few hours or 1 day or 2 days, my application will be granted and approved. So that kind of services flexibility has also helped us to maintain, you know, good number of the civil servants in the state and also the local government employees. So far, I think we have that kind of relationship is a mixed one. And of course, you know, when it comes to government relations, you have to also look at in terms of taxes as well at the state level. So, of course, we all have experience, if we're all MDs here, when you are dealing with the tax people, you need to negotiate, you need to discuss, you need to give and take. And at the end of the day, I think that has helped us to be able to solve whatever challenge that has to do with taxation. So for us, we keep pushing the plateau, hoping that one day they'll be able to disburse funds through us and also see us as partners. But also to say this, in terms of agriculture, you know, we used to have a partnership with them in terms of distribution of fertilizer in times past. So that way also the customers of our organization also benefit from such a gesture from the state government. So we can say it's a win-win, but of course, most of them look at us as a private sector. They don't have a stake. So we also look at them that, yes, you don't have a stake, but the people we serve are from the state, are from the community. If they are doing well, the state is doing well. And it also take away crime, because people have something to do, and of course, they have a future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mapak. Actually, I will come to you, and I will digress from, well, it's deep relationship. He touched it, issue of fees, levies, taxation from local government, from state government, and other agencies. In some states, you even have pollution levy. If you use generator, government will come and charge you for emitting carbon monoxide into the air, and they ask you to pay, and all that. What is the experience in the Southeast where you were chairman? I know the South is more of commercial business. It's possible that people don't have time for government, you continue to do your own business and all. But there are some states where government really is an issue for them. All sorts of taxes. I don't want to mention any state particularly, but I know that even the air you breathe in your bank, sometimes some governments want to come and tax you. Let's have your experience, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, colleagues, once more. For us, it depends on the relationship. Like for me, when I was the state chairman, there was a time the state, gave us penalty of 500,000 naira per year, for like 8 years. And they said that we are not filing account opening. They said there was a law that time that if you open an account, any account you open, you must go and do the returns at the BIR. So what we did then, I called one of my very good colleague, Anya. He was the immediate past chairman before me. So I called him because two of us are in the state capital. So we now looked for some of our brothers who are in the government. And we went to the chairman of the BIR and told him, like, look, how many times have you people helped the microfinance banks? That in those days when they were establishing microfinance bank, there was this percentage, local government was supposed, a percentage, 1% of the budget that was supposed to be for the MFBs in that area. How many times have you people even given us anything at all? Every day you come to us for this penalty, for that penalty, for this and that. So, and we were able to get a waiver. In fact, after that time, the man told us, don't tell anybody you have seen me. Please start doing the normal thing. And we called a meeting and did a sensitization, and our people, started filing that return. That was the time the BRR also came out and also gave us, what do I call it? Do I call it fictitious payee arrears? They just go back, get a consultant. The man cooked up all kinds of things. Like me, I got about 11 million that time. So we now called our people and said, look, we called all our people, look for your brother that is in government. Let us use that indirectly, because if you go and confront them, you make the matter worse. So we were able to get some of our people who were in government that time. They also intervened. And that was also waived. Then there was also another time, in fact, all kinds of taxes. But what we have learned over the years is that you don't go and confront them. You go and use moral suasion. And always use somebody that that is one of them. So the person will just take you, like the BIR chairman that time, we got one of our guys that is the uncle. So the uncle just, don't worry, I'll go with you people. He went, and immediately he saw the uncle. He said, good evening, sir. The uncle said, no, chairman, look at why I'm here. You cannot kill our banks. And the man immediately gave us waiver. I would say that in Abia, we have been somehow lucky, especially when you don't confront. But if you make the mistake of saying that you're a big man and you start to confront them, you will pay the lack. In fact, they would seal your office and you will still pay that tax through the hard way. So the best way is always to use moral suasion in the relationships that have been existing for long to see how you can get a waiver. But we have also tried to call the BIR to come and do some sensitization for our people so that they get to know what they are supposed to do. So that it's not only when it is already penalty, we start seeing them. And they were able to do some of those sensitization for us, see what we do. Then we also went into agreement with them. At the beginning of every year, they get us what they call consolidated revenue, which we agreed with them. Look, please, we are micro. We are not making much money like First Bank and UB and the rest, even though we are in the same place. We are not making money like them. We don't have the spread. We don't have the reach. So please see what you can do for us. And we were able to agree with them what we are supposed to pay, which is always far lower than what the commercial banks paid. So we have always enjoyed that in Abia, except for a few of my banks that colleagues that feel that their banks are big and they now want to rub shoulders with them. In fact, those people, they paid penalties. At the following year, they even started threatening them and until they learned their lessons. So the best thing is moral suasion. Use your relations in government so that they can always help you out. Don't go and start fighting with them. That is how we have been able to handle that one in our own area. Thank you very much.
Our NPS. Elizabeth, just summarize anything that is different from what the earlier speakers have said. Your own experiences in your state and whatever.
Okay.
As far as government relationship with microfinance banks are concerned, that all of us here can learn and maybe when we go back we apply it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, BOT Chairman. Well, I want to start with the question you've asked the two of them about an experience. In the morning, or rather in the afternoon, we called out our founding fathers. And we're so happy with the impact they have made. Such impacts are the reason why a good number of us are still in business. Meaning that if they have failed to make an impact, obviously what we are seeing today wouldn't have been what we will see. Why am I saying this? Talking about government and their relationship. In my state, I could remember some time, that should be 2007, 2008, the government actually extended facilities to microfinance banks. Some of all these banks right now, they are not in operation. Their licenses have been revoked. However, during that period, that is through RIMA agency, the government burned their fingers because most of these funds did not come back. And because it did not come back, going back again, for those of us that are still operating, that are still in business, well, I want to say that the sector we are in has evolved. A lot of things has changed. The way businesses are run, there is a little bit of sanity in the things we are doing now compared to what it used to be. So I believe that that incident is enough for them to say, no, I am not going to partner or collaborate with these people again. Not that they don't have the ability, not that they don't wish to do it, but the way we manage the business that's been trusted into our hands. There was no, how do I say it, transparency, there was no trust. So that is that aside. We're still hoping in the state that, in fact, we have planned, if not for a little shake in the state about emergency rule and all that, we had plans to write officially to them and begin to approach them as a chapter. Begin to approach them as a chapter to deal with us. As a chapter, we can now disburse funds to our members and see to it that as a chapter we can recover it and pay back. Now in the area of taxation, yes, we know that multiple taxations here and there. Our former chairman, he's late actually, Onyena, they approached the state on some of all these taxes as a state chapter. We encourage that you don't go individually. Go as a chapter, present your case, and see how they can give you some consideration. And that was what they did. And that is what we've been using to make some payments, which is reduced as low as 10,000, as low as 5,000 to the state. And once it's done on annual basis, nobody comes to worry you about it. So in a nutshell, let the state chairman begin to carry their people along. Don't say, I've settled my issue with the state. You go and hassle it out with them. Let us be a formidable body so that these issues can be treated once and for all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth, for those your remarks. Okay, time is not on our side. Goke, I would like you, if you have any comments to make as far as this issue of government relations is concerned, and then start on the issue of public perception of MFBs. 2 minutes. Okay. You saw the MC came to, so okay. we will try to round up in the next 10 minutes, and we'll give participants opportunity to ask 1 or 2 questions so that we can round up. But so,
okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, I think because we are from different states, so I need to talk about my own state too. Now, where in Lagos is a mixed bag. There have been a time when Lagos has their own microfinance bank. Lagos also have microfinance, they call it LASMI, Lagos State Microfinance Institution, which is actually supposed to coordinate some microfinance activities, be able to get grants for players in the state. And I know that in the early days, they actually did. Most of the people that collected the money then, they are no longer in existence, because I know that IMFB was a major beneficiary at that time and some. So it was after that experience, Lagos State floated its own microfinance bank. And after it, LASMI has also done something, but it's something like giving you 5 million naira to disburse. Maybe we don't collect, but I think you disburse it in a maximum of 50,000 to people. For us, we feel that that is like not giving you money, because for me to administer loans of 50,000 to it really doesn't worth it. And then they will tell you how much interest rate you should charge. So, but some people actually benefited from it. Now, if there's anything that I don't need to tell anybody, whether you are from Lagos or you are not from Lagos, as long as you are from Nigeria, you know that Lagos State is very, very serious about taxes. Whether you make money or you don't make money, they just want to cut something out of you. And I can also say that, please, when you get to Lagos, don't mention my name, but they can be very unfriendly. Very, very unfriendly. However, I think some of what other people have highlighted, they are also what we resorted to. You find a way to solve the problem, engage them, befriend them. Some of them, we share opinion among ourselves. And then, because some of these things, it's also difficult to say you want to solve them as a group in Lagos, because these guys are very smart. Sometimes when you come as a group, you pay more. So, but I can share my experience with you. You use the same thing I use and you get results. He can share his own experience with me. I use it and I get the same results. So, and there are areas where we work. We also go together as a group. But what is clear is that you just need to adopt a moral situation, like Chief Ajuse also stated, and we have done it. It has worked in Lagos. But if you don't want to cough out money, you are not likely going to operate in Lagos. There's one other thing.
I said the perception.
Yeah, where?
Perception of MFBs.
You know, what I can say is that the perception is actually improving. However, we have a long way to go. And if I'm going to talk about perception of MFB, you know the problem is not only with what we call public. Perception among ourselves. If you are running a microfinance bank as MD, have you taken time to analyze the perception of your staff about the microfinance business? what is the perception of our regulators? Because a lot of things are actually wrong the way we do it. For example, till today, and I've been privileged to interview people that want to come to get job, at least for nothing less than 18 years in this industry. I've been part of it. When you see a new employee that wants to get job, ask that person, what do you think we do here? They will never tell you that we collect deposits. They will tell you that we're established to help the poor people. And there may also be people here that believe that we are there to help the poor people. Because it's actually the responsibility of people that spend tax money to help poor people. This is a business, and that perception should start from there. Of course, a business with peculiarity, but it's a business. Because if I don't run it as a business, make profit, I'll soon be out of business. And when I'm out of business, these same people, they won't help me. They will blame me. So the issue of perception, it cuts across. Now, I heard when one of the resource persons and even the regulators they were saying that this is the reason why CBN established you. But CBN didn't establish me. Did they? How many of the banks here did CBN establish? They only established NASA. Abi? So I don't know whether it has failed though. So, but, and you also wonder why microfinance is 20 years old. And over the year, we have had our regulators, and I hope they have gone. So we have had our regulators. Some of them have worked years in this sector, and they have retired. But I don't know how many of our SCBN people you see managing microfinance banks today. Is it just because they have so much money to spend after they left? That's why they don't think of it. It is not easy. And many of the things we are saying, we are not actually talking reality. So they know that some of these things, they are easier said than done. And that is the reason why you hardly will see them there. So if we are going to be working on the perception, I think it has to cut across. Now, all of us also, I appreciate the fact that we want people to help us, we want government to help us, we want CBN to help us, we want the association to help us. But first of all, it is the child that lifts hand that the elder will pull up now. I'm sorry to say that before our elders. So because first of all, I have to take my problem home. As MD, I am employed to solve problem. I can ask you, say, Chief, how did you solve your problem? I say, how go and apply it? If it is the one that is beyond me, I can say, oh, my VP, this needs the association's touch. But you want to know what I've done. Because sincerely speaking, and I'm privileged to have been in this NAM system for a while. Of course, I've served as secretary, I served as a vice chairman and as chairman. I also know that simple issues that are supposed to be in-house, people expect the association to solve the problem for them. So we need to also address that. This is business. If you are MD of ABC Microfinance Bank, see yourself as the MD of UBA Group, who is there to get his problem solved. See yourself as the MD of First Bank, who is there to get his problem solved. So we can seek help, but so we need to change this perception. Finally, Mr. Chairman, do you know that, I don't know these fintech people, I don't know their experience, but most of us, as microfinance banks in Nigeria, we are net givers. All the time, your loan portfolio is multiple of the deposits you collect from the public. I don't know whether it's the same thing with us.
You're right.
except if you are doing purchase fund, and that is not deposit. But in this same Africa, I have a friend in one of the East African countries where they have a portfolio of $20 million and they have deposits, savings of $35 million. Because they have a society that just said, okay, there's no reason why they shouldn't put their savings with their microfinance bank. And in this case, some of their charges are not even friendly. But these people, because the right perception is there, it is easy, it is profitable. I know this guy, with a shareholders fund of about $1.5 million, in a year, some years they declare $1 million as profit. So it's an holistic thing. We will do our bit, everybody will do his own, and then God will help us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We don't have time, but your final word on perception. Yes, good or bad? Elizabeth.
It's improving.
Okay, or improving, yes.
Okay, I will also toe his line. It's also improving. But we need to build trust.
Okay.
We really need to build trust because most of the people will attend to, they think that microfinance bank, when you hear microfinance bank, they think it's just one umbrella. You keep telling them that you cannot say UBA is Access Bank. That all of us have different names, but we're under one umbrella. So when one person is doing something wrong, they assume that, is it not you people? Have you come again? You now say who? Say this microfinance bank. You now have to start explaining, no, I am Blueprint, I am UNC, I am this. So we really need to build trust in our processes, in our procedure, because it goes a long way to either make us or mar us. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, 30 seconds.
Hello. Okay. In fact, for me, I would say that perception about microfinance banks is, let me like say, 60% now. You know, in those days, people would say, microfinance bank, please go. In fact, there was even a time, I know there was a director of CBN office that would say, put all the microfinance bank together, they are not even up to a branch of one commercial bank. They don't take us serious. But today, you can see what is happening.
Yes.
Even the regulators are beginning to, in fact, embrace us. Because we have done, especially the new entrants, the high-tech companies, they have done what even commercial bank cannot do. And people are beginning to, the perception is high. Where we are missing it is even among ourselves. One of our facilitators were talking about doing a project together, loan syndication and the rest of them. How many microfinance banks will be able to do that? They will just dodge. So we need to increase the perception within ourselves.
Thank you.
That is what will take us to greater heights.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mapak.
Okay, thank you. I'll look at it in two categories. First, at the operator side, we at our own level, we have to also check ourselves in terms of, I want to look at one area, fair lending. Let us also look at over-indebtedness. A lot of articles are coming about us. Let us be mindful of that when we are, trying to make money out here so that we can create a positive and good impression of ourselves. And then secondly, we look at the regulator side. We keep fighting over and over. If you have been long in NAM, you know that we keep telling them, when there is vacation, please, can you do it in such a way that it will not create tension? Because I have my experience of last year when 179 licenses of microfinance were revoked. I have a very good institution that keeps a lot of funds with me. In fact, the school had to move like 50 million in 3 days. And I was saying, what is it? They say, all microfinance banks are closed. I said, no, not all. Look at Thailand. It's still standing. So that is the perception. So we need to work more on our perception, both at the regulation side and at the operation side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. First Vice, please give him the mic. Let's hear his own. And then we could take one or two questions.
Sir, thank you very much for allowing me to talk on this matter. In the issue of HR, as CEOs, we need to still do more. You see people spend 3 months at Main Street. They spend 6 months at Richway. They go to Lakpo to spend 1 year. If you have spent 3 months in or 6 months at Richway, why is leaving them? You realize the CV will also go to another place to spend 6 months or 1 year. You see some of these candidates in 2 years, they are working 7 microfinance banks. Why do we keep on encouraging this? The truth is that we are desperate to fill in the gaps, but we are damaging our business by keep on encouraging this. Some of them have abused privileges at his bank. They will run to my own place, I won't call him, I will employ them. The same thing, they will do it for me and go to another place. And it is now the norm in the system. In our bank, once you are those people who are not stable, I call them unstable people, I will not even invite you for interview, not to talk of talking with you. It's a demerit factor. Please, I'm personally encouraging our member CEO. Let us work on this. Before you employ somebody from another place, call the other bank. And when you see all these people that are jumping like I see something is chasing them, please, let's stop this problem and we'll be assisting the sector. Secondly, on perception, there's something all of us as MD need to do now. How many of us have mobile app of our bank? I've observed this happen. Immediately we pay salary. Most of our staff will just transfer their money to OPay or to First Bank or to GT Bank or to... And I kept on wondering, what is happening? If we have mobile app, we have ATM card, and customers are using our mobile app. Every day, in my own bank, I think we do between 250 to 275 million naira on the average on each channel. Transfers. We must have minimum of 300 million naira in our NIP account on daily basis because the average money that is moved on our each channel is that much. It can be more, it can be a little bit reduced, but I know we do about 250 million naira average daily. But my staff, immediately we pay salary. They will move it to GT Bank. They will move it to First Bank, and they are working in Richway. I think as CEO, we need to let them know this is our own sector. You kept on giving them liquidity, and we are suffering to have that liquidity in our own bank. The second one is on perception that we need to work on as MDs. I will give people 30 million naira loan. I give them 40 million naira loan. I give some people 75 million naira loan. And they will move it to a Stanbic bank that did not give them loan. And they will be using it in Stanbic. Whenever this time for repayment comes, they will now transfer it from Stanbic to my own bank. We can stop it. How do we stop it? In my own bank, and I've been telling colleagues, we have some friends amongst ourselves. What do I mean? We exchange information a lot. We don't hide anything from ourselves. In fact, we do interbank from ourselves. Sometimes I need 350 million naira, I'll call him. Okay, do you have? Sometimes another bank will need 50 million, they will call me. We give. You want to tell them how much you give me? Right. What have we introduced? If you are taking my loan, I will look at your type of business. If you are doing trading services, I will say if I do not see 10 transactions in a month, I will charge you penal charge, 1% on the outstanding loan amount. And I will put that in my offer letter in black and white, in bold form. I've started it. Because we have to be smart. Let's do this together. Sir, this is important. In bankers' charges or guide to bank charges, they said they did not regulate interest rates. They only gave some 3T and others. So under others, we are covered within the law. But make sure we do that in bold ink.
Yes, in the offer letter.
Where the account witness less than 10 transactions, debit and credit. I am not saying volume, number of transactions. Be putting 1,000, I don't mind. Be putting 100 naira, I don't mind. But I won't tell you to put 100 naira. Where it witnesses less than 10 transactions in a month, you will, the borrower agrees to pay a 1% penal charge for transaction counts at the end of the month on outstanding loan amounts. I've been doing that. Go to court. It's in bold. You can't deny it. And you agree to it. With that, they are now using their account. But for those LPO, I won't do that. I will not say if it's LPO, then do 5 minimum. But if you're a trader, do 10, do 15, depending on your sector. So we can change the perception ourselves. Thank you, sir.
He needs a hand of applause. Thank you very much. I think that's a good one. I think there's so much to take away from these discussions. We'll take some questions. Yes, Bumi? Sorry. After that, you come. After the emeritus, then. Yeah, I have 4 hands now. Okay. Okay, 5.
That's Achia, for past chairman of Ogun State.
Thank you very much, my VP1. Once again, Bumi Ogunrinde is the name, founder, Land God Microfinance Bank, OKRO. Well, this is a very powerful team. My BOT chair, thank you very much. I just have 2 things. I want to take us back to the presentations yesterday. I think one by Dr. Dare concerning liquidity within the sector. There's this perception that we believe that we don't have liquidity within the
It's automatic.
Thank you, sir. Yes, there's this perception that we do not have liquidity within the microfinance subsector. But I recall during the capitalization period that we are told to raise our capital by 1,000%. And we all protested this to the CBN. And what we did in Ogun State was to call for our members to give us their monthly returns. So we looked at the liquidity within Ogun State, and we discovered that the problem was not liquidity. The problem was not the issue of liquidity, that banks were not undercapitalized, but the fact that there were not enough businesses to put the money. We discovered that within the Ogun State, we had about 70% liquidity position in Ogun State. So this was one of the things we advanced to the CBN before they now decided to go to this tier 1, tier 2, state and national. So what we need to do, like my vice chairman said, and I know Lagos is really doing that, is a little of collaboration. We need to really come together. And like Dr. Dario said, there's liquidity within the system, there's liquidity in Nigeria. All we need to do is to collectively harness it together. Again, on the issue of confidence and trust in ourselves, it is very, very important. We recall David, when we raised the issue of our confidence, when Dr. Ogbefureja said that we don't trust ourselves. And he said, if you don't trust yourselves, who will trust you? When he was requesting for the World Bank to give guarantees to the CBN on our behalf, which I thought was a little overreaching. So I believe if we really go back to the issue of the MDCL that was actually set up to solve this problem of liquidity amongst ourselves. But I believe that people didn't embrace much because of that lack of confidence. So we need to really ask ourselves, why are people not embracing these things? Is that as a result of the way it was conceived and the way it is being seen? So we need to really be open to ourselves and let us open up to ourselves and ensure that we see things as all of us, not me, myself, and I. So we need to jettison that position of me, myself, and I. You see, the sky is big enough for us to fly. Like I used to say in Ogun State when I was at Ilaji, I said, I'm a tier 2 microfinance bank, and I'm proud to be one. Like I always call my people in Lagos. I said they are the big, they are the ones flying. But in Ogun State, we are moving slowly, surely, and steadily. So we need to look at liquidity. It is there, and we need to have confidence in ourselves and work together. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay. Okay, the guy there in blue. I think MD of FCMB. Yes. Okay, gentlemen, I'll come to you after him. Please, let's limit our time is not on our side. Just 1-2 minutes, please. Then the next guy.
Okay, so I think I want to speak on 3 things. The first, HR. I don't know if we have observed certain things or changes around our staffing. Have you employed Gen Zs recently or Gen Alphas? What are you seeing? What will the next 5 years, 10 years portend for the microfinance business? And I say this because we need to begin to think in that line. Flexibility of work. Are we considering that? Are we looking at using technology to improve what we do so that, you know, people don't need to come to the office every day before they do work? You know, some of these things are things we need to start to think about. Reduce our manual processes to help us address that. Then the other thing I want to talk about is the perception. So as a business, it is the perception you give yourselves that others have of you. So you need to build yourself first as an institution before other persons can have a good perception of yourself. So what do you do? How do you even showcase what you are doing as an MFB? About 2 months ago, I was going through the net and I saw an interesting thing around what the International Labour Organization is doing around child labor. And I decided to do a mail to them on my own and to say that, look, as a bank, these are some of the things we have been doing around women empowerment, around financial literacy, urging them to send their children back to school. And they replied me. Today we got, that was just last week, we got a letter. They advanced us 100 million naira grant, you know, to be able to use what we have done so far as a model, develop modules that will help these women address the issue of child labor, especially in locations where they use children for manual labor, for cocoa farming, and all of that. So I feel like as an institution or as institutions, MDs need to showcase what they do to the international community. On your website, what do you have? Do you have pictures of activities that you have done? Do you attend networking events to even speak about what you do? Or do we just sit down in our various cocoons? So it's important for us to do a lot of that. And then finally, I want to disagree slightly around whether we are the bank of the poor or not. Professor Yunus established Grameen, and he called it the bank of the poor. That does not in itself reduce the issue of sustainability. In 2021, when I attended Boulder, incidentally with my President Emeritus, the issue of sustainability was clearly mentioned. But that does not reduce the issue of the social aspect of our business. Unlike the banks who have primarily 2 double bottom line, microfinance banks should look at triple bottom line. So the social impact of the business that we do must be felt. And so when we say that we help the poor or that we help people, I don't think that it reduces the issue of sustainability. I just think that we are doing more than the commercial banks are doing because we have embedded financial literacy as part of what we do. We have bundled products, added health insurance and other types of insurances that help the less privileged or the poor people to survive better. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contributions. I think you've made some valid points there. Yes, please, we would like to have your name. Your name, please. Yeah, the last speaker, your name, please.
Okay, my name is Friday Mwokolo. I work with the FCMB MFB.
Okay, please. Okay. Sir, we'll come to you after him. We'll come to you. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. My name is Dr. Adewumi, representing Infinity Microfinance Bank Limited. How I wish... Okay, Lagos State.
Okay.
How I wish this discussion had come earlier than now. It would have been very, very perfect. Having said that, the discussants, they've actually dealt on the issue of staff attrition very well. I will not repeat what they have said, but I just want to add one or two things. On the part of we MDs seated here, beyond what our HR or admin officers are doing in terms of recruitment, we need to have an oversight. For instance, if you see the CV of an applicant, if you read thoroughly, you will notice a gap. Ask questions. Why that gap? That I do a lot. Whenever the application comes to my table. And to the MDs remaining here, and whatever the NAMB, either national or at the state level, can do, we don't need to shoot ourselves in the leg. This reference that we are getting from former employer, what are we doing with it? For instance, in my own bank, people that defrauded big time, their reference will come and we will write for this, and this. And in the other end, they will say that is none of their business. The person will even be given higher responsibility than where he was dismissed. What are we doing about it? It is the same set of employees we are just recycling. I cannot talk about other zones, but for Lagos State, I can say it authoritatively. It is the same set of staff we are recycling. That's the food for thought. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I call you, give him the mic, but I just want to add to what you have said. Please, apart from the platform created by NAM, we are all report fraudulent staff or dismissed staff who have committed fraud to CBN. Yes, so we will continue to do that. And once that report gets to CBN and CBN comes and finds out that these people have been employed, that the MD or the management that employed that person will be penalized by CBN. So please, let's take note. Yes, sir. Please, 2 minutes, sir.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, our respectable chair of BOD.
Thank you, sir.
I have learned quite a lot from this panel and all the previous episodes of this historical conference of our association. But I'll be telling you lie if I don't confess that I'm also going back with one major worry. What is that worry? It arose from the remark, the observation that our revered former national president, Rogers Nwoke, made about some of our switch companies that have now turned into competitors with us. I think I read that at two levels with all due modesty. My most humble opinion is that that will amount to unfair competition. That is also my reading of conflict of interest. And so I draw from the remark, the metaphor that was used by another, indeed, our foundation national president, Dr. Ome, who said CBN is our father. And I agree. Now, when a child confronts an unpleasant experience, he turns to his parents to try and protect him. And in this case, my very humble suggestion is that the CBN should not admit just anybody or any group that has enough money to start MFB. There should be criteria, and that criteria should include whether that group have been in a position where data or other important information regarding rival microfinance banks were in his position. And if such is the case, I think fairness demands that such a group, if not in perpetuity, at least for a given period, should not be allowed to be rivals or competitors to those they have served. My humble opinion. Thanks very much.
Please, let's get your name, sir. And the
oh, well, Professor P.J. Eze, the chair of UNN Staff Microfinance Bank.
Please, let's give him a round of applause. Sir, it's like you have seen the communique that we are writing. So what I'm saying is that point you have made has been taken note of, and it's one of the things that will be in the communique, so that we'll escalate it. So thank you so much. The very last one, please. Yes. Oh, there's another hand there. Okay. Please, 1 minute, and then we'll take the last guy there. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My name is Emmanuel.
Please,
Okay.
1 minute, sir. We don't have time. They are about arranging this place for the gala night.
Yes, sir.
Please.
My name is Emmanuel Okay, MD, CEO, FFS, MFB. I want to speak on two major areas. I want to appreciate all the panelists for their contributions. First, on recruitment. I believe one of the ways not to keep recycling old problems is to focus on new. We should not be afraid of recruiting new people who are just green. I'm an example. I never did microfinance. I joined microfinance bank, started as a micro. Today, I'm the MD CEO of a bank. And I was not jumping around. I only moved, becoming a middle-level manager somewhere. I left that place to be a senior manager somewhere. And I left that place to be...
You move now.
No. What I'm saying is that you don't see people jumping around anyhow.
Okay, that's all
so
right.
my own philosophy is I'm not afraid of training people. The bank that trained me did so well. I believe promotion comes from within or from outside, and that is always communicated to my staff. I'm not afraid of that, so we should not be afraid of that. Then I believe in encouraging entrepreneurship of staff so that they begin to see the business as their own. And when they side things they want to introduce, I encourage them to run their business. Let me know what you are doing as side hustle. Let me patronize you. If the bank can patronize what the person is doing, so they begin to see themselves as part of the thing. Then on sustainability, use of accounts. I thank God for Dr. Adinrele for mentioning turnover covenants. But at some point, sir, apologies, sir, it may be somehow, because if we want to fight rising power, some of those clauses may worsen the situation if not well managed. So I may like to create products around it. Part of my processing fee is use of POS, and When you run it, there are incentives you gain for running your account when you are coming back. I believe that could help people. But generally, people don't want, we are net, just like Dr. Adegbemi said, we are net. But with products, people will start to get it. And when we see those who know it, we encourage them more. And others, we envy them.
Thank you so much. Very last one. 1 minute. Please, 1 minute. Keep yourself to 1 minute so that we can...
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Paul Adu, the chairman for your NAPS.
You were supposed to be here. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I have 3 questions, but I will just take one. Now, thank God for the discussions. They have dealt with what I wanted to ask before. But before coming for this conference, I was approached by a chairman who had been having issues with staffs, taking staff to court. Some staffs were jailed. Some, in fact, incidents of fraud from his bank. And he said, what is NAP doing? I only want to come up with this, if it is possible, because people don't know what Micref is doing. In fact, some people did not even know whether there's a black book with CBN or not. So I want to advise, if the secretariat can try as much as possible to have a training on this Micref, at least it will assist a lot. A training, let all MDs join. It might be online, because for me personally, I have not opened it, and I don't know what is inside. So if an opportunity of such can be created, that people, every MDs will know what is happening, and you can even detect if the staff that is coming for an interview, his or her name is on that Minecraft. So on that note, you will not even allow them to even come for that interview at all. And this will lessen this issue of staff in the industry. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so very much for that beautiful contribution. I can assure you that the NPS is here, the first vice is here, on this issue of enlightenment and training on the IMCREP. I can assure you that they will take note of that. And it's very, very important that people, the awareness is created. You cannot just plug something there and leave it there if people don't even know how to use it. So I think first vice, you can take that up and then make sure that even it's online, it's done. So Elizabeth, please, we don't want... Okay.
It's about what this other man raised. He talked about hiring. He said Gen Zs. All right? The kind of generation we have now, honestly, we need to be praying to God. They don't have that passion and the zeal we have. I give us an instance. There's a lady I met in one other of our sister banks. In fact, the head of operation was encouraging me to employ her. She just finished in his bank. Comparing to where she was coming from work, she wouldn't cover her tea fare. I said, fine. Since where you're staying is closer to my bank, I gave her an appointment. Meet me in the office by 8 a.m. Do you know that 12 minutes to 9? In fact, I came to work. I was in the banking hall. I said, I really want to observe something. 12 minutes to 9, this lady was strolling in. I now told her, I gave you an appointment by 8 a.m. and you are coming by 12 minutes to 9. She started giving the excuse. I said, fine, go home, come back again by 8 a.m. She did not come till today. But this is someone that needs work. So we should not also be in a hurry to hire. Like one other man said here, that a staff will commit a fraud and another bank in the same state will hire them. Then what are we preaching? Yeah. Let us be true to ourselves. It is better to get someone new and train the person, okay, and begin to, encourage them to do their work than circulating fraudulent staffs. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. First Vice, I think the panel has concluded its assignment, and I'd like to hand over the mic to you. Thank you, my dear colleagues, for your attention. I am very, very impressed. Even at this late hour, we still have this audience, and they were looking attentively. Look at the distinguished senator. See, sitting down there. I saw him, and like he was even taking notes. So I want to thank you for your attention. And the organizers note something that has to do with practical experiences of our members should be brought earlier when the house is fuller. I think somebody made that observation. So I thank you so very much. God bless you.
My chair. Let's give the chair a round of applause. Who says our industry does not have the best intellectual properties in the financial services industry? Look at the analysis of this group. These are our own. These are our own. I must say, this is the best that have so far, the best or the bestest, if there's anything like best and bestest in this program. It's so practical, so insightful, and so revealing. I want to make some suggestions. We have a few NEC members here. Can we have the state chair or the zonal chair who are here present? Can you show your hand? By your hand, please. State chairs or zonal. Thank you very much. Thank you for staying to the end. Hello, I know our chair. We will look at how do we repeat this in our different states. How do we look at HR, compliance, government relationship or regulation, and perception? We deliberately picked this topic because they are very, very key. And this is a discussion that we don't need any consultants to come and teach us. It is about our own. We can invite ourselves to join. We can make it by Zoom. I am appealing to states. I am appealing to states. I am appealing to states. Let's have this session in our state. It may not be physical. Let's do virtual to deal with this topic. Please invite some of us who want to attend. And you can invite people from the national platform also to do what? To attend your own state chapter. So with this, you will see that we begin now to be addressing important issues that are bringing us down. That's the only way. Do we accept this resolution? Thank you very much for that acceptance. Let's push it and let's push it and let's push it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Our chair will be doing some talks at the dinner because we're supposed to do some roundup after now. But because of the scanty hall, and we are expecting more people to attend the dinner, he will be doing that at the dinner. If you want to stay around, why not? If you want to go back to your hotel to come back, why not? We are planning to start at 7. Let's say 7 for 7:30 because they need to do some little rearrangement of the table. The caterer also need to come in and do some serving and the rest of it. So that when we come back in about 1 hour time, it's a different tour. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you very much. Thank you, sirs.